Hey Insomniacs, before we begin, let me know what time it is and where you're tuning in from. And if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button. Now, let's begin. Where the maples turn gold, Claire Delaney gripped her steering wheel as the Boston skyline receded in her rearview mirror. 3 hours of driving stretched ahead, each mile bringing her closer to a place she'd spent 15 years trying to outrun. The call from her father's lawyer had been brief but consequential. The farmhouse was now legally hers, along with all its creaking memories and decaying foundations. "Take as long as you need," her business partner had said when she requested the week off. "You've earned it." What he meant was that she hadn't taken a proper vacation in 3 years, not since the divorce. When Claire had built her architecture firm from nothing, vacation days felt like luxury she couldn't afford. Now they felt like empty spaces she didn't know how to fill. The landscape gradually shifted from urban sprawl to rolling countryside. By the time she crossed the Vermont state line, the maples had transformed the world into a canvas of crimson and gold. Claire reluctantly lowered her window, allowing the scent of wood smoke and apple orchards to filter through, the perfume of a season she'd once loved. "You're just here to sell it," she reminded herself as she turned onto the familiar dirt road. Clean it up, list it, leave. Simple, efficient, the Claire Delaney approach. But as the farmhouse came into view, more weathered than she remembered, paint peeling in long strips like skin after a sunburn, her practiced detachment wavered. The porch swing where her father had taught her constellation still hung by one chain. The gardens her mother had tended with religious devotion now sprouted only wild chicory and Queen Anne's lace. It looked abandoned, which it was. It looked forgotten, which it wasn't. Claire stepped from her car, designer boots immediately sinking into the soft earth. The key felt unnaturally heavy in her hand as she approached the front door. Its familiar red faded to the colour of dried blood. The lock protested with a screech, but eventually yielded. The interior smelled of dust and stillness, that peculiar scent of spaces where life has departed but memory remains. Shafts of amber light cut through windows clouded with grime, illuminating dancing dust motes. Claire ran a finger along the mantelpiece, leaving a clean trail through years of settled time. "Well, Dad," she whispered to the empty room, "what am I supposed to do with all this?" The house offered no answers, just the soft settling of old timber. Later that afternoon, armed with a list of supplies, Claire drove into town. Riverford hadn't changed much. The same general store with its wooden Indian statue out front. The same diner where teenagers still gathered after school. Claire kept her sunglasses on, a thin barrier between herself and potential recognition. She was examining different grades of sandpaper when a voice like warm bourbon spilled over her shoulder. "Claire? Claire Delaney?" Her body recognized him before her mind did, a peculiar tightening beneath her ribs, a warmth that had nothing to do with the store's heating system. She turned slowly. Evan Hartwell stood before her, more man than memory now. His dark hair was cropped shorter than the teenage mop she remembered, threaded with the occasional silver at the temples. Fine lines, framed eyes still the colour of Vermont slate after rain. His hands, always his most beautiful feature, were now marked with small scars and calluses, the hands of someone who built things that lasted. "Evan," she managed, surprised at how easily his name still rolled off her tongue, as if she'd been saying it all these years. "I heard about your dad," he said, genuine sorrow in his eyes. Claire's father had passed 6 months ago, a stroke while tending his beloved vegetable garden. Claire had flown in for the funeral, spoken the necessary words and left the same day, citing work commitments. He was a good man. He was, Claire agreed, unsure what else to say. Mr. Hudson, the store owner, saved her from further response by approaching, his face lighting with recognition. "Claire Delaney, look at you, all city polished now. Your daddy would be proud." Claire doubted that. Her father had never understood her hunger to escape Riverford, to build grand structures in concrete jungles rather than tend to the land that had sustained their family for generations. "Just picking up a few things," she explained, holding up her basket of cleaning supplies. "The house needs work before I can list it." Something flickered across Evan's face. Disappointment maybe, or resignation. "You're selling." "That's the plan," she confirmed, keeping her voice neutral. "I don't belong here anymore." "Never did convince you otherwise, did we?" Evan's smile held no judgment, just a wistfulness that mirrored the season outside. "Well, if you need help with repairs, I'm pretty handy these days. Built myself a little business making furniture." Claire had heard something about that. Evan Hartwell abandoning his promising music career to return to Riverford. Local boy sacrifices Boston Conservatory scholarship to care for his ailing mother. It had seemed inconceivable to 18-year-old Claire, who had left for MIT without a backward glance. "I appreciate the offer," she said, meaning to decline politely. "The porch railing was looking pretty rough when I drove by last month," Evan continued. "That's a 2-person job at least. I could swing by tomorrow, take a look." Claire found herself nodding before she could formulate a reason to refuse. "That would be helpful. Thank you." As she paid for her supplies, Claire felt oddly untethered, as if something long dormant had begun to stir beneath the carefully constructed architecture of her life. Outside, the maples blazed against an impossibly blue October sky, their beauty almost painful in its intensity. It won't last, she reminded herself as she started her car. The fall never did. Neither did anything else. But as she drove back toward the farmhouse, Claire couldn't help but notice how the maple leaves clung to their branches despite the wind, not yet ready to surrender to the coming frost. Evan arrived exactly when he promised, 9 the next morning, his battered green truck crunching over fallen leaves in the driveway. Claire watched from the kitchen window as he examined the porch railing, running his hands along the wood grain with a craftsman's deliberation. Something about the gesture made her throat tighten. She'd spent the night in her childhood bedroom, surrounded by the ghosts of her teenage ambitions, national merit certificates, architectural sketches, a Boston cityscape poster her mother had frowned at. Such an ugly place to dream about, Claire Bear. "Coffee," she offered, stepping onto the porch with 2 steaming mugs. She dressed casually but carefully, dark jeans, a cream sweater that complemented her auburn hair. "Thanks." Evan's smile creased the corners of his eyes. "Black still?" "You remember," Claire said, surprised. "Some things stick." He accepted the mug, careful not to let their fingers touch. "Junior year, Mrs. Branford's English class. You brought coffee every morning, black as midnight." "Poetry section," Claire recalled. "Frost and Dickinson. You were the only boy who didn't groan when we had to recite." Evan laughed, the sound melting into the crisp morning air. "I had an image to maintain as a sensitive musician type." They worked side by side through the morning, stripping rotted wood from the railing, measuring twice before cutting replacement pieces. Claire was surprised by how quickly her body remembered physical labour, the satisfying resistance of hammer against nail, the subtle calculations of level and plumb. "You're good at this," Evan observed as she precisely fitted a spindle into place. "It's not so different from what I do now," Claire answered. "Just different materials, different scale." "I've seen your buildings," his admission caught her off guard. "That performing arts centre in Providence. Beautiful work." Claire felt a flush of pleasure. "You keep tabs on me, Hartwell. Riverford Weekly does a local makes good feature whenever you win an award." His eyes held hers for a moment too long before he returned to sanding. "Your dad kept every clipping." The revelation settled between them, weighted with implications Claire wasn't ready to examine. By afternoon the railing was restored, strong and true against the backdrop of fiery foliage. Claire insisted on paying Evan for his time, but he refused with a shake of his head. "Consider it a neighbourly gesture," he said. "Besides, I promised your dad I'd look out for the place." You spoke with my father. The thought of these two important figures from different chapters of her life connecting without her knowledge felt strangely intrusive. Ran into him at Mason's diner most mornings, Evan explained. We'd have coffee, talk about the weather, local politics. He hesitated. You, sometimes. Claire didn't know how to respond to that, so she changed the subject. Would you like to stay for dinner? It's just pasta, but... I'd like that, Evan said, perhaps too quickly. They ate on the porch as twilight descended, the air growing sharp with the promise of frost. Claire found herself speaking about her divorce, a topic she'd discussed with precisely no one in Riverford until now. Michael and I wanted different things, she explained, twirling pasta around her fork. He wanted children, a brownstone in Cambridge. I wanted... She trailed off, realising she'd never fully articulated what she wanted, only what she didn't. To keep building, Evan supplied quietly. Yes, Claire acknowledged, to keep moving forward. Nothing wrong with that, Evan said, his voice free of judgment. Some people are rivers, not lakes. Claire studied him in the fading light. And you? What are you? Me? Evan's smile was self-deprecating. I'm a tree, I suppose. Rooted. Later, as Evan was leaving, he pointed to a photo she'd unearthed while cleaning. Claire at 17, standing proudly beside her science fair project on sustainable architecture. You were extraordinary even then, he said. Riverford was never going to be big enough for you. Something in his tone made Claire want to explain herself, to defend choices made by a younger, more desperate version of herself. But Evan was already heading down the steps, keys jingling in his hand. Tomorrow's the Harvest Festival, he called over his shoulder. You should come, for old time's sake. Claire watched his truck disappear down the long driveway, taillights glowing like embers in the gathering darkness. She hadn't planned on staying through the weekend. She hadn't planned on any of this. Inside, the farmhouse seemed to breathe around her, its familiar creaks and sighs a language she had forgotten she understood. Claire moved from room to room, touching her father's books, her mother's china, the worn banister where generations of Delaney hands had left their invisible imprint. She found herself in her father's study, a space that smelled of pipe tobacco and old leather. His desk calendar still displayed March, the month he died, as if time had stopped with his heart. Claire opened the top drawer, finding it meticulously organised. Pens lined up by colour, paper clips in a small ceramic dish she'd made in 4th grade. Beneath a stack of bills was a manila folder labelled simply Claire. Inside she found not only the newspaper clippings Evan had mentioned, but photographs she'd never seen. Claire receiving her master's degree, Claire at her firm's opening, Claire shaking hands with the mayor of Boston after winning a design competition. Her father, who had rarely travelled more than 50 miles from Riverford, had somehow witnessed the milestones of her adult life from afar. Among the clippings was a handwritten letter she'd sent years ago, the paper soft from repeated handling. Dad, Boston is everything I hoped. The city never sleeps, never stops offering new angles and perspectives. Yesterday I watched the sunrise from the harbour, not as many colours as Vermont autumn, but beautiful in its own way. I miss you sometimes. Claire. Claire closed her eyes, feeling the weight of all she'd left unspoken, all the casual cruelties of youth, the way she'd reduced her childhood home to a footnote in her personal narrative of escape and achievement. Outside, a maple leaf detached from its branch and drifted past the window, a small flame against the night sky. Tomorrow was the Harvest Festival. Tomorrow she would make some calls about listing the property. One thing at a time, she told herself, one foot in front of the other, the Claire Delaney way. But as she climbed the stairs to bed, Claire found herself wondering what it might feel like to stand still for once, to be a tree instead of a river, rooted instead of restless. The Riverford Harvest Festival transformed the town square into a patchwork of canvas tents, hay bales, and strings of golden lights that swayed gently in the October breeze. Claire had forgotten how the entire town turned out for this annual celebration. farmers in freshly pressed shirts, children with faces sticky from caramel apples, teenagers eyeing each other from opposite sides of the bandstand. She almost turned around 3 times on the drive over. What was she doing here? She had calls to make, realtors to contact, a life waiting in Boston. But something stronger than logic had propelled her forward, dressed in a burnt orange sweater and boots that weren't quite practical enough for a rural festival. Claire Delaney, as I live and breathe. Mrs. Patterson, her former English teacher, enveloped her in a lavender-scented hug. It's been years, dear. How's city life treating you? Before Claire could answer, others appeared. Her father's poker buddies, her mother's garden club friends, classmates who had stayed and built lives in the spaces between Riverford's maple-lined streets. They greeted her with genuine warmth, asking about her work, expressing condolences about her father, never once making her feel like the prodigal who had abandoned them. Your daddy was so proud, Mr. Jenkins told her, his weathered face earnest beneath his cap. Showed everyone that article about your firm winning that green building award. Sustainability award, Claire corrected automatically, then felt foolish for the precision. I didn't realise he followed my career so closely. Oh, honey, Mrs. Patterson said gently, you were his North Star. Claire excused herself, suddenly needing space. She wandered through the festival, past apple bobbing stations and pumpkin carving contests, her mind a tangle of contradictions. Had she misunderstood her father's silence as disapproval? Had her own ambition blinded her to the quiet ways he'd expressed his pride? Cider? Evan stood beside a copper kettle, steam rising from its spiced contents. He wore a flannel shirt the colour of forest moss, his hair slightly tousled as if he'd run his hands through it. Thanks, Claire accepted the warm cup, grateful for its weight between her palms. It's exactly as I remember. Some traditions are worth preserving. Evan's voice carried a weight she couldn't quite decipher. Walk with me. They strolled away from the festival's hub, following a path that wound toward the old covered bridge. Silence stretched between them, not uncomfortable but laden with potential energy, like the pause before a symphony begins. I'm surprised you came, Evan finally said. So am I, Claire admitted. I was supposed to be making calls about listing the house today. And instead you're drinking cider with a guy who never left town. There was no bitterness in his tone, just a statement of fact. The guy who builds beautiful things with his hands, Claire corrected. I saw your work in town. The new library circulation desk, the mayor's podium. They're stunning, Evan. He looked pleased but embarrassed by her praise. Different kind of creation than I planned on, but it satisfies something in me. They reached the bridge, its weathered red timbers framing the river beyond. Claire remembered summer afternoons spent dangling feet from its edge, watching water flow endlessly towards some distant, imagined ocean. You never told me why you didn't go, Claire said softly, to the conservatory. Evan leaned against the railing, looking out at the ribbon of water below. Mum's MS diagnosis came 3 weeks before orientation. Dad had been gone 2 years by then. He shrugged, a gesture that carried the weight of a life redirected. There wasn't really a choice to make. But your music still happens, Evan said. Just in a room above my workshop instead of concert halls. I play at the nursing home on Sundays. His smile was genuine. Not every dream needs applause to be worthwhile. Claire felt something shift inside her chest. Admiration mixed with an emotion dangerously close to envy. How had Evan found peace in limitation while she still hungered, still reached, still measured herself against impossible yardsticks? I didn't know about your divorce, Evan said after a moment. I'm sorry. Don't be. It was... Claire searched for the right word. Necessary. Still hurts though, doesn't it? When necessary things break. Claire nodded, unexpectedly moved by his perception. From the festival grounds, music drifted toward them, a local band playing something slow and sweet. Without discussion, they turned back toward the celebration. The town square was transformed in their absence, strung lights now glowing against the darkening sky. Couples swayed on the makeshift dance floor, from silver-haired pairs who moved with the synchronicity of decades to awkward teenagers finding their way into adulthood through tentative touches. "Dance with me?" Evan asked, extending his hand, for old time's sake. "We never danced before," Claire pointed out, even as her hand found his. Another tradition worth starting, then. As Evan drew her into the circle of his arms, Claire realised with a start that they fit together perfectly, as if their bodies remembered a connection their minds had forgotten. His hand at the small of her back was both anchor and invitation. They moved together with surprising grace, two people finding common rhythm despite years spent dancing to different songs. "You know what I remember most about you in high school?" Evan asked, his voice close to her ear. "My terrible fashion choices? That unfortunate perm junior year?" "Your laugh," he said. "You didn't do it often, but when you did, it was like watching someone set themselves free just for a moment." Claire looked up at him, struck by the accuracy of his memory, by the way he'd seen parts of her she thought she'd kept hidden. "I haven't laughed like that in a long time," she confessed. "That's a shame," Evan said simply. "You were magnificent when you did." Later, as the festival wound down, they found themselves beside the enormous bonfire that traditionally closed the celebration. Children roasted marshmallows while their parents chatted in hushed tones, everyone's faces gilded by the dancing flames. "I got offered a partnership," Claire said abruptly. "Back in Boston. It would mean bigger projects, international clients." "Congratulations," Evan said, and she could tell he meant it. "When do you start?" "Next month, if I accept." Claire poked at the fire with a stick, watching sparks rise toward the star-scattered sky. "I should be excited." "But you're not?" "I don't know what I am anymore," Claire admitted, the confession burning her throat like strong whiskey. "I've spent so long becoming this version of myself that I'm not sure I remember the original blueprint." Evan didn't offer platitudes or solutions, just the steady presence of someone who understood that some questions weren't meant to be answered immediately. They watched the fire together, shoulders almost touching, as embers rose and faded like abbreviated lives against the darkness. "Marshmallow?" A small girl approached, offering them skewers with puffy white confections. "Thank you," Claire said, accepting one with a smile. As she bit into the sticky sweetness, a laugh escaped her. Unbidden, unfettered, free. Evan watched her, his expression soft with something that might have been recognition. "There she is," he murmured. Under the canopy of stars, surrounded by the community she'd once been so desperate to escape, Claire felt something long dormant flicker to life inside her, small and tentative, but undeniably warm, like the first spark of a fire destined to grow. The following days acquired their own peculiar rhythm. Mornings Claire would work on the house, sorting through her father's belongings, making minor repairs, preparing the property for eventual sale. Afternoons, Evan would appear, sometimes with tools, sometimes with food from the diner, always with stories that connected Claire back to the town she'd tried so hard to forget. "Remember old Mr. Winters?" Evan asked one day as they cleared leaves from the gutters. He finally retired from teaching last year. His farewell speech consisted of exactly 7 words. "Physics doesn't change. People do. Goodbye." Claire laughed, balancing carefully on the ladder. "He gave me detention once for correcting his pronunciation of Euclidean." "You always were fearless about being right," Evan said, steadying the ladder with strong hands. They unearthed treasures as they worked. Her mother's handwritten recipe cards, her father's collection of river stones, photographs that filled gaps in Claire's carefully curated memories of childhood. In one dusty album, she found a photo of herself and Evan at 16, standing awkwardly together after a school concert, where he'd performed a hauntingly beautiful violin solo. "Look at us," Claire marvelled, showing him the picture. "You were so serious about your music." "And you were so serious about everything else," Evan replied with a gentle smile. As October deepened, frost warnings appeared in the local forecast. Claire found herself checking real estate listings with decreasing frequency, making excuses to extend her stay, just until the gutters are fixed, just until the attic is cleared, just until I figure out what to do with Dad's books, just until. One evening, Claire invited Evan to dinner, a proper meal this time. Her mother's pot roast recipe retrieved from index cards written in fading script. They ate by candlelight at the old oak table, drinking wine from her father's special occasion glasses. "I went by your workshop yesterday," Claire admitted between bites. "Town office said you were out on a delivery." Evan looked surprised. "You could have called." "I wanted to see where you work," Claire said, then added more hesitantly, "where you create." "Next time then," Evan offered. After a moment's pause, "Why did you want to see it?" Claire considered the question. "I think I wanted to understand how you did it, how you built a life here that satisfies you, one that matters." "You think what I do matters more than what you do?" Evan sounded genuinely perplexed. "Your work stays here," Claire explained, struggling to articulate feelings she'd only just begun to recognise. "It becomes part of people's daily lives. The chair the mayor sits in during town meetings, the desk where children check out their first books. There's an intimacy to it. And your buildings don't provide that." "They're statements," Claire said. "Beautiful ones, I hope. But I don't know the people who live and work in them. I don't see how they interact with what I've created." She traced the rim of her wineglass. "Sometimes I feel like I've spent my career speaking a language no one around me actually understands." Evan considered her words carefully. Maybe it's not about understanding. Maybe it's about belonging. The word hung between them, weighted with implication. Belonging. The very thing Claire had spent years convincing herself she didn't need. Later, as they washed dishes side by side, their hands occasionally brushing in the soapy water, Claire felt a dangerous contentment settling over her. This simple domesticity, this quiet togetherness, stirred something profound in her chest. "Play for me," she said suddenly. "You brought your violin the other day. I saw it in your truck." Evan hesitated, then nodded. "Let me get it." He returned with a case more scuffed than she remembered from their school days. The instrument inside, however, gleamed with the patina of regular use and loving care. Evan positioned it under his chin with practised ease, and as the bow touched strings, Claire felt the air around them transform. He played something she didn't recognise. Not classical, not quite folk either. It contained elements of both, but transcended easy categorisation. The music filled the old farmhouse, seeping into cracks and corners, bringing warmth to spaces long gone cold. Claire closed her eyes, letting the sound wash over her. There was longing in the melody, but also acceptance, sorrow, but also profound joy. When the final note faded, she opened her eyes to find Evan watching her, vulnerability etched across his features. "That was beautiful," she whispered. "What was it?" "Something I wrote." Evan carefully returned the violin to its case. "A long time ago." "What's it called?" "Where the river meets the shore." His gaze held hers. "It's about places of intersection, transition, choice." Claire felt the weight of unspoken words between them, heavy as autumn fruit ready to fall. They stood in silence, the distance between them charged with possibility. Her phone shattered the moment, its clinical ring intrusive in the warm quiet they'd created. Claire glanced at the screen, her business partner's name flashing insistently. "I should take this," she said apologetically. Evan nodded, already gathering his things. "I'll head out. Early delivery tomorrow." Claire answered the call as Evan slipped through the door with a quiet wave. "James, hi." "Claire, finally." Her partner's voice was brittle with tension. "Where have you been?" "The Westbrook presentation is in 2 days and the rendering team needs your sign-off on the final changes." Reality crashed back like a cold wave. I thought we weren't presenting until next week. They moved it up. Didn't you get my emails? James sounded exasperated. Claire, this is the biggest project we've bid on this year. We need you back in Boston. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, Claire repeated, the word feeling foreign on her tongue. Through the window, she watched Evan's truck disappear down the driveway, tail lights glowing against the gathering darkness. I'll book you on the first flight, James was saying. Just wrap up whatever you're doing there and come home. Home? The word caught in Claire's throat. Where exactly was that now? After hanging up, Claire stepped onto the porch, the night air sharp with the promise of frost. The maples stood sentinel around the property, their leaves trembling on the edge of surrender. Soon they would fall, leaving branches bare against winter skies. Inside her chest, something similar was happening, a letting go, a recognition of seasons changing. Boston waited with its concrete and glass, its projects and deadlines, its familiar rhythms of ambition and achievement. But here in Riverford, something else waited too, something both old and new, forgotten and remembered, something with Evan's steady hands and quiet wisdom at its centre. Tomorrow she would have to choose. Dawn broke over the farmhouse in shards of amber and rose, illuminating frost that had settled overnight like diamond dust across the lawn. Claire stood at the kitchen window, coffee cooling in her hands, watching the sun reclaim the world from darkness. Her suitcase waited by the door, packed with the essentials for her return to Boston. The partnership offer sat heavily in her thoughts. It represented everything she'd worked toward: recognition, security, the professional pinnacle she'd oriented her entire adult life around achieving. 6 months ago she would have signed without hesitation. Now uncertainty clouded what had once seemed crystal clear. Claire's phone buzzed with a text from James. Car confirmed. We'll pick you up at 11:30. She had 3 hours before she needed to leave. Bundling into her jacket, Claire stepped outside. The morning air burned her lungs with its crispness, the kind of cold that clarified rather than numbed. She began walking without conscious destination, following the old path through the orchard behind the house. The apple trees stood in orderly rows, their harvest already collected, branches now empty against the brightening sky. Beyond them lay a gentle slope leading down to a small pond her father had built decades ago, its surface now misted with early frost. Claire found herself at the pond's edge, watching her breath form clouds in the still air. This had been her thinking place as a child, where she'd come after arguments with her mother, where she'd sketched her first building designs, where she'd sat alone the night before leaving for college, wondering if she was making the right choice. I thought I might find you here. Claire didn't turn at Evan's voice, unsurprised somehow by his appearance. How did you know? Your dad mentioned it once, Evan said, coming to stand beside her. Said you always came here when you had big decisions to make. They stood in silence, watching the sun's rays begin to dance across the pond's surface, melting the thin crust of ice at its edges. You're leaving, Evan said finally, not a question. My firm needs me back, Claire replied. Important presentation tomorrow. I see. Another pause. And after that... Claire closed her eyes briefly. There's a partnership offer waiting for me. International projects. Everything I thought I wanted. Thought? Evan caught the nuance in her phrasing. The past week has complicated things. Claire turned to face him directly. You've complicated things, Evan. His expression remained carefully neutral. I didn't mean to. Yes, you did, Claire said, but without accusation. You wanted me to see what I left behind, what might still be here. Is that so terrible? A muscle worked in Evan's jaw. To want you to make a fully informed choice this time? No, Claire admitted softly. It's not terrible at all. It's actually incredibly kind. The tension in Evan's posture eased slightly. He reached into his jacket pocket and extracted a small wooden box, offering it to her without explanation. Claire accepted it, running her fingers over the smooth maple surface. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Dovetail joints so precise they were nearly invisible, the wood polished to a warm glow. When she opened it, music began to play, the same haunting melody Evan had performed for her the previous evening. "How did you—" "I recorded it years ago," Evan explained. "Built the music box last night." Inside, on a bed of velvet, lay a silver pendant shaped like a maple leaf, its veins traced in gold. Claire lifted it with trembling fingers. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "I made it from one of your father's cufflinks," Evan said, "and some scrap silver I had. Something old, something new, something that belongs in both worlds." Claire felt tears threatening. "Evan—" "I'm not asking you to stay," he interrupted gently. "I would never ask that of you. Your dreams matter, Claire. Your ambitions aren't something to apologize for or abandon." "Then what are you saying?" Evan took a deep breath. "I'm saying that whatever you decide, part of me goes with you, and if you want, part of you can stay here." "That's not a solution," Claire pointed out, still holding the pendant. "That's just geography." "Maybe," Evan acknowledged. "Or maybe it's a beginning. Different from what either of us planned, but real all the same." In the orchard beyond, a flock of geese rose suddenly from among the trees, their wings catching the morning light as they formed a perfect V against the sky. Claire watched them until they disappeared, envying their certainty of direction, their instinctive knowledge of when to leave and where to go. "I have to be on a plane in 3 hours," she said. "I know." Evan's hand found hers, warm against the morning chill. "Go give your presentation. Consider your partnership. I'll be here, working on commission orders, playing at the nursing home on Sundays." His smile held both sadness and hope. "Living my life, just as you should live yours." "And then what?" Claire asked, needing more than beautiful gestures and open-ended promises. "And then we see," Evan said simply. "We take the time we didn't take before. We write letters, make calls. I visit Boston, you visit here. We figure out if what we're feeling is real enough to build something on." "That's a lot of uncertainty," Claire observed. "All the best designs start that way," Evan countered. "Possibility before precision. Isn't that what you always say to your clients?" Claire smiled despite herself. "Using my own professional philosophy against me, that's playing dirty, Hartwell." "Whatever works." He stepped closer, one hand rising to brush a strand of hair from her face. "I'm not above fighting for what matters." In that moment, with the rising sun turning the maples to gold around them, Claire felt something settle within her. Not certainty exactly, but a kind of clarity. The kind that comes not from absence of doubt, but from the courage to move forward despite it. "I have to go," she said softly. "I know." Evan's fingers lingered against her cheek. "But this time, you know the way back." They walked together to her car in silence, the frosted grass crunching beneath their feet. When Claire opened the driver's door, Evan gently took the pendant from her hand and fastened it around her neck. "For luck," he said, "or remembering, or whatever you need it to be." Claire touched the maple leaf where it rested against her collarbone. "Thank you." "Safe travels, Claire Delaney," Evan said, stepping back. "Go build beautiful things." As she drove away, Claire watched him in the rearview mirror, a solitary figure standing amid the golden maples, growing smaller with distance but never quite disappearing. The Westbrook presentation went flawlessly. Claire's designs were praised for their innovation, their seamless integration of form and function. The partnership offer was formally extended, complete with corner office and substantial salary increase. Claire accepted graciously, but asked for a month before starting her new role. "Personal matters to attend to," she explained to a surprised James. That night in her sleek Boston apartment, Claire stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows looking out at the city lights. The maple leaf pendant caught the reflection of skyscrapers and street lamps as it dangled between her fingers. She'd spent 15 years building this life, concrete and steel, deadlines and achievements. It was real. It mattered. It was, in many ways, the fulfillment of everything her younger self had dreamed of creating. And yet... Claire opened her laptop and navigated to a real estate listing site. Not to sell the farmhouse, not yet, but to look at commercial properties in Riverford and the surrounding area. A small workspace, perhaps. Something that could accommodate architectural drafting tables and client meetings. Something with good light. Something that might, with time and care, grow roots. 3 days later, she called Evan. "I've been thinking," she said when he answered. No preamble necessary. About trees and rivers. And... His voice was carefully neutral, but she could hear the hope beneath. "And I think they meet sometimes," Claire replied. "Not always, not everywhere, but in the right places, at the right times." "Sounds like the beginning of an interesting design concept," Evan said softly. "It might be." Claire took a deep breath. "I have some sketches I'd like to show you. I'd like to see them." "I'll be there next weekend," Claire said. "If that works for you." "It works for me." The smile was evident in his voice now. "The maples are still holding their colour. It's been an unusual autumn." "The best ones often are," Claire replied. After they hung up, Claire returned to the draft email on her screen, a proposal to her partners for a satellite office in Vermont, focusing on sustainable rural architecture. Not a complete relocation, but a bridge between worlds, a beginning. Outside her window, the Boston skyline glittered with possibility. Across 200 miles of darkness, the Riverford maples stood gold against the night sky. Both were beautiful. Both were real. Claire touched the pendant at her throat and smiled. For the first time in years, she wasn't running towards something or away from something else. She was simply standing at the intersection, eyes wide open, heart finally unafraid of what might come next. 1 year later. Claire leaned against the railing of the newly restored farmhouse porch, watching as Evan loaded the last of his woodworking tools into his truck. The November air carried a sharper chill than October had, but the late afternoon sun bathed everything in honey gold light. "That's the last of it," Evan said, climbing the steps to join her. His workshop, once housed in a rented space in town, now occupied the barn Claire had renovated over the summer. "Are you sure you won't miss having your own place?" Claire asked, not for the first time. Evan's arms encircled her waist as he stood behind her, chin resting on her shoulder. "I've never been more sure of anything." Beyond the porch, the maples had already shed most of their leaves, preparing for winter's dormancy. Next spring they would begin again, new growth, new colour, the eternal cycle of becoming. In the distance, Claire could see the lights of Riverford beginning to twinkle as dusk approached. Her satellite office there had flourished over the past year, attracting clients interested in sustainable rural development. 3 days a week in Vermont, 4 in Boston, a rhythm that had proven surprisingly sustainable. "I've been thinking," Evan said, his voice vibrating against her back. "Dangerous," Claire teased. "About the upstairs bedroom," he continued, "the one with the eastern exposure." Claire turned in his arms, curious. What about it? It would make a good nursery someday. His expression was tentative but hopeful. All that morning light. Claire felt her breath catch. "Someday," she agreed softly. That evening they sat together on the porch swing, sharing a blanket against the growing chill. Evan's violin case rested nearby, ready for their nightly ritual of music under the stars. "Play me the river song," Claire requested. As the melody rose into the darkening sky, Claire closed her eyes, letting the notes wash over her. When Evan had first played it for her, she'd heard only the beauty of its longing. Now she recognized something else beneath the surface, a current of joy, of certainty, of belonging. The music spoke of places where rivers met shores, where roots met soil, where hearts finally found their way home, not through compromise or surrender, but through the courage to imagine a life large enough to hold all that they were and all they might become. Where the maples turned gold, Claire had found not just Evan, but herself. The self she'd always been beneath ambition and achievement. The self that could build beautiful things while standing firmly on solid ground. Later, as moonlight spilled across their bed, Claire whispered into the quiet darkness, "I love you." Evan's fingers traced the silver maple leaf that still hung around her neck. "I know," he said simply. "I've been waiting for you to catch up." Claire laughed, the free, unburdened laugh that had once been so rare. "Waiting suits you, Hartwell. You're good at it." "Some things," Evan said, drawing her closer, "are worth the wait." Outside their window, the last of the maple leaves surrendered to the November wind, falling not in defeat but in perfect timing, making way for whatever would come next. Gold harvest. The Nebraska sunrise bled orange and purple across the infinite horizon, a painter's stroke on a canvas of corn stubble and sky. For Logan Sawyer, 18 years old and already etched with the weariness of a man twice his age, it was just the 5 a.m. alarm clock. He swung his legs out of bed, the worn floorboards cool beneath his bare feet. The air in the small farmhouse was thick with the smell of dust, old wood, and the lingering scent of yesterday's fried potatoes. Downstairs, he could hear the familiar clatter of his father already preparing for the day, a man whose silence spoke volumes more than his infrequent words ever did. Logan pulled on faded jeans and a threadbare t-shirt, his muscles protesting the early hour. His hands, rough and calloused from years of mending fences, hauling feed, and wrestling stubborn machinery, flexed instinctively. Out in the yard, the rhythmic creak of the windmill joined the lowing of the few cattle they still kept. The Sawyer farm wasn't thriving. It was surviving, clinging on like a stubborn weed in cracked earth. The railroad that once gave their small town of Oakhaven its pulse had pulled out years ago, taking jobs and hope with it, leaving behind boarded-up storefronts and a quiet desperation that settled over everything like the ever-present dust. Chores were Logan's constant companion. Feeding the chickens, slopping the 2 hogs they kept for butchering, checking the water troughs, patching the perpetually leaky irrigation pipe that snaked through the parched south field. Each task was performed with a methodical focus, a quiet intensity that bordered on ritual. It was work that built a different kind of strength, not the sculpted muscle of a gym, but the dense, functional power forged by leverage and endurance. Lifting 100-pound grain sacks wasn't exercise, it was Tuesday. Wrestling a stuck tractor tyre free wasn't training, it was keeping the farm from grinding to a halt. School was a necessary interruption, a place where Logan felt largely invisible. He sat in the back, answered when called upon, and faded into the background noise. He wasn't unpopular, just unnoticed. His world was the farm, the endless fields stretching out under an indifferent sky. Until wrestling. The high school gym smelled of stale sweat, disinfectant, and teenage apathy. The mats were worn thin, taped together in places. Coach Miller, a history teacher pulling double duty, mostly blew his whistle and let the boys sort themselves out. But for Logan, stepping onto that mat was like stepping into a different dimension. Here, the silent endurance demanded by the farm translated into something else. Leverage, balance, the explosive power needed to drive through an opponent. He had no private coach, no access to elite training camps. His practice partners were often the shadows in the barn late at night, throwing themselves against stacked hay bales, his form guided by grainy YouTube videos of Olympic legends like Dan Gable and Alexander Karolin, watched on a cracked iPad mini propped against a feed bucket. His true mentor, his only real confidant, was his grandfather, Thomas Sawyer. Thomas lived in a small room off the kitchen, his lungs increasingly fragile, his body betraying the strength that had once made him a Nebraska state wrestling champion back in the 50s. He'd never made it further, a knee injury and the demands of the farm cutting his own dream short. But his eyes, though clouded with age, still held the fire. Sometimes, After Logan's barn sessions, Thomas would sit on an overturned bucket, offering quiet critiques, demonstrating a grip with surprising strength still lingering in his gnarled hands, or sharing stories of legendary matches wrestled on dirt floors in county fairs. "It ain't always the strongest bull that wins, Logan," Thomas rasped one evening, watching Logan practice escapes against the barn wall. "It's the one that knows where to push, finds the weak spot, doesn't quit pushing." He coughed, a rattling sound that worried Logan more each day. After a moment, he looked Logan square in the eye. "Greatness doesn't care where you come from, boy. Doesn't care if you got fancy mats or just dirt under your feet. Just cares whether you fight like hell when it matters." That phrase echoed in Logan's mind, a counterpoint to the drudgery of his days. Fight like hell. He won local tournaments, small affairs and dusty gyms across the county. No scouts were present, no headlines were written. He'd shake hands, accept a cheap medal, and drive home in the rattling farm truck. This silence beside his father thick with unspoken things. His father saw wrestling as a distraction, another chore Logan wasn't doing. But these small victories were fuel. Then came Cleo Briggs. Briggs was a whirlwind, a fiery, fast-talking coach recently fired from a bigger school program over disagreements about coddling athletes. She'd seen Logan wrestle at a district meet, saw something raw and untamed in his style. She tracked him down, showing up at the farm unannounced, talking a mile a minute about potential and leverage and untapped power. She offered him off-the-books training in a dilapidated barn she rented cheap 20 miles away, 3 evenings a week. No facilities, no funding, just her yelling instructions while he drilled takedowns on mouldy old mats she'd salvaged. It was unorthodox, almost desperate, but it was something more. It was belief. Then came the state championships. Logan wasn't expected to place, let alone contend. He was an unseeded wildcard from a forgotten corner of the state. His opponent in the quarterfinals was Marcus Thorne, the reigning state champion, a polished powerhouse already committed to a Division I program, trailed by recruiters and whispers of future stardom. The match was a blur of Thorne's technical superiority. Logan was defensive, outmaneuvered, trailing significantly on points. In the final 30 seconds, desperation kicked in. Thorne shot for a takedown, confident, almost arrogant. Logan reacted purely on instinct, the kind honed by years of wrestling stubborn livestock and immovable objects. He didn't block or sprawl in the conventional way. He twisted, hooked Thorne's attacking arm with a grip forged by hauling feed sacks, used Thorne's own momentum against him, and drove forward with a low, powerful lift, more akin to rolling a fallen calf than a textbook wrestling move. Thorne hit the mat with a surprised grunt, Logan immediately clamping down, pinning him with ferocious, unrefined pressure. The referee slapped the mat. Silence, then an explosion of stunned noise. Someone had filmed it on their phone. Within hours, the clip was rocketing across social media. Farm boy annihilates state champ. Nebraska nightmare, unknown, pins number 1 recruit. Logan Sawyer, the quiet kid from the cornfields, was suddenly, terrifyingly visible. The aftermath of the state championship pin was a disorienting storm. Logan's phone, usually silent save for texts from Cleo or reminders about chores, buzzed incessantly with notifications from platforms he barely used. People from school who'd never spoken to him slapped him on the back. Local news reporters showed up at the farm, trampling the edge of the winter wheat field to get a shot of him, standing awkwardly by the barn, microphones thrust towards his face. They called him the Farmhand Flash, a nickname that felt absurd, like a costume someone else had forced him into. He hated it. The attention felt like sandpaper on raw nerves. He wasn't a flash. He was slow, methodical work personified. He wasn't a farmhand in some romanticized storybook sense. He was just a kid trying to keep his family's legacy from crumbling into dust. The viral video didn't show the years of solitary practice, the aching muscles, the quiet desperation that fueled him. It just showed a fluke, a lucky move, a giant killing moment stripped of context. His father's reaction was predictably muted, a grunt that could have meant anything, though Logan suspected it leaned towards disapproval. Time wasted, chores neglected. Cleo Briggs, however, was ecstatic, fielding calls, fanning the flames, seeing an opportunity she hadn't dared to dream of. Then the biggest call came, USA Wrestling. Due to the sheer viral impact and the unexpected nature of his win against a top recruit, They were offering Logan Sawyer a last-minute wildcard spot in the upcoming Olympic trials training camp and qualifying tournament. Not in the main bracket, of course, but in the preliminary wildcard round, a long shot's long shot, a pool of underdogs and hopefuls fighting for a chance to even compete against the seeded athletes. The offer hung in the air like summer heat lightning. The Olympic trials? It was ludicrous. It was a world away, populated by athletes who had trained for this moment their entire lives, supported by sophisticated programs, nutritionists, sports psychologists. Logan ate canned beans and leftover casserole. His training facility was a drafty barn, and his main coach argued with him about borrowing gas money. The town of Oakhaven buzzed with the news, but mostly with disbelief. That Sawyer boy? Olympics? Must be a slow news day, mumbled old Mr. Henderson at the feed store. Others saw it as a quaint novelty, a local boy getting his 15 minutes of fame before reality set in. His father was blunt. Olympics don't pay the bills, Logan. That tractor needs a new clutch, and harvest ain't going to wait. The weight of the farm, of duty, pressed down on him. Was he delusional? Was it just luck? Could a kid who learned wrestling from YouTube and grain sacks possibly compete on that stage? Doubt gnawed at him, a cold counterpoint to the unwanted heat of the spotlight. He retreated to the barn, hitting the hay bales harder than ever, the rhythmic thud a physical manifestation of his internal turmoil. Cleo pushed him, relentless, drilling technique, trying to smooth his rough edges without sacrificing the raw, unpredictable power that made him unique. But the decision felt impossibly heavy. It was his grandfather who tipped the scale. Thomas Sawyer, frail but resolute in his armchair, summoned Logan one evening. His breathing was shallow, each word an effort, but his eyes held their old intensity. He'd seen the video, heard the talk. He didn't speak of luck or flukes. "They see a farm boy," Thomas rasped, gripping Logan's wrist with surprising strength. "They see dirt under the fingernails. They don't see the fight it takes to make something grow out of this ground year after year. They don't see the strength it takes just to hold on." He paused, gathering breath. "That pin, that wasn't luck, Logan. That was instinct. That was years of hard work finding its moment. This trials thing." He coughed, a deep racking sound. "It's a long shot, maybe the longest. But you earned it. Not just with that one match, but with every damn feed sack you hauled, every fence post you dug." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Don't let 'em define you by a nickname or a viral clip. You know who you are. You're a Sawyer. We wrestle, we fight, we harvest what we sow, even when the yield looks thin." He tapped Logan's chest lightly. "This isn't just your shot, grandson. It's ours. It's for every time I fell short, for every dream this town forgot it had. Go on now. Go reap what you've sown." The words settled something deep inside Logan. It wasn't about proving the doubters wrong or chasing the fleeting glare of the media. It was about honouring the legacy, the quiet strength passed down through generations, the fight his grandfather embodied. It was about finishing something that had started long before him. He looked at his calloused hands. Maybe his father was right. Maybe the Olympics didn't pay the bills. But maybe, just maybe, they paid a different kind of debt. 2 days later, Logan Sawyer stood at the Greyhound station in Grand Island, a worn duffel bag at his feet. Inside were 2 pairs of wrestling shoes, one nearly falling apart, the other Cleo had bought him, a few changes of clothes, and a crumpled, handwritten letter from his grandfather, slipped into his bag just before he left. He climbed the steps onto the bus, the door hissing shut behind him, leaving the familiar flatness of Nebraska behind. Ahead lay Colorado Springs, the Olympic Training Center, and a world filled with sharks circling waters he couldn't yet fathom. He was terrified. He was determined. He was on his way. The Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs was less a facility and more a self-contained universe dedicated to the pursuit of physical perfection. Gleaming buildings housed state-of-the-art gyms, nutrition centers, recovery suites, and dormitories filled with athletes whose bodies looked like they were sculpted from granite. Logan, stepping off the dusty Greyhound with his single duffel bag and the lingering scent of diesel fumes clinging to his clothes, felt like he'd landed on an alien planet. He was assigned a small, sterile room shared with another wildcard hopeful, a chatterbox wrestler from Florida who seemed unfazed by the surroundings. Logan barely spoke, overwhelmed by the scale of it all. The cafeteria offered scientifically balanced meals charted by nutritionists. Logan stared blankly at the array of lean proteins, complex carbohydrates, and vitamin-optimized vegetable medleys, longing for his mum's meatloaf and the simple predictability of canned beans. The wrestling room itself was intimidating. Acres of pristine mats lay under bright lights, surrounded by banners of past champions. Dozens of wrestlers drilled with ferocious intensity, their movements sharp, efficient, honed by years of elite coaching. Logan watched, feeling clumsy, raw, out of place. The coaches, experienced and discerning, observed the wildcard arrivals with critical eyes, looking for sparks of potential amidst the unpolished hopefuls. His first few practices were brutal. The pace was relentless, the technique clinics filled with terminology he'd only vaguely heard on YouTube. He was strong, undeniably so. His farm-forged power surprised sparring partners, his grip strength like a vice, his endurance seemingly bottomless. But his technique was unorthodox, filled with habits born of necessity and isolation rather than formal instruction. He relied on instinct, leverage learned from wrestling machinery, and explosive bursts of power that often caught opponents off guard, but left him vulnerable in other ways. The coaches were initially dismissive. "Raw power, zero finesse," one muttered after Logan used sheer brute force to escape a hold. "He telegraphs everything." But Cleo, who had somehow scraped together enough money to follow him out, renting a room in a cheap motel off base, was his constant advocate, arguing with the assistant coaches, reminding them of the thorn pin, pushing Logan relentlessly in extra sessions held discreetly in a corner of the vast wrestling room late at night. Then came the wild card mini-tournament, a grueling round-robin designed to weed out the hopefuls. Logan wrestled like a cornered animal. He lost his first match on points, out-techniqued by a slick wrestler from Pennsylvania. Doubt surged, but in the second match, facing a bigger, stronger opponent, something clicked. He weathered the initial storm, felt his opponent's rhythm, and then, in a flash of instinct, executed a modified version of the move he'd used on Thorn. A powerful, unexpected lift and throw that drew gasps from the few coaches watching. He won by fall. He won his next match too, grinding down his opponent with relentless pressure. He didn't win the wildcard tournament outright, but he won enough matches, showed enough raw potential and sheer grit to secure one of the final coveted spots in the main Olympic trials bracket. He hadn't just survived, he'd earned his place among the nation's best. And that's when the Farm and Flash narrative exploded. Regional reporters who had picked up the story after the state championships were now joined by national sports media outlets. Logan Sawyer, the Nebraska farm boy who trained by lifting hay bales and learned wrestling from YouTube, was the ultimate underdog story. Cameras followed him. Reporters shouted questions about life on the farm, about his grandfather, about his impossible journey. He became a viral sensation, his matches drawing unexpected crowds and online viewership. Sponsors, sensing a marketable folk hero, started calling Cleo, offering deals for shoes, supplements, even pickup trucks. Logan ignored them all, uncomfortable with the commodification of his life. Interviews were excruciating. He mumbled short answers, shifted awkwardly, his quiet nature clashing painfully with the myth being constructed around him. Amidst this whirlwind, he found an unlikely ally. Maria Reyes was a young sports therapist assigned to the wrestling team, a former Greco-Roman wrestler herself whose own Olympic dreams had been cut short by injury, leaving her with a silver medal and a deep understanding of the physical and mental toll of the sport. She saw past the farmhand Flash hype. She saw the exhaustion in Logan's eyes, the tension in his shoulders, the way he isolated himself. She wasn't starstruck, she was pragmatic. She started working with him on injury prevention, flexibility and recovery, her approach grounded in her own experience. But more than that, she started talking to him, not as a media sensation, but as an athlete under immense pressure. She challenged his self-doubt, questioned his tendency to rely solely on brute strength, and pushed him to think tactically. "Power is good, Logan," she said one afternoon, stretching his tight hamstring. "But power without purpose is just noise. Why are you really here?" Her quiet intensity pierced through his defences in a way the shouting coaches couldn't. She was becoming his anchor in the storm, someone who saw him, not the caricature. Training became a relentless cycle. Grueling practices, physiotherapy with Maria, awkward media sessions, late-night calls home where he tried to sound upbeat for his grandfather, whose health seemed increasingly fragile. He advanced through the early rounds of the trials, each match a war. He wasn't winning elegantly. He was winning ugly, through sheer willpower, conditioning, and those unpredictable bursts of farm-honed instinct. He took down a seasoned college champion with a desperate scramble in the final seconds. He outlasted a technical wizard by simply refusing to break, his relentless forward pressure wearing the other man down. With each victory, the pressure mounted, the spotlight grew brighter, and the weight of expectation heavier. He was no longer just a novelty, he was a contender. The crescendo of the Olympic trials arrived with the force of a summer thunderstorm. Logan found himself in the final match, wrestling for a spot on Team USA, a scenario that had seemed utterly fantastical just weeks before. His opponent was Ryan Davison, a technically brilliant wrestler from a powerhouse program, the kind of athlete Logan had only watched on grainy videos in the barn. The arena buzzed with anticipation, the media narrative reaching a fever pitch, the farmhand Flash versus the technician. The match was a brutal 6-minute chess game played out with muscle and sweat. Davison scored early, his movements precise, clinical. Logan defended doggedly, looking for an opening, relying on his strength and conditioning to weather the storm. He was down on points entering the final minute. The crowd roared, a chaotic wave of noise. Logan felt a surge of adrenaline mixed with exhaustion. He saw Cleo ringside yelling encouragement. He thought of Maria's words, power with purpose. He thought of his grandfather listening back home in Nebraska. He exploded forward, faking a shot, then transitioning into a powerful clinch. Davison fought it off, but Logan persisted, driving relentless pressure. In the final seconds, he secured a takedown, tying the score but winning on criteria, the last point scored. The buzzer sounded, disbelief, then jubilation. Logan Sawyer, the kid from the cornfields, had won the Olympic trials. He was going to Paris. He collapsed onto the mat, chest heaving, the roar of the crowd washing over him. Cleo engulfed him in a hug, screaming. He found his borrowed phone, hands shaking, dialing the familiar number back home. He needed to tell his grandfather. Thomas had been his rock, his inspiration. This victory was as much his as Logan's. The phone rang once, twice. A woman answered, her voice unfamiliar, hesitant. Sawyer residence? Yeah, can I speak to Thomas Sawyer? It's Logan. There was a pause. Logan, oh, honey, this is Nurse Evans from Home Care. Your grandfather, he collapsed during the match. We had to take him to the hospital in Kearney. He's stable, but... The world tilted. The cheering crowd faded into a dull roar. The victory, so monumental seconds before, felt hollow, distant. He mumbled thanks, hung up, and stumbled away from the celebration, the bright lights suddenly feeling harsh and cruel. Cleo found him slumped against a wall in the corridor, the colour drained from his face. She arranged the flight immediately. Back in Nebraska, the contrast was jarring. He traded the sterile, high-tech environment of the training centre for the hushed quiet of a small regional hospital room. His grandfather lay pale and still against the white sheets, hooked up to monitors that beeped softly. He was breathing, but unresponsive. The doctors called it a stress-induced event, likely a minor stroke, exacerbated by his underlying lung condition. He'd slipped into a coma. Logan sat by the bedside for days, the silence thick with unspoken words. He held his grandfather's frail hand, the same hand that had taught him grips, that had steadied him on the tractor, that had represented unwavering strength his entire life. He felt a crushing weight of guilt. Had the stress of watching his match done this? Was his dream costing the person who inspired it most? His father visited, awkward and uncomfortable in the hospital setting. They spoke little, the old silences stretching between them. But Logan saw a flicker of something new in his father's eyes. Concern, maybe even a grudging respect. The farm work waited, but his father didn't push him to come home immediately. The Olympic training committee called, wanting him back in Colorado Springs for final preparations. He felt adrift, disconnected from the whirlwind he'd been swept up in. Training felt meaningless with his grandfather lying silent. Self-doubt, a familiar shadow, crept back in. colder and more pervasive than before. He wasn't the farmhand Flash, he was just a scared kid who felt responsible for hurting the person he loved most. He felt like a fraud, his victories tainted. He trained distractedly back at the facility, his movements sluggish, his mind elsewhere. The elite coaches, focused on refining Team USA for Paris, grew frustrated. They wanted him to change his style, to become more orthodox, less reliant on those hay-bale throws, as one coach dismissively called them. They worried his unpredictable approach wouldn't hold up against international competition, especially the Eastern European powerhouses. Logan resisted, stubbornly clinging to the style that had gotten him here, the style rooted in his identity. Maria Reyes became his lifeline. She didn't offer platitudes. She listened. She pushed him physically in therapy, helping him work through the tension knotting his shoulders and back. More importantly, she helped him reconnect emotionally. "Your grandfather wouldn't want you to carry this guilt, Logan," she said quietly during a stretching session. "He believed in your fight. Collapsing wasn't your fault. It was his body giving out. But quitting now, that would be wasting the fight he instilled in you. You fight for legacy, remember? His legacy. Your legacy. Not for the medals, not for the media. For the harvest." Her words resonated. He started training with renewed, albeit somber, focus. He visualized his grandfather's face, heard his raspy voice. Fight like hell. Then the Olympic brackets were announced. His path in Paris was a minefield. To even reach the medal rounds, he'd have to go through wrestlers with multiple world and European championships to their names. And looming in the potential final, Magomed Ibragimov, the undefeated Dagestani titan, a silent, relentless wrestling machine who hadn't lost a match in 3 years. The odds felt insurmountable. Just days before the team was scheduled to fly to Paris, the call Logan had been dreading finally came. His father's voice was heavy, strained. Thomas Sawyer had passed away peacefully in his sleep, never regaining consciousness. Logan felt a profound, shattering emptiness. The anchor was gone. The reason he fought, the person he wanted to make proud, was gone. He packed his bags, numb. He told Cleo he couldn't go. He was done. Wrestling felt insignificant, painful. Cleo didn't argue. She just sat with him, silent. Later that evening, as he was emptying his training bag, intending to leave it behind, his fingers brushed against a worn, folded envelope tucked deep in a side pocket. It was the letter his grandfather had slipped into his bag before he'd left for the trials, the one Logan had forgotten about in the chaos. His hands trembling, he opened it. The handwriting was shaky but clear. "Logan, if you're reading this, things are probably tough. Maybe you lost. Maybe you won and feel lost anyway. Doesn't matter. Remember Oakhaven? Remember that stubborn patch of ground behind the barn where nothing wanted to grow? We worked it, didn't we? Broke up the clay, hauled manure, kept the weeds out. Took years. Most folks said give it up, but we kept at it. And then one year, best damn tomatoes you ever tasted. Life's like that patch, son. Wrestling's like that. You work, you bleed, you doubt. But you don't stop fighting for the harvest. Winning medals? That's gravy. Getting in the fight, giving it everything you got when the world tells you to quit. That's the real prize. You already made it, Logan, just by getting in the ring. You made an old man proud. But if you still have fight left in you, go finish the harvest. Love, Grandpa Thomas." Tears blurred the words. He clutched the letter, the thin paper a tangible link to the man who had shaped him. Go finish the harvest. It wasn't about winning gold anymore. It wasn't about proving anyone wrong or living up to a nickname. It was about honouring a legacy of quiet persistence, of fighting through hardship, of reaping what you sow, even through grief. He wiped his eyes, took a deep breath, and zipped up his bag. He had a flight to catch. Paris was a sensory overload. The cacophony of languages, the grandeur of the architecture, the electric buzz of the Olympic Games. Logan moved through it like a ghost, insulated by his grief but anchored by a quiet resolve forged in loss. He wasn't here for the spectacle or the glory. He was here to finish the harvest. The crushing weight of expectation had lifted, replaced by a simpler, more profound purpose, to fight with everything he had left, for himself, for his grandfather. He kept to himself in the Olympic Village, skipping the social events, focusing on training, therapy with Maria, who was there with the team, and rereading his grandfather's letter. The media still clamoured for the farmhand flash, but Logan gave them little, his terse responses and sombre demeanour confusing those expecting a triumphant underdog narrative. Cleo ran interference, shielding him as much as possible. The preliminary rounds began. Logan wrestled with a cold, brutal efficiency he hadn't possessed before. The grief hadn't broken him. It had focused him. Gone was the nervous energy, the desperate need to prove himself. He stepped onto the mat each time with the grim determination of a man with nothing left to lose. Round 1, his opponent, a skilled Iranian, tried to control the pace with technical setups. Logan absorbed the pressure, then exploded with a devastating body lock, driving the Iranian straight to his back for a quick pin. No wasted energy, just raw, focused power. Quarterfinals. He faced a seasoned veteran from Turkey, known for his suffocating defence and grinding style. The match was a war of attrition. Logan suffered a bloody nose early on, then felt a sharp pain in his shoulder after an awkward scramble. Blood streamed down his face, mat officials cleaning him up during injury time. He ignored the pain, ignored the blood dripping onto the mat. He dug deep, pulling strength from memories of endless farm chores, of pushing through exhaustion when quitting wasn't an option. In the final period, sensing an opening, he executed a wild, high-amplitude suplex, a move Cleo had drilled with him, harnessing his raw lifting power. It wasn't textbook, it was pure instinct. He scored big, securing the victory on points, walking off the mat, battered but advancing. Semi-final. The opponent was Jackson the Hammer Cole, a cocky, heavily favoured American teammate from the main bracket, who had openly dismissed Logan's chances throughout the trials process. The tension was thick. Cole tried to intimidate Logan, pushing the boundaries of the rules, talking trash under his breath. Logan remained impassive, his face a stony mask. It wasn't about Cole, it was about the fight itself. The match was a gruelling back-and-forth battle of wills. Cole was technically superior, but Logan's relentless pressure, his sheer refusal to yield ground, began to wear Cole down. In the final 30 seconds, tied on points, Logan saw his opening, a split-second hesitation from Cole. He shot in, low and powerful, securing the winning takedown just before the buzzer. Pure grit. He had silenced the doubter, not with words, but with action. He was in the Olympic gold medal match. His opponent was the man whispered about in hushed tones throughout the tournament, Magomed Ibragimov, the undefeated Dagestani champion. Ibragimov wrestled with the chilling efficiency of a predator, technically flawless, incredibly strong, seemingly impervious to pressure or pain. He hadn't surrendered a single point in the entire Olympics. The final was billed as David versus Goliath, the farmhand flash versus the Dagestani machine. Logan walked out into the blinding lights of the finals arena, the roar of the crowd a physical force. He felt strangely calm. He saw Cleo pacing nervously. He saw Maria in the stands, giving him a small, encouraging nod. He thought of the barn, the scent of hay and dust, the feel of grain sacks heavy in his arms. He thought of his grandfather's words, "Fight like hell." The first period was a tense, scoreless stalemate. Ibragimov controlled the centre of the mat, probing Logan's defences with surgical precision. Logan met force with force, his strength surprising the champion, refusing to give ground, blocking every takedown attempt. The intensity was palpable. In the second period, Ibragimov shifted gears. He secured a quick takedown, then transitioned immediately to a gut wrench, turning Logan twice for exposure points. 4-0, Ibragimov. The Dagestani seemed impenetrable, his technique suffocating. Doubt flickered, cold and sharp. Logan felt the energy draining from his limbs, the shoulder injury screaming in protest. The clock ticked down. Less than 30 seconds remained. He looked up, catching a glimpse of the clock. He saw the score, 4-0, insurmountable against a wrestler like Ibragimov. He felt the familiar weight, not of grain sacks this time, but of exhaustion, of impossibility. Then, another image flashed. His grandfather, sitting on the overturned bucket in the barn, demonstrating a leverage technique using a fence post. Find the weak spot. Keep pushing. Ibragimov engaged again, looking to control to run out the clock. Logan felt the pressure, the position. It was almost checkmate. But in that clinch, Logan felt something. A subtle shift in Ibragimov's weight. A slight overcommitment. An opening. Not one a classically trained wrestler might recognise, but one instinct, honed over years of wrestling inanimate, stubborn objects on the farm, screamed at him to take. He didn't think. He reacted. With a surge of adrenaline fueled by desperation and memory, Logan exploded upwards. It wasn't a standard wrestling lift. He dropped his hips, dug his hands deep around Ibragimov's waist in a grip perfected by hauling 100-pound sacks, and lifted, a raw, powerful upward drive, using leverage learned from prying rocks out of fields. He twisted, arching his back, putting every ounce of his farm-forged strength into it. He launched the seemingly immovable Ibragimov through the air in a high arcing throw, a modified farm lift born of Nebraska soil. The Dagestani crashed onto the mat, landing flat on his back. 5 points. The referee signalled the score, the arena erupted. The buzzer sounded seconds later. Logan Sawyer, 5. Magomed Ibragimov, 4. Silence. Shock. Then pandemonium. Logan stood stunned, chest heaving as the referee raised his hand. He had done it. The impossible. Gold. Cleo vaulted the barrier, tackling him in a hug, her shouts lost in the roar of the arena. He staggered back, trying to process the wave of noise, the flashing lights, the sheer unreality of the moment. Maria met his eyes from the stands, tears streaming down her face, a wide smile breaking through her own disbelief. A smile that mirrored the tentative, dawning realization spreading across Logan's face. He was an Olympic champion. The moments that followed were a blur of flashing cameras, shouted questions he couldn't comprehend, and handshakes from officials. He was guided gently, almost floated towards the holding area, then back out onto the mats where a podium awaited. The silver medalist, Ibragimov, stood stoic, disbelief etched subtly on his features. The bronze medalist beamed, waving to the crowd. Logan, still feeling detached, was helped onto the top step. It felt unnaturally high. An Olympic official approached, holding the gold medal. It gleamed under the intense lights, heavier than he could have imagined. As the official looped the ribbon around his neck, the weight settled against his chest, a tangible, solid confirmation of the impossible feat. It wasn't just metal. It felt like the culmination of every drop of sweat shed in the barn, every ache endured, every doubt overcome. It felt like the weight of his grandfather's dreams finally realized. Then, the first notes of the Star-Spangled Banner echoed through the arena. The massive American flag began its slow ascent towards the rafters. Logan automatically placed his hand over his heart, his eyes fixed on the rising colours. The anthem, a song he'd heard countless times, resonated differently now. Each note seemed to vibrate deep within him, loosening the knot of shock and grief, allowing a profound sense of pride to well up. He thought of his father back in Nebraska, likely watching on the grainy television in the living room. He pictured him leaning forward in his worn armchair, the usual stoic mask cracking, perhaps a rare tear tracing a path through the ingrained farm dust on his cheek. Would he finally understand? Would he see the value in this fight, so far removed from the tangible demands of the land? Logan hoped so. He felt a surge of love and longing for that quiet, complicated man. And then, overwhelmingly, he thought of Grandpa Thomas. Not the frail man in the hospital bed, but the vibrant storyteller, the wrestler demonstrating holds with surprising agility, the steady presence offering quiet wisdom. He remembered Thomas showing him how to use leverage to move a stubborn rock, saying, "It ain't about being the strongest, Logan. It's about being smarter than the problem." He remembered the glint in his grandfather's eye when Logan won his first local tournament, a silent acknowledgement that the fire had been passed on. He remembered the words from the letter. "You already made it, Logan. Go finish the harvest." This gold medal wasn't just his. It belonged to the lineage, to the hard Nebraska soil, to the enduring spirit of his grandfather. Standing there, bathed in the anthem's crescendo and the crowd's adoration, Logan felt an ache of loss mingle with a fierce pride. His grandfather wasn't here to see it, but somehow Logan knew he was aware. This victory was their shared harvest, finally brought home. The music ended. The crowd roared again. Logan blinked, bringing himself back to the present. the weight of the gold medal a solid anchor. He managed a genuine, albeit small, smile for the flashing cameras, a silent promise echoing in his heart. A promise to honour the journey, the sacrifice, and the man who inspired it all. Weeks later. The Nebraska sun beat down on the Sawyer farm. Dust motes danced in the afternoon light filtering through the barn slats. Logan Sawyer, dressed in worn jeans and boots, stood on the front porch, the Olympic gold medal heavy in his hand. It felt unreal, disconnected from the familiar creak of the windmill and the smell of the earth. A group of kids rode past on their bikes, skidding to a stop at the end of the drive. "Look, that's him," one shouted, pointing. "That's the Olympic guy." Logan offered a small, tired smile, a gesture that didn't quite reach his eyes. He watched them pedal away, their excited shouts fading down the dusty road. He turned, the medal cool against his palm. He didn't hang it around his neck. Instead, he walked towards the barn, the place where it all began. The door groaned open. Inside, the familiar scent of hay, old wood and hard work greeted him. He placed the gold medal carefully on a dusty workbench next to a rusty wrench and a coil of baling wire. Then he picked up a feed sack, hoisted it onto his shoulder and began his chores. The harvest wasn't truly finished. It was just beginning. The Wildflower Diaries. Ivy Lancaster stood at the podium, her valedictorian medal catching the June sunlight. The audience, parents dabbing proud tears, teachers nodding approvingly, and fellow graduates shifting impatiently in their polyester gowns, waited for wisdom that an 18-year-old girl wasn't sure she possessed. When I was asked to speak today about the journey ahead, Ivy began, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands, I thought about maps. She gestured to the projection behind her, an antique map her grandmother had left her, with handwritten notes in the margins and coffee stains on the corners. Maps are comforting. They tell us where to go, what to expect. But my grandmother, who travelled to 47 countries with nothing but this map and a typewriter, once told me something I've been thinking about lately. Ivy paused, feeling her mother's gaze boring into her from the third row. She said, "The most interesting journeys happen when you step off the map." A murmur rippled through the crowd. This wasn't the speech Ivy had submitted for approval. This wasn't the script. "I've been on a map my entire life," she continued. "Kindergarten to Westfield Academy, Westfield to Yale, Yale to law school to firm, firm to partnership, marriage at 28, first child at 30. It's a beautiful map drawn with love and expectation by people who want the best for me." Ivy felt the familiar tightness in her chest, the same pressure that had sent her to the nurse's office 3 times during finals week. But here's what I've learned. You can be brilliant and still be lost. In the audience, Miss Teller, her English teacher who'd encouraged her secret poetry journal, sat up straighter. Monica Lancaster, Ivy's mother and the youngest female partner at her Boston law firm, stopped filming with her phone. "Tomorrow I'm supposed to begin my internship at Lancaster, Weiss and Mitchell. In August, I'm supposed to move into my Yale dormitory." Ivy took a deep breath. "But I've realised that reading someone else's map means never discovering your own territory." She pulled out her grandmother's final diary from beneath her gown. My grandmother's last entry reads, "I lived 1,000 lives by listening to strangers. Their stories became my map." Ivy closed the leather-bound journal and looked directly at her mother for the first time. "Mum, I know you wanted me to talk about ambition today, about following the path you carved for us after Dad left. But the most ambitious thing I can imagine is discovering who I am without the script." Monica's face had gone completely still, a look Ivy recognised from courtroom photos, her mother's verdict face. "So to my fellow graduates, I won't tell you to follow your dreams or reach for the stars or any of those platitudes. Instead, I'll tell you what I'm telling myself. Sometimes the map isn't the journey." Ivy stepped back from the microphone as confused, scattered applause broke out. Principal Hargrove quickly stepped forward, adding some comment about the unpredictability of youth that Ivy didn't hear because she was already walking off stage, away from the carefully plotted coordinates of her life. That night, after declining 17 congratulatory texts and ignoring her mother's closed bedroom door, Ivy sat cross-legged on her bedroom floor. Around her lay her grandmother's weathered diaries, Polaroid photos of strangers with stories written on the back, and a creased map of America with no highlighted route. She pulled out her phone and declined her spot at Yale with 3 taps. Then she opened her banking app and transferred her graduation money and inheritance, $22,453, to her personal account. From under her bed, she retrieved the keys to her grandmother's 1978 Volkswagen van, which had sat unused in the garage since Fleur Lancaster's death 3 years prior. Monica had wanted to sell it, but Ivy had begged to keep it, promising to restore it someday. Someday had arrived. By dawn, Ivy had packed 6 journals, her grandmother's Polaroid camera, 3 changes of clothes, and enough courage to last until Nebraska at least. She left a note on the kitchen counter. "I need to find my voice. Please don't follow." The van, affectionately named Mabel by her grandmother, coughed to life on the 3rd try. As the sun crept over the horizon, painting the manicured lawns of Westfield in gold, Ivy Lancaster became the first person in her family's 3 generations to drive away from expectations without a clear destination. She made it exactly 43 miles before Mabel sputtered to a stop outside a diner called Last Chance, at the edge of Massachusetts. The universe, it seemed, had a sense of humour. Inside, the diner smelled of coffee and resignation. A waitress with faded blue eyeshadow and a name tag reading Dot poured her a cup without asking. "You look like you're running away," Dot said, sliding a menu across the counter. "Most people who stop here at 6 a.m. with that look are—" Ivy opened her mouth to deny it, then closed it. "Is it that obvious?" "Honey, I've been working this counter for 38 years. I've seen every type of escape there is." Dot tapped her pen against her order pad. "The question is, are you running from or running to?" "I don't know," Ivy admitted. "Both, maybe." Dot nodded as if this was the wisest thing she'd heard all week. "Well, the special is terrible, but the blueberry pancakes might change your life." An hour later, with Mabel patched up thanks to Dot's son, who moonlighted as a mechanic. "He's good with engines but terrible with people," Dot had explained. Ivy sat in the parking lot with her first journal entry. "Dot told me she's worked at Last Chance since she was 18, my age, when her own mother died and left her to raise her brother. I had plans to be a nurse," she said, "but life had other plans. Sometimes your journey chooses you." Ivy snapped a Polaroid of Dot waving from the diner window, wrote journey number 1 on the white space below, and taped it into her journal. As she pulled back onto the highway, her phone pinged with a text from her mother. "This is unacceptable. Come home now." Ivy turned her phone off and tossed it into the glove compartment. The map she was creating wouldn't be found on any screen. By day 7, Ivy had crossed into Nebraska. She'd collected 11 stories, from a retired postal worker who delivered mail on the same route for 42 years, a former ballet dancer who now taught physics, and a truck driver who read poetry at every rest stop. But it was in Valentine, Nebraska, population 2,737, that Mabel decided she'd gone far enough. The van made a sound like metal tearing into metal, then rolled silently to the shoulder of Highway 83, smoke curling from beneath the deck lid. Ivy's knowledge of car mechanics extended to knowing where the gas went in. She popped the deck lid anyway and stared helplessly at Mabel's innards. "That's not a pretty sight," said a voice behind her. Ivy turned to find a man in his 70s, white-bearded and weathered like an old leather baseball mitt. He wore overalls and a conductor's cap. "Are you a mechanic?" Ivy asked hopefully. The man laughed, a sound like gravel in a tumbler. "No, ma'am. Retired train engineer, 47 years on the Union Pacific." but I know a death rattle when I hear one." He extended a hand. "Liam Cahill." "Ivy Lancaster." They shook. "Do you know anyone who might be able to help?" "Well, there's Rowan down at Morrison's garage, but he's as likely to fix your van as he is to tell you it's an abomination against God and nature." Liam scratched his chin. "Tell you what, my house is just up that road. Let me call you a tow and you can wait there. My wife makes a pie that'll make you forget your troubles." 3 hours later, Ivy sat at Liam and Margaret Cahill's kitchen table, eating her second slice of blackberry pie while Liam told stories of his years on the railroad. "The strangest thing I ever saw," Liam repeated her question. "That'd be the summer of '83. We were crossing the Platte River around midnight when the engineer, Jimmy Halstead, good man, dead now, slammed on the brakes. Right there on the tracks was a piano, a full-sized grand piano, just sitting there gleaming in the moonlight." "What? How did it get there?" Ivy asked, her journal open beside her plate. "That's the thing about life's mysteries," Liam said. "Sometimes you don't get the whole story. We never found out who put it there or why. But I think about that piano sometimes, this beautiful thing in the wrong place at the wrong time, but somehow exactly where it needed to be for us to remember it 40 years later." Ivy wrote furiously, capturing every detail of Liam's weathered hands and the way his voice changed when he talked about the piano. When she finished, she asked to take his photo. "What's all this for?" he asked as she prepared the Polaroid. "I'm collecting stories," Ivy explained. "I graduated high school last week, and instead of going to college, I decided to travel and listen to people. My grandmother did something similar. She called them her Wildflower Diaries because she said people's stories were like wildflowers, beautiful, resilient, and often overlooked." Liam nodded thoughtfully. "Your grandmother sounds like a wise woman. Most people never learn that the best stories aren't in books. They're sitting across from you at a diner counter or standing behind you in the grocery line." The next morning, with Mabel temporarily patched by the grudgingly impressed Rowan, this van should have died during the Reagan administration, Ivy prepared to leave. Margaret packed her sandwiches and Liam pressed a small wooden train into her hand. "For your collection," he said, "to remember that sometimes the journey stops exactly where you need it to." Ivy added journey number 12 to her journal and pointed Mabel west. She'd been gone 8 days, and her mother had left 37 messages. She'd listened to none of them. Instead, she'd started a simple blog called the Wildflower Diaries, uploading scans of her journal entries and Polaroids. Last night, she'd received her first comment from someone other than a spam bot. "I've lived in Valentine my whole life and never heard Liam's piano story. Thank you for seeing people that the rest of us have stopped seeing." As Nebraska flattened into Wyoming, Ivy realized something. For the first time in her life, she wasn't following anyone's expectations but her own. The thought made her simultaneously terrified and exhilarated, like standing at the edge of a canyon and feeling the urge to both step back and leap forward. Her grandmother's final diary entry had haunted her for years. "I lived 1,000 lives by listening to strangers. Their stories became my map." Now, finally, Ivy understood. Fleur Lancaster hadn't been mapping geography. She'd been mapping humanity. At a gas station outside Cheyenne, Ivy's phone regained service, and notifications flooded in. Among her mother's increasingly frantic messages was a text from Noah, her childhood best friend who'd grown distant in high school as Ivy had retreated into academic perfection. "Your mum called my parents. She thinks you've had some kind of breakdown. Have you?" Ivy stared at the phone, wondering how to explain that what looked like breaking down might actually be breaking through. Before she could decide, another text arrived, this one from Miss Teller. "Your real education has begun. Write everything down." By the time Mabel limped into Santa Fe, New Mexico, 3 weeks had passed since Ivy's graduation speech. Her blog had grown to 27 entries, each one a different voice from America's forgotten corners. There was Eliza, the former coal miner's daughter who now ran an environmental science lab in Colorado, Samuel, who'd lost his sight in Vietnam but found his voice singing blues in a New Orleans club called The Blind Spot, Marisol, the 70-year-old woman who'd walked across the border 40 years ago and now owned 3 restaurants. Each story collected was another piece of the map Ivy was creating, not of places, but of possibilities. "The thing no one tells you about freedom," she wrote in her journal that night, "is how terrifying it is. Every morning I wake up with no plan except to listen. Sometimes I wonder if I'm wasting my time, if I should have just followed the expected path. But then someone shares their story with me, and I remember why I'm here." Santa Fe brought her to a small bookstore called Elsewhere, where the owner, a woman named Ruby with silver hair and tattoo sleeves, invited her to give a reading from her blog. "People need to hear stories that make them feel less alone," Ruby explained, arranging chairs in a semicircle, "especially now, when everyone's shouting but no one's listening." Ivy had never read her work aloud before. At Westfield Academy, creative writing had been treated as a charming hobby, not a serious pursuit. But that evening, she stood before 20 strangers and shared Liam's piano story, Eliza's fight to reclaim her hometown's poisoned earth, and her own journey away from the prescribed path. When she finished, the silence felt sacred before it broke into applause. Afterward, a man with silver-streaked hair approached her. His eyes were the colour of turquoise, his skin weathered by sun. "Joseph Begay," he introduced himself. "I teach at the Institute of American Indian Arts. Your stories reminded me of our tradition of oral history, how we keep our culture alive through telling and retelling." He invited her to visit the Navajo Nation, where his family was preparing for a ceremony. "If you want to understand America's true stories," he said, "you should hear the ones that were here first." 3 days later, Ivy found herself sitting around a campfire under stars so bright they seemed almost artificial to her New England-raised eyes. Joseph's extended family shared stories that stretched back generations, tales of creation and survival, humour and heartbreak. "Our stories aren't just entertainment," Joseph explained as the fire burned low. "They're medicine. They heal us by connecting us to each other and to those who came before." Ivy wrote until her hand cramped, filling pages with voices she'd never heard in her advanced placement history classes. She took a Polaroid of the family by firelight and titled it Journey Number 31, The First Storytellers. That night, sleeping in Mabel, parked beside Joseph's sister's home, Ivy had a dream about her grandmother. They sat together in the van, maps spread across their laps. "Am I doing this right?" Ivy asked. Her grandmother, looking younger than in any photos Ivy had seen, smiled. "There is no right way to find your voice. There's only listening deeply enough to hear it." Ivy woke with tears on her cheeks and a clarity she hadn't felt since leaving Massachusetts. She wasn't just collecting others' stories, she was learning how to tell her own. The next morning she checked her blog and gasped. Overnight, the Wildflower Diaries had been shared by a popular travel writer, and her subscriber count had jumped from 53 to over 1,000. Comments poured in, people thanking her for the stories, asking where she would go next, sharing their own wildflower moments. Among them was a message that made her heart stop. "Your grandmother would be proud. When you're ready to come home, I'll be here. Mom." For the first time in weeks, Ivy called her mother. "I thought you'd had some kind of nervous breakdown," Monica said, her voice tight with emotion. "Your speech, leaving without warning, it wasn't like you." "That's the thing," Ivy replied, watching the sunrise paint the desert in impossible colours. "I don't think I knew who was. I've been trying to be you for so long." The silence stretched between them like the miles of highway Ivy had travelled. "I found your grandmother's diaries after you left," Monica finally said. "I never read them when she was alive. I was too busy trying to prove that I could succeed without her bohemian values." She paused. "I think I understand what you're doing now." It wasn't forgiveness exactly, or even approval, but it was acknowledgement, and that was enough for now. After hanging up, Ivy wrote in her journal, "Sometimes the stories we tell ourselves about who we are become prisons. My mother's story was about success through control. My story was about meeting expectations, but the beauty of stories is that we can revise them." As she prepared to leave for California, Joseph's niece, a teenager named Nikki, asked shyly if Ivy would read her poetry. "I want to be a writer," Nikki confessed, "but nobody here takes it seriously." Ivy recognized herself in Nikki's uncertainty, the part of her that had hidden her writing as if it were shameful instead of sacred. She spent the afternoon reading Nikki's work, offering the kind of encouragement Miss Teller had once given her. Before leaving, she gave Nikki her second Polaroid camera. "Document everything," she advised. "Every voice matters, especially the ones that aren't being heard." Driving west toward the Pacific, Ivy realized she was no longer running away. She was running toward something, a self she was discovering one story at a time. San Francisco emerged from the fog like a mirage, the last stop on her grandmother's final journey before Fleur Lancaster had returned to Massachusetts, married Ivy's grandfather, and set aside her wandering ways. Ivy parked Mabel near Golden Gate Park and walked to the address listed in her grandmother's diary, 1542 Hayes Street. A Victorian painted the colour of plums. According to the journal, Fleur had stayed here with a woman named Beatrice Holloway, a poet and activist she'd met in Paris years earlier. Heart-pounding, Ivy knocked on the door. After a long moment, it opened to reveal a small woman with cropped white hair and bright red glasses. "Can I help you?" she asked. "My name is Ivy Lancaster. My grandmother was Fleur Lancaster. She stayed with you in 1979. The woman's eyes widened. For a moment, Ivy thought she might close the door. Instead, she opened it wider. "You have her eyes," Beatrice said. "Come in. I've been expecting you for years." Inside, the house was a temple to words. Books lined every wall, manuscripts covered the dining table, and poetry quotes were painted directly onto the ceiling beams. Beatrice moved through the space with the confidence of someone who had arranged her world exactly as she wanted it. "Your grandmother wrote to me every year until she died," Beatrice explained, making tea in a kitchen cluttered with pottery. "She always said her granddaughter would find me someday. I assumed she was being metaphorical." Ivy pulled out Fleur's diary. "She wrote about you. She said you taught her that stories are how we survive our lives." Beatrice laughed, a startling youthful sound. "That sounds like Fleur, turning my cynicism into wisdom. What I actually said was that stories are how I survived my life. The difference matters." Over tea and almond cookies, Beatrice shared the Fleur that Ivy had never known, the young woman who'd travelled through Franco's Spain with a typewriter strapped to her back, who'd helped smuggle banned books into Prague, who'd once spent a night in a Moroccan jail for photographing the wrong building. "Why did she stop?" Ivy asked. "Why go back to Massachusetts and become conventional?" Beatrice's expression softened. "Oh, child, is that what you think happened?" She disappeared into another room and returned with a worn leather journal, identical to the ones Ivy had inherited. "She sent me this the week before she died," read the last entry. With trembling hands, Ivy opened the journal to find her grandmother's familiar handwriting. "People think I surrendered my true self when I came home from San Francisco. They see the house in the suburbs, the charity committees, the Thanksgiving dinners, and think I became ordinary. What they don't understand is that I never stopped travelling. I just changed how I moved through the world. Every conversation with the grocery clerk, every story from my patients at the hospital where I volunteered, every late-night talk with my brilliant, serious daughter who thinks I'm frivolous. These were my continuing journeys. I mapped the human heart from my own kitchen table. If my granddaughter ever reads this, I hope she understands. There is no single way to live an extraordinary life. Ivy closed the journal, tears blurring her vision. "I didn't know," she whispered. "Most of us don't know the whole story of the people we love," Beatrice replied. "That's why we need to listen while we can." That evening, Beatrice took Ivy to a poetry reading at a cafe near City College. When the host learned of Ivy's blog, she insisted Ivy share one of her entries. Terrified but determined, Ivy read the story of Samuel, the blind blues singer from New Orleans, her voice growing stronger with each word. Afterward, a young man approached, tall and angular, with dark eyes and a camera around his neck. "Theo Carson," he introduced himself. "I'm a photojournalist. I've been following your blog since Wyoming. Your writing makes me see things differently." Ivy studied his face, intrigued by this stranger who knew her work. "You've been following my blog?" He grinned, revealing a chipped front tooth. "I'm on assignment documenting small-town America. I stumbled across your Wildflower Diaries and was captivated. Your stories capture something my photos miss, the inner landscapes behind the faces." Over midnight coffee, they compared notes on the places they'd both visited, the people whose stories they'd captured in different mediums. "What happens when you reach the ocean?" Theo asked. "End of the road?" Ivy considered the question. "I'm not sure. When my grandmother reached this point, she turned around and went home. But I'm not ready for that yet." "Maybe you don't have to choose," Theo suggested. "Home doesn't have to be just one place." The next morning, Ivy received an email from a small publishing house in Portland. "We've been following the Wildflower Diaries and would like to discuss turning it into a book." Standing on the cliffs overlooking the Pacific, wind whipping her hair, Ivy called Miss Teller. "I think I'm being offered a book deal," she said when her teacher answered. "Of course you are," Miss Teller replied, as if this were the most natural development imaginable. "Your writing has always had that rare quality. Honesty without cruelty, observation without judgment. But I don't know anything about book deals, or if this is even what I want. What would happen if you treated this decision like any other story you've encountered? Listen, observe, then decide." After hanging up, Ivy sat on the cliff edge and opened her journal. She had filled 4 of them now, each page a different voice, a different perspective on what made a life worth living. She wrote, "I came looking for other people's stories, but somewhere along the way I started writing my own. Maybe that's what Grandma meant all along, that by truly hearing others, we finally hear ourselves." The publisher wanted her in Portland next week. Her mother had invited her home for her birthday the week after. Yale had sent an email saying her spot was still available if she wanted to defer for a year. For the first time since leaving Massachusetts, the road ahead split into multiple possibilities, each with its own story. 1 year later, Ivy stood in a crowded bookstore in Boston, not as a patron, but as an author. The Wildflower Diaries, stories from America's unmarked roads, sat in stacks on the display table, its cover featuring her grandmother's van against a sunset backdrop. "And as I travelled across 38 states," she read to the audience, "I discovered that the most extraordinary stories often belong to people we're taught to overlook. The gas station attendant who writes physics equations in the margins of his notebook, the hospice nurse who sings opera to dying patients, the former bank executive who now repairs vintage motorcycles and speaks 4 languages." She looked up to see her mother in the front row, sitting beside Miss Teller. Noah was there too, having driven up from his college in Rhode Island. And Theo, camera in hand as always, documenting this milestone from the back of the room. After the reading, as she signed books and chatted with readers, an elderly man approached with a worn copy clutched in trembling hands. "You probably don't remember me," he began. "Liam," Ivy said immediately, recognizing the retired train engineer from Nebraska. "The piano on the tracks." His weathered face creased with pleasure. "You've met thousands of people since then. I didn't expect you to recall an old man's story." "Every story matters," Ivy replied, echoing the words that had become her mantra. "That's the whole point." Later that night, after the bookstore had emptied and even her mother had gone home, Ivy and Theo walked along the Charles River, the water reflecting the city lights like dancing fireflies. "I got the grant," Theo announced. 1 year documenting climate migration stories along the Gulf Coast. Ivy felt the familiar tug of competing desires, to root and to roam, to build and to explore. After her book's publication, she'd moved into a small apartment in Cambridge and enrolled in weekend writing workshops at Emerson College. She'd started a non-profit that taught storytelling to underprivileged teens, inspired by her afternoon with Nikki on the reservation. She was, by conventional standards, settling down, yet something in her still resonated with the open road. "I've been thinking," she said, stopping to lean against the railing. "The Wildflower Diaries were never meant to be just my story. My grandmother understood that. It's why she left her journals for me to find." "What are you saying?" Theo asked. "I'm saying I want to go with you, not permanently, but for parts of it. I can coordinate the non-profit remotely, teach workshops in the communities we visit. My second book can focus on climate stories, the human side of the crisis." "The publisher wants a sequel that's similar to the first," he reminded her. Ivy smiled. "The first book was about finding my voice. This one will be about using it." They walked back to where Mabel was parked, the faithful van now restored and upgraded with solar panels on the roof, a desk that folded down from the wall, and a mobile internet system that allowed Ivy to update her blog from anywhere with a cell signal. Inside, pinned to the ceiling, were Polaroids of every person whose story had made it into the book. Ivy added one more, a picture of tonight's reading, her first event in her hometown. "Full circle," Theo observed. "Not a circle," Ivy corrected him. "A spiral. We come back to where we started, but we're not the same." 2 weeks later they headed south, the non-profit temporarily in the hands of Ivy's first intern, a former student from her storytelling workshop. Her mother had surprised her by not objecting to this new journey. "I've been reading my mother's journals too," Monica had explained over dinner before Ivy's departure. "Did you know she once spent 3 months following migrant workers through California's farm country? She wrote their stories while working alongside them." "I had no idea," Ivy admitted. "Neither did I until I stopped seeing her journals as a rejection of my choices and started reading them as a different kind of wisdom." Monica had reached across the table to squeeze Ivy's hand. "We're more alike than I wanted to admit. Stubborn, passionate, determined to make our mark. We just chose different maps." Now, as Georgia's peach orchards gave way to Florida's palmettos, Ivy opened a fresh journal, volume 23 since that graduation day that felt like a lifetime ago. She wrote, "The stories we tell determine the lives we live. My grandmother understood that when she travelled the world with a typewriter. My mother understood it when she fought her way into courtrooms where women weren't welcome, and now I understand it too. At a rest stop near Tallahassee, Ivy interviewed a marine biologist who'd lost her research facility to the previous year's hurricane." "How do you keep going, knowing it could all be washed away again?" Ivy asked. The woman, sun-browned and laugh-lined, considered the question. "The sea teaches you that nothing is permanent, not shorelines, not buildings, not even scientific certainty. But the stories we tell about what we've lost and what we're fighting for, those endure." Ivy took her photo, added it to the growing collection on Mabel's ceiling, and typed the quote into her blog, which now had over 50,000 subscribers. That evening, parked near the Gulf with the windows open to catch the salt breeze, she received an email from Nikki, the teenager she'd met on the reservation. Now a freshman at the Institute of American Indian Arts, Nikki had started her own storytelling project, documenting her community's experiences with water scarcity. "You taught me that stories can change things," Nikki wrote. "They make the invisible visible." Ivy smiled as she closed her laptop. Her grandmother had planted seeds with her wandering. Some had flowered in Ivy, and now Ivy was scattering new seeds across the landscape. Tomorrow, she and Theo would interview fishermen whose livelihoods were disappearing with the coastline. Next month, They'd head to Louisiana to document communities being relocated due to rising waters. The stories would be harder than those in her first book, more urgent, more political. But the principle remained the same. Everyone deserves to be heard. Every voice matters. As darkness fell over the gulf, Ivy stepped outside to watch stars appear above the water. Somewhere out there were billions of untold stories, each one a wildflower waiting to be discovered. She pulled out her phone and updated the Wildflower Diaries with a simple post. The journey continues. Where should we listen next? Within minutes, the suggestions began pouring in, each one a possible path on a map she was still creating, one story at a time. Boy at the edge of time. This is how I remember the world, the old man writes, his script steady despite the tremor of age in his hand, though I rarely belong to it. The ink bleeds slightly on the thick cream-coloured paper, absorbing the weight of the words. Below him, the manicured grass of the memorial park stretches towards rows of polished granite, names etched into their surfaces like scars on the skin of the present. The silence here isn't empty. It's filled with the unshed tears and unspoken words of generations. He closes his eyes for a moment, not against the gentle afternoon sun, but against the cascade of images that rush behind his eyelids. Not memories in the conventional sense, but echoes, insistent and vivid. He breathes deeply, the scent of cut grass and distant rain filling his lungs, and begins to turn the pages back, further and further, until he finds the beginning. Or a beginning. The woods behind the Lennox home in rural Vermont were usually a place of solace, a cathedral of birch and pine where sunlight dappled the mossy floor like fallen coins. For 7-year-old Jasper Lennox, they were a universe of quiet observation. He wasn't a boisterous child. His energy turned inward, fueling a rich, contemplative world unnoticed by most. He tracked the progress of beetle larvae, knew the specific calls of the resident jays, and could sit so still that cautious deer would sometimes approach, mistaking him for part of the landscape. On that crisp October afternoon, the leaves were a riot of crimson and gold. Lena, his mother, a public school teacher with worry lines etched lightly around her eyes, was pointing out a type of fungus clinging to a fallen log. Aaron, his father, a software engineer whose mind often seemed to operate in parallel code, was checking the trail map, slightly detached but content in the familial orbit. Jasper, a few yards ahead, had paused, his head tilted as if listening to something beyond the rustle of leaves and the chatter of squirrels. Lena called his name, no response. She called again, a little louder, a thread of unease stitching itself into her voice. Aaron looked up, frowning. Jasper? Buddy? They moved towards the spot where he'd been standing, near a towering ancient maple tree whose roots buckled the earth. He wasn't there. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the idyllic afternoon. 3 minutes. It couldn't have been more than 3 minutes. They searched frantically, their calls echoing unanswered through the trees, the vibrant colours suddenly seeming menacing, concealing. And then, just as Lena felt the first sob tear at her throat, Aaron spotted him. He was standing exactly where they'd last seen him, by the maple tree, his back to them. He wasn't crying or frightened. He was gazing up through the canopy at the slice of blue sky, his expression serene, almost rapturous. A soft sound escaped his lips. A murmur. Jasper! Oh, thank God! Lena rushed forward, kneeling to hug him fiercely. He felt solid, real, warm, but unresponsive. What were you doing, buddy? You scared us, Aaron said, his voice tight with residual fear. Jasper slowly lowered his gaze. His eyes, usually a clear, inquisitive blue, seemed clouded, distant. He looked at his mother, then his father, as if seeing them from a great distance. He whispered, his voice thin and reedy, "The fire has begun in Rome." Lena and Aaron exchanged bewildered glances. Rome? Fire? It sounded like something from a history documentary, not the woods of Vermont. They chalked it up to shock, perhaps a strange game born of momentary fear. But the incident was a pebble dropped into the placid pool of their lives, and the ripples spread outward, warping the reflection of the boy they thought they knew. In the following weeks, Jasper changed. Not dramatically, not outwardly, but in subtle, unsettling ways. He started humming melodies, complex melancholic tunes that sounded ancient, like forgotten folk songs or funereal dirges. He'd sit for hours with crayons and paper, not drawing superheroes or monsters, but sketching intricate scenes, men in strange armour clashing on a battlefield, immense stone structures under construction, ships with tall masts navigating stormy seas, peculiar cylindrical objects soaring towards the moon, crowds gathered around stone tablets or flickering screens. The detail was astonishing, far beyond the usual capabilities of a 7-year-old. He began waking in the night, not crying, but whispering. Lena, drawn to his room by the soft sounds, would stand in the doorway, listening with a growing sense of dread. The words weren't English. They flowed like water over stones, sometimes harsh and guttural, sometimes melodic and sibilant. Latin, Aaron thought he recognised once from his high school classes. Another night the cadence sounded different, older. Aramaic? Sanskrit? It was impossible. Friends and family offered explanations, an overactive imagination, picking things up from television, stress. But Lena and Aaron knew their son. This wasn't imagination. It felt like recollection. One evening, while watching a historical drama, a scene depicted Julius Caesar's assassination. Jasper, who'd been quietly drawing, suddenly looked up at the screen, his eyes wide. He stood, walked closer to the television, and in a clear, resonant voice that wasn't quite his own, recited, "Et tu, Brute," then "Fall, Caesar," before turning and calmly walking back to his drawing, leaving his parents speechless. Aaron, driven by a need for empirical data, recorded one of Jasper's nighttime whispering sessions. He sent it to a linguist friend who tentatively identified phrases from Old Norse and Koine Greek. Then, inevitably, someone captured a video of Jasper sketching in the park, muttering about aqueducts and legions. A local news station picked it up. Then it went viral. The history kid, the oracle boy. The unwanted attention brought Dr. Adrienne Solis into their lives. A cognitive neurologist specialising in rare memory phenomena, Dr. Solis was pragmatic, sharp, and initially sceptical. She arrived armed with theories: cryptomnesia, hidden memory; hyperthymesia, superior autobiographical memory; perhaps even a highly unusual form of savant syndrome triggered by the brief episode in the woods. She conducted tests, interviews, scans. Jasper remained cooperative, quiet, his eyes holding a disconcerting depth. Father Galen, the local Episcopal priest, also paid a visit. An older man with kind eyes and hands stained with pottery clay from his hobby. He seemed less interested in diagnosis, and more in Jasper himself. He spoke to the boy about stories, about how some tales echo longer than others. Lena noticed he held a small worn silver cross, rubbing it thoughtfully as he observed Jasper. There was an air about him, a quiet understanding that hinted at experiences beyond the parish. Dr. Solis remained focused on scientific explanations, meticulously documenting Jasper's utterances and drawings. Then came the night Jasper woke screaming, not whispering. Lena rushed in to find him trembling, pointing at a sketch he'd made before bed. It depicted a crowd of people cheering, climbing atop a graffiti-covered wall under harsh floodlights. Soldiers stood by, seemingly passive. "They're breaking it," Jasper sobbed. "They're finally breaking the wall." Lena comforted him, bewildered. What wall? The next morning, November 9th, 1989, the news broke. The Berlin Wall had fallen. Dr. Solis, upon hearing this, felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Vermont autumn. Cryptomnesia couldn't explain predicting the future. Her carefully constructed scientific framework began to tremble. Jasper wasn't just remembering the past, he seemed tethered to the pulse of history itself, past and future. And his quiet, watchful presence felt less like a symptom and more like a vigil. Life settled into a strange new rhythm for the Lennox family. The viral fame ebbed, replaced by a low hum of local curiosity and the steady, focused attention of Dr. Solis. Jasper returned to school, a quiet enigma among his peers. He learned arithmetic and spelling, played tag during recess, yet carried within him the echoes of millennia. His parents navigated a path between protecting his childhood and trying to comprehend the incomprehensible. Lena found herself poring over history books, searching for correlations with Jasper's fragmented whispers and sketches. Aaron built complex databases, trying to find patterns, algorithms, some logical key to unlock his son. Dr. Solis, meanwhile, wrestled with her findings. Brain scans were normal. Cognitive tests showed high intelligence but no known pathology. The sheer breadth and accuracy of Jasper's historical recollections, spanning cultures, languages, and epochs he couldn't possibly have studied, defied conventional explanation. She began researching more esoteric theories, delving into fringe physics concepts of time, observer effects, and the nature of consciousness. Could a human mind somehow become untethered? Not a traveller through time, but a point of resonance, a constant. The idea felt absurd, bordering on mystical, yet the data pushed her relentlessly in that direction. She started referring to him in her private notes not as a patient, but as Subject C, the constant. Jasper himself remained largely untroubled by his unique state. The historical moments didn't arrive like memories recalled. They surfaced like ambient sounds, like the feeling of sun on skin or the scent of rain, simply there. He experienced them not as lessons, but as atmospheres. He didn't learn about the past, he felt its presence. One afternoon, while Dr. Solis observed him through a one-way mirror in her university lab's observation room, a concession Lena and Aaron made reluctantly, hoping for answers, Jasper was given modelling clay. He worked silently for nearly an hour. When he finished, he had sculpted not a dinosaur or a car, but a detailed replica of Ford's Theatre, complete with tiny figures in the presidential box. As Dr. Solis watched, Jasper reached into the box with a small tool and gently nudged one of the figures. He then looked towards the mirror, though he couldn't see her, and whispered, "He shouldn't have gone tonight." The date on Dr. Solis's calendar was April 14th. The moments Jasper witnessed weren't always grand or catastrophic. Sometimes they were quiet pivots, subtle shifts in the current of human events. He sketched a woman with tired eyes sitting steadfastly on a bus seat, ignoring the glares directed her way. In the sketch, reflected faintly in the window behind her head, was the faint outline of a small boy, watching. He drew scientists huddled around crackling monitors, their faces lit by the black and white glow of a distant, dusty landscape. And in the corner of the room, half obscured by equipment, sat a child, seemingly unnoticed, gazing at the screen with profound stillness. These appearances were fleeting, ghost-like impressions within the fabric of the event itself. He was never an actor, never an influence. He was the ultimate observer, present but unseen, like a single mote of dust catching the light in a sunbeam, there for an instant then gone, leaving only a vague sense of having been witnessed. Over time, Dr. Solis began finding tantalizing hints, strange anomalies in the historical record, an inexplicable child's footprint near the site of the Treaty of Versailles signing, a Renaissance artist's preparatory sketch for a crowd scene that included, inexplicably, a small boy in oddly plain clothes, later painted out, folklore from disparate cultures telling tales of a watcher child who appeared just before significant events. These were dismissed by historians as apocrypha, pareidolia, transcription errors. But Dr. Solis wondered. Father Galen continued his occasional visits, often bringing Jasper small, smooth stones or uniquely shaped pieces of driftwood. He never pressed Jasper about his experiences, instead talking about the flow of rivers, the patience of mountains, the way ancient trees bear the marks of seasons long past. "Some things endure, Jasper," he said once, gently touching a faint crescent-shaped scar above Jasper's left eyebrow, a scar Jasper had seemingly acquired during his 3-minute disappearance. "They bear witness simply by being." Lena felt a strange comfort in the priest's presence, a sense that he understood more than he let on, perhaps through faith or some hidden knowledge tied to his own secret past mentioned in hushed town gossip, something about missionary work in conflict zones, experiences that left their own indelible marks. He seemed to recognize in Jasper not an anomaly, but a manifestation of something ancient and recurring, a different kind of enduring presence. He watched Jasper with a deep, almost sorrowful understanding, occasionally murmuring phrases in Latin that Jasper seemed to instinctively comprehend, nodding slightly as if confirming an old shared language. The tapestry of Jasper's experiences continued to unspool, weaving the present day in Vermont with moments that shaped the world. He drew crowds marching silently towards a sun-drenched shore, leaving footprints in the wet sand, and clutched in his small hand in the drawing was a single white feather, stark against the grey wash of the sea. He hummed the revolutionary strains of La Marseillaise while sketching the opulent Hall of Mirrors at Versailles, capturing the tension in the room as ink scratched across parchment, sealing the fate of nations. He recounted with chilling accuracy the final radio transmissions from the Challenger space shuttle, his voice mimicking the slight crackle of the speakers he couldn't possibly have heard. These moments arrived without warning, sometimes triggered by a word, a sound, a quality of light. A history documentary might flicker on TV, and suddenly Jasper wasn't just watching. He was there, standing unseen in the corner of the frame, smelling the dust, hearing the murmurs, feeling the weight of the historical moment settle around him. Yet, he remained fundamentally himself, a 7, then 8-year-old boy grappling with homework, friendships, and the confusing currents of his own existence. It was during this period that Lena, driven by an obsessive need for validation, spent countless hours trawling through digitized museum archives and obscure historical forums. She stumbled upon a high-resolution scan from the Vatican Secret Archives, a section of a little-known 15th century fresco depicting the trial and execution of Joan of Arc. The painting was dark, filled with the grim faces of clergymen and the flickering light of torches. But there, tucked away in the shadows near a stone archway, almost blended into the background, was the unmistakable figure of a young boy. He wore simple, anachronistic clothing, plain trousers and a tunic, not the garb of the period. His face, rendered with surprising clarity by the anonymous artist, was turned towards Joan, his expression one of profound, sorrowful attention. It was Jasper's face, down to the small crescent-shaped scar above his left eye. Lena printed the image, her hands shaking. It wasn't proof, not in any scientific sense, but it was a resonance, an echo across centuries that confirmed her deepest, most terrifying suspicion. Her son was impossibly, inexplicably ancient. Around the same time, Jasper encountered Mina. She was a new girl in town, staying with her grandmother for the summer. She was pale and watchful, with large, dark eyes that seemed to hold shadows. They met near the town library. While other children played nearby, Jasper and Mina found themselves sitting on the same bench, observing. Jasper was sketching the library's old stone facade. Mina suddenly shivered, pulling her thin cardigan tighter. "Can you hear them?" she whispered, not looking at him. Jasper paused, pencil hovering over the paper. "Hear who?" "The whispers," Mina said, her voice barely audible. "The old ones, from the stones. They talk about the fire." Jasper looked at her, truly looked at her for the first time. He recognised something in her fear, a sensitivity similar to his own but twisted into anxiety. "Sometimes," he admitted quietly, "I hear moments." "It's not just moments," Mina insisted, hugging her knees. "It's the remembering and the forgetting." She glanced nervously over her shoulder, as if expecting someone. "There's something else too, something loud, something that makes the whispers afraid." She wouldn't elaborate, shrinking back into herself, haunted by echoes she couldn't process, and a premonition of noise Jasper hadn't yet encountered. He felt a flicker of unease, the first inkling that his witnessing might not always be a passive atmospheric experience. This unease solidified shortly after. Jasper began having a recurring vision, intrusive and deeply unsettling. It wasn't a historical event he recognised. It was an image, a stark black sun hanging in a bruised twilight sky. It radiated not light, but absence, a chilling void that seemed to absorb colour and warmth. It felt profoundly wrong, alien. At first it was just the image. Then his other visions, the familiar historical moments, began to change. They became distorted. He'd be sketching the Roman Forum and suddenly see figures in modern business suits walking among the toga-clad senators. He'd witnessed the Wright brothers' first flight, but see the faint shimmering outline of a jetliner crossing the sky above them. It was like static interfering with a clear signal, fractures appearing in the smooth surface of time. The clarity of his witnessing was blurring, contaminated by anachronisms that felt like warnings. One night Lena found him awake again, staring not at the ceiling, but seemingly through it, towards that bruised sky only he could see. The black sun was in his eyes. "It's coming again," he whispered, his voice filled with a dread that was new, raw. "The remembering. It gets thin, like old cloth." He turned to her, his small face taut with a terrible certainty. But this time might be different. This time, no one will remember what was lost. The fear Mina had shown him now resonated within him, a cold counterpoint to the awe and wonder that had previously defined his connection to the past. Something was approaching the threshold. The appearance of the black sun marked a distinct shift. The quiet awe that had characterized Jasper's connection to history began to fray, replaced by a growing sense of urgency and a subtle, pervasive dread. The distortions in his visions intensified. He saw samurai warriors carrying smartphones, Viking longships with radar dishes, Renaissance painters using digital tablets. Time felt less like a river flowing predictably from past to future, and more like a shattered mirror, reflecting disjointed fragments back at each other. The black sun hung over these fractured scenes, a constant silent harbinger. Dr. Solis, confronted with Jasper's escalating distress and the increasingly bizarre nature of his visions, pushed her research into overdrive. Lena's discovery of the Joan of Arc fresco, while anecdotal, spurred her to search for similar patterns. She cross-referenced historical anomalies, folklore, and obscure biographical accounts spanning centuries. a pattern emerged, recurring reports of children, often around Jasper's age, who vanished for short periods, minutes, hours, occasionally days, and returned irrevocably changed. They exhibited inexplicable knowledge, spoke dead languages, or created art depicting events far beyond their experience. These children who witnessed, as Dr. Solis began to call them in her research, often lived quiet, observational lives, seemingly burdened by their knowledge, before fading back into relative obscurity. Few records mentioned what became of them. Were they institutionalized? Did they simply learn to hide their experiences? Or did their purpose eventually consume them? The records were maddeningly incomplete, whispers in the margins of history. Father Galen, too, seemed to sense the shift. He spoke less of enduring stones and more of cycles, of ages turning, and of the necessary role of remembrance, especially when facing oblivion. He showed Lena an old leather-bound book from his private collection, its pages filled with dense Latin script and intricate faded illuminations. One illumination depicted a child standing before a swirling vortex, figures from different eras visible within it. Below the image, a single phrase was inked: Custos Memoriae, Guardian of Memory. There have always been those called to watch, Father Galen said softly, his eyes fixed on the page, to hold the line against forgetting. His past, Lena suspected, involved witnessing not just conflict, but perhaps confrontations with forces that sought to erase memory, to rewrite history on a more fundamental level. The breaking point came one afternoon. Jasper was listlessly pushing peas around his plate at lunch when he suddenly gasped, his eyes rolling back. He slumped forward, unconscious, before Lena could catch him. When he came to, moments later, he was trembling violently, tears streaming down his face. He described a vision unlike any before, a vast modern library, filled with glowing screens and data servers alongside towering shelves of physical books. He saw sleek architecture, holographic displays, people accessing information seamlessly. Then he saw a figure, indistinct, cloaked in shadow, methodically setting fires. Not just burning books, but corrupting data streams, shattering screens, erasing digital archives. The figure moved with calm, deliberate malice. The black sun pulsed visibly in the sky outside the library's vast windows. The last library, Jasper choked out, sobbing. He was burning. Everything. All the stories. All the remembering. The intensity of the vision, its futuristic setting, and the active destruction within it terrified Lena and Aaron. This wasn't passive witnessing. It felt like a premonition of a targeted attack on knowledge itself, and Jasper's collapse indicated the toll it was taking. He was no longer just an observer. The phenomena were affecting him physically, profoundly. Shortly after, the tangible proof arrived. Aaron had been taking regular photographs of Jasper, documenting his drawings, his moods, anything that might provide a clue. He developed a roll of film, preferring the analog process for archival reasons, taken the week Jasper saw the last library. In one photo, Jasper sat at his small desk, sketching. Behind him, on the wall, where there should have been only painted plaster, a faint, dark symbol seemed to shimmer, burned into the emulsion itself, a perfect circle, utterly black, the black sun. It wasn't just in Jasper's mind anymore. His presence, his connection to whatever force was looming, was beginning to imprint itself onto the physical world. Around this time, Jasper started drawing a specific place, over and over. It was a building, modern yet monumental, set in a serene landscape. It featured clean lines, vast panes of glass, and seemed to incorporate elements of memorials and archives. He labelled it, in his careful child script, the Hall of the Witnesses. He described feeling drawn to it, a sense of needing to be there. Dr. Solis, using geographical clues from his sketches, mountains, a specific type of tree, tentatively placed its potential location near Geneva, Switzerland. But no such building existed. It was a monument in progress, waiting in the future, or perhaps outside the conventional timeline altogether. It felt like a destination, a focal point for the energy concentrating around Jasper, a place built to house the very memories he embodied, perhaps as a defence against the encroaching darkness represented by the black sun and the burning of the last library. The threshold was near, not just for Jasper, but perhaps for the collective memory he guarded. The tension that had been building around Jasper, like static electricity before a storm, finally broke on a day indistinguishable from any other. He was sitting in the living room, quietly reading a book about constellations, the afternoon sun slanting through the window. Lena was in the kitchen. Aaron was working in his home office. There was no warning, no sound. Lena simply had a sudden, inexplicable feeling of absence. She walked into the living room. The book lay open on the sofa. The indentation where Jasper had been sitting was still visible, but Jasper was gone. Panic, cold and familiar, but deeper this time, seized Lena. Aaron rushed out, his face pale. They searched the house, the yard, the nearby woods where he had first vanished years ago. Nothing. Dr. Solis was called, then Father Galen. The minutes stretched into an agonizing elasticity. 3 minutes had been terrifying. This felt like an eternity. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The police were notified, a search organized. Neighbors fanned out, their faces grim. 30 minutes after Lena first noticed his absence, the front door opened quietly. Standing in the doorway was Jasper, but not Jasper. He looked older, not physically aged by years, but as if decades of experience had been compressed and imprinted onto his features. The boyish roundness of his face was gone, replaced by sharper angles. His eyes, still blue, held an impossible depth, a weariness that went beyond physical fatigue. He looked like someone who had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, not just in visions, but as lived reality. He wasn't 7 anymore. He seemed suspended somewhere between adolescence and adulthood, his posture carrying a new, unfamiliar weight. He was also carrying something, a thick leather-bound journal, similar in style to the one Father Galen owned, but clearly much older, its cover worn smooth with handling. It felt heavy in his small hands, incongruous with his apparent age. He looked at his parents, at Dr. Solis, at Father Galen, who had arrived moments before, his expression a mixture of profound sorrow and quiet acceptance. "It's all right," he said, his voice deeper, steadier than before. "I understand now." He held out the journal. It was filled, cover to cover, with dense, precise script in multiple languages, interspersed with sketches of breathtaking detail. There were entries describing the construction of Stonehenge from the perspective of a quarry worker, the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II witnessed from the gallery, the quiet desperation in a field hospital during the American Civil War, the launch of the Voyager probe carrying its golden record, the signing of peace accords yet to happen, the dedication of monuments not yet built, the fall of empires still centuries away. Thousands upon thousands of witnessed moments, documenting the triumphs, tragedies, follies, and kindnesses of humanity, stretching from the dawn of consciousness into a future veiled in uncertainty. The final entries were hurried, fragmented, describing the encroaching influence of the black sun, the thinning of memory, the struggle against the force that sought erasure. The revelation unfolded not through scientific explanation or mystical decree, but through the sheer weight of the journal's contents and the ancient knowledge reflected in Jasper's eyes. He hadn't been born to change history. Nor was he merely a passive antenna receiving temporal signals. He was, as Father Galen had hinted, a custos memoriae, a guardian of memory. Dr. Solis, looking at the boy, the young man before her, finally understood. Jasper wasn't an anomaly, he was a function, a necessary component of the living entity of history. Every few centuries, or perhaps millennia, when the collective memory of the species grew thin, when the emotional truth of human experience risked being lost to apathy, revisionism, or active erasure, the force behind the black sun, the burner of libraries, the earth, or consciousness itself called forth a child open enough, sensitive enough to become a vessel, to vanish briefly from time, plunging into the vast ocean of lived experience, and return tethered, burdened and gifted to remember, to witness, not as a historian recording facts, but as a guardian preserving the feeling, the emotional resonance of what it meant to be human across the ages, lest we forget ourselves entirely. The 13 minutes hadn't been a simple absence. They had been an immersion, an accelerated journey through the very memories he was now tasked with safeguarding. The journal wasn't just a record, it was an anchor. In the years that followed, the change in Jasper solidified. He retained the physical form of a young man, perpetually poised on the cusp of adulthood. The weight of ages settled comfortably on his shoulders. He never truly grew older in the conventional sense. His parents, Lena and Aaron, eventually came to a place of sorrowful peace, understanding their son belonged less to them and more to the continuum he served. Dr. Solis dedicated her life to studying the phenomenon, carefully documenting Jasper's knowledge, advocating for the preservation of memory in all its forms, always aware of the fragility Jasper embodied. Father Galen became a quiet confidant, sharing insights gleaned from ancient texts and his own encounters with the shadows that sought to make the world forget. Eventually, drawn by an irrefutable pull, Jasper travelled to Geneva. There, funded by anonymous patrons, guided perhaps by Dr. Solis's research or older hidden networks, the Hall of the Witnesses began to take shape, built according to the sketches Jasper had drawn years before. It became a place not of dusty relics, but of living memory, a sanctuary where the emotional truth of history, curated and guarded by Jasper, could be accessed, felt and understood. He became its caretaker, its first guardian, decades later. The man we first met, older now, closes his own journal. It is filled with his own observations, his own attempts to capture the echoes Jasper guarded. He sits in the quiet field overlooking the battlefield monument, the granite names gleaming in the late afternoon sun. The air is still, carrying the scent of rain-washed earth. He looks up. Across the field, near the edge of the woods, a small child stands alone, head tilted, listening to something only they can hear. The child looks towards the monument, then towards the old man, their eyes meeting across the expanse. The child smiles, a fleeting, knowing expression, and whispers a date that hasn't arrived yet on any calendar. The old man nods slowly, a faint smile touching his own lips. He opens his journal to a fresh page. The cycle continues, the remembering endures. The witness steps forward, quietly, at the edge of time. The Courtesan's Waltz. The Venetian fog had a way of transforming truth into doubt. It slipped between stone bridges and clung to iron railings, softening every edge until certainty itself seemed like a child's tale. On nights like these, Serafina Bellini, La Rosa di Notte they called her, preferred the company of shadows to the glittering salons that exhausted her. She had dismissed her usual gondolier that evening with a handful of soldi and a veiled smile. Instead, she had sought a recommendation from Nonna Bianchi, the ancient laundress who seemed to know every proper secret in Venice. Marcello Fontana, the old woman had said, folding linens with arthritic hands. He'll take you where you need without seeing where you're going. Now, as Serafina approached the quiet dock near Campo Santo Stefano, she saw him, broad-shouldered, watchful, standing beside a gondola that looked freshly painted but bore the unmistakable patina of honest work. Not the gilded showboats her usual clients hired, but something humbler, truer. Signora? His voice was low, respectful, but not fawning. Just, through the smaller canals, anywhere but the Grand Canal tonight. She stepped carefully into the gondola, noting how he didn't offer his hand unless she reached for it. The men of her world always reached first, assuming. The night wrapped around them as they glided beneath moss-covered bridges. Serafina drew her cloak tighter, watching the reflection of lantern light dance on black water. She had expected silence, paid for it, even, but found herself startled by its quality. This wasn't the calculated quiet of servants waiting to gossip, but something else entirely. Do you ever wonder, she found herself asking, if the fish beneath us tire of carrying our reflections? The gondolier paused in his rowing just slightly. Perhaps they collect them, he answered, like we collect memories. She turned, studying his profile in the dim light. His face was weathered, kind, marked by sun rather than excess. That's quite poetic for a boatman. And that's quite philosophical for... He stopped, clearly reconsidering his words. For a courtesan? She smiled, not unkindly. You may say it. I've been called worse in better company. I was going to say, for a passenger who requested silence. The laugh that escaped her was genuine, surprising them both. It echoed off stone walls, returning to them transformed. For the next 3 nights she requested him specifically. Their conversations remained sparse but gained substance. She learned his name, Marcello, and that he was raising a daughter alone. He learned nothing of her clients or conquests, only that she had once studied music at the conservatory before life rewrote her plans. On the 4th night, as autumn rain pattered against the Velsa canopy, she noticed a small book tucked beneath his seat. Petrarch, she asked, recognizing the binding. My Lucetta practices her reading with it, though she prefers fairy tales. How old is she? 7, with the curiosity of 70 scholars and the wisdom of 7 bishops. And her mother? Fever took her 3 summers ago. He said it simply, without the dramatic she was accustomed to from men seeking sympathy. The rain intensified, drumming rhythms on the arched covering above them. Serafina watched droplets race down the curved wood, merging and parting like dancers. I played the pianoforte once, she offered suddenly, before I learned that music doesn't pay a woman's debts. Do you still play? For myself, sometimes, when no one's listening. That sounds like the only time worth playing. She looked at him sharply, but his eyes remained on the water ahead. There was nothing flirtatious in his tone, no hidden invitation, just truth, plainly stated. As they approached her usual stopping point near San Marco, she hesitated. Tomorrow, could we perhaps go somewhere different? Somewhere with music? There's a small square near San Giacomo dell'Orio. An old man plays the accordion there some evenings. His fingers are gnarled, but the notes still dance. That sounds perfect. The next evening found them in that hidden square, listening to melodies that spoke of simpler times. The old musician nodded to them, his wheezy accordion painting stories in the air. Without thinking, Serafina began to sway slightly. Her professional grace fell away, replaced by something more honest, more vulnerable. You dance differently here, Marcello observed quietly. Here, I'm not performing. The admission cost her something, though she couldn't say what. My Lucetta loves to dance, he said after a pause. She practices waltzes with her shadow, talking to imaginary princes. Every girl should have her princes, Serafina replied, real or imagined. She has no one to teach her properly. I have 2 left feet, and her aunts think dancing leads to ruin. Before she could consider the implications, before her carefully constructed walls could warn her back, Serafina heard herself saying, I could teach her. Marcello's hand stilled on the oar. Signora, I couldn't impose. It wouldn't be an imposition. It would be, she searched for the word, real. In the lamplight, his face revealed a struggle between protection and possibility. She would love it, he admitted finally. But I must think of her reputation. Of course. Serafina straightened, the familiar mask sliding back into place. I understand. Forget I offered. No, I meant... He sighed, running a hand through his dark hair. Perhaps, if you came when the neighbours are at Mass, Sunday mornings. The accordion wheezed its final note. Around them, Venice continued its eternal performance. Lovers meeting in shadows, merchants counting coins, nobles playing their games of power and prestige. But in this small square, something genuine had taken root. Sunday morning, she agreed, after the bells of San Giacomo. As they glided back through narrow waterways, neither spoke of what they'd agreed to. But the silence between them had changed, filled now with possibility rather than mere absence. That night, alone in her ornate rooms, Serafina opened her jewellery box and withdrew a single pressed camellia, the last remnant of her conservatory days. She placed it between the pages of her journal, marking the date. For the first time in years, she had something to look forward to that required no costume, no performance, no mask, just herself. And perhaps, if she dared to hope, that might be enough. The Sunday bells of San Giacomo dell'Orio had barely finished their bronze conversation when Serafina approached the modest door on Rio Marin. She had dressed carefully, a simple wool dress, hair-bound practically, her famous pearls left behind. Still she felt exposed, like an actress who'd forgotten her lines. The door opened before she could knock. A small face peered out, framed by unruly dark curls. Are you the dancing lady? I suppose I am. You must be Lucetta. The girl's eyes widened, taking in every detail with that unnerving honesty of children. Papa said you'd be pretty, but he didn't say you'd look like moonlight. Lucetta! Marcello appeared behind his daughter, colour rising in his cheeks. Forgive her, Signora. She reads too many romantic novels. I like honest critics, Serafina replied, stepping inside. The house smelled of beeswax and fresh bread, worlds away from the perfumed chambers she knew. The parlour was small but immaculate, with a worn Turkish rug and windows overlooking a tiny courtyard. Lucetta bounced on her toes, barely containing her excitement. Papa moved all the furniture, and I practiced my curtsy. Watch! The girl demonstrated with endearing clumsiness. Beautiful form, Serafina said. Now let's see your waltz position. For the next hour she guided Lucetta through basic steps, humming melodies when needed. Marcello watched from the doorway, ostensibly repairing fishing nets but clearly observing every movement. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, Serafina counted. Think of it like waves lapping the shore. I keep stepping on my own feet. That's because you're thinking too hard. Close your eyes. Feel the music. When Lucetta stumbled for the 5th time, frustration crumpled her small face. I'll never be graceful like you. Serafina knelt, taking the girl's hands. I have a secret. Want to hear it? Lucetta nodded. When I was your age, I fell so often my teacher called me Little Earthquake. But do you know what made me improve? Practice. Joy. I stopped worrying about perfection and remembered why I loved dancing. She glanced at Marcello. Your father was right. I do dance differently when I'm not performing. Marcello cleared his throat. Perhaps some refreshment? I have lemon water. They sat in the courtyard where late roses climbed a trellis and pigeons cooed from neighbouring roofs. Lucetta chatted about her friends, her cat, her dreams of attending a real ball someday. "Will you teach me every Sunday?" she asked suddenly. Serafina hesitated. "If your father agrees." "Please, Papa. I promise I'll finish my chores early." Marcello studied Serafina's face, seeming to look past the careful neutrality she'd cultivated. "If the Signora has time for us." "I'll make time." The lessons became their secret ritual. Each Sunday, Serafina shed her nocturnal identity and became simply a dance teacher. She learned that Lucetta loved strawberries, feared thunderstorms, and believed fairies lived in the abandoned palazzo across the canal. She discovered that Marcello carved wooden toys in winter, knew every bird by its song, and had once dreamed of being a map maker. "Why didn't you?" she asked one morning as they watched Lucetta practice alone in the courtyard. "Maps require patrons. Patrons require connections. I had a pregnant wife and honest work." He shrugged. "Dreams change. Or we lock them away until we forget where we hid the key." Their eyes met. In daylight, without the veil of dusk, his gaze was startlingly direct. "Some keys find us when we least expect it." The moment stretched, delicate as blown glass. Lucetta's laughter broke it, sending pigeons scattering. "Papa, Signora, watch me spin!" As autumn deepened, their Sundays evolved. Sometimes they walked along the Zattere, Lucetta skipping ahead while Serafina and Marcello followed at a careful distance. She began bringing small gifts, hair ribbons for Lucetta, a book of maps for Marcello. He reciprocated with fresh figs from his cousin's garden, small repairs to her hidden jewellery box. But the world beyond their Sunday haven was less forgiving. Whispers reached Serafina's ears, servants gossiping about her mysterious absences, clients speculating about a secret lover. And Marcello faced his own scrutiny. "Signora Rossi saw you walking with her," his sister-in-law hissed one evening, cornering him at the fish market. "Have you lost your mind? Think of Lucetta." "I am thinking of her. She's learning grace, manners." "From a courtesan? What's next, sending her to brothel for arithmetic?" He walked away, but the words lingered like smoke. The crisis came on a November Sunday. Serafina arrived to find Marcello's door closed, a note tucked beneath. "The neighbours talk. I must think of Lucetta's future. Forgive me." She stood there, rain beginning to fall, the note blurring in her hands. Through the window she glimpsed Lucetta's face, tear-streaked, pressed against the glass. Pride urged her to leave, to armour herself in indifference. Instead, she knocked. Marcello opened the door, his expression torn between relief and anguish. "You shouldn't have come." "Probably not, but I did." She stepped inside, shaking rain from her cloak. "Now, are we going to let gossip dictate our lives, or shall we give Lucetta her lesson?" "The neighbours? We'll talk regardless, they always do." She met his gaze. "The question is, what do you want to teach your daughter about courage?" Lucetta appeared, clutching her father's leg. "Please, Papa, I miss our Sundays." Marcello looked between them, his daughter's pleading eyes, Serafina's quiet determination. Finally he sighed. "One condition. We do this openly. No more hiding." "Agreed." Serafina smiled. "Though I warn you that might scandalise them more." That afternoon they opened every window. Music and laughter spilled into the street as Lucetta twirled, her joy defiant against whispered judgments. When curious faces appeared at neighbouring windows, Marcello simply waved. Later, as Serafina prepared to leave, he caught her arm gently. "Thank you for not letting me be a coward." We're all cowards sometimes. The brave ones are those who open the door anyway. Walking home through sunset-painted streets, Serafina realised something had shifted. She wasn't just teaching Lucetta to dance, she was learning to live without masks, one Sunday at a time. December brought news that shattered Serafina's carefully balanced world. Count Alvise Morosini, a merchant prince with ships in every port and spies in every salon, requested her exclusive companionship. The offer came wrapped in silk and promises, a palazzo in Padua, a generous annuity, freedom from the exhausting rotation of clients. The catch? She would leave Venice immediately. "Consider carefully, Cara," her mentor Madame Loretta advised over morning chocolate. Morosini's last mistress retired with enough gold to buy a vineyard. And where is she now? Tuscany, I believe. Or was it Umbria? These arrangements rarely permit correspondence. Serafina stirred her chocolate, watching patterns form and dissolve. He wants an answer by Christmas. He wants you isolated, dependent. Loretta lit her pipe, eyes shrewd. The question is, what do you want? That Sunday, distraction made her clumsy. She missed steps, forgot counts, and finally stopped mid-lesson when Lucetta burst into tears. "I'm ruining everything," the girl wailed. "No, darling, I'm the one who's distracted today." Serafina hugged her. "Shall we try again?" But Marcello intervened. "Perhaps we should rest. Lucetta, go feed the cats in the courtyard." Alone with him, Serafina felt exposed. He had developed an unsettling ability to see through her performances. "What troubles you?" he asked simply. She nearly deflected with a pretty lie, but his steady gaze deserved better. "I've received an offer. Exclusive patronage. It would mean leaving Venice." Something flickered across his face. Pain, fear, before he mastered it. "A good offer?" "Financially, yes. Otherwise," she shrugged. "I'd become a caged nightingale. Beautiful songs, golden bars. And these Sundays would end." The words tasted like ashes. He turned to the window, hands clasped behind his back. "Lucetta will miss you." Only Lucetta? The question hung between them, dangerous as naked flame near gunpowder. When he faced her again, his composure had cracked. "You know it's not only Lucetta." Her heart stuttered. They had danced around this truth for months, maintaining careful boundaries. Now it stood before them, demanding acknowledgement. "Marcello, number don't." He held up a hand. "I have no right to influence your decision. You must choose what's best for your future." "And if I don't know what that is anymore?" Before he could answer, Lucetta burst in, cuddling a scraggly kitten. "Look, can we keep him? Please?" The moment shattered. They finished the lesson with forced cheerfulness, but everything felt different, fraught, fragile, ending. That evening, Serafina attended a reception at Carazzonico where Morosini waited. He was handsome in that polished way of men who've never known hardship, his smile calculated to dazzle. "Have you considered my proposal, Bella?" "I'm still contemplating, my lord." "What's to contemplate?" "I offer security, comfort, devotion. And freedom." His laugh held no warmth. "Freedom is overrated. You'd have everything you need within reach." As he spoke of his plans, the house he'd chosen, the jewels he'd commissioned, Serafina found herself thinking of Sunday mornings, of honest laughter and clumsy waltzes, of a man who saw her humanity before her beauty. "I need more time," she said finally. Morosini's charm slipped, revealing steel beneath. "Don't test my patience, Cara. Other flowers bloom in Venice." The threat was clear: accept or be replaced. In their world, courtesans passed their prime-faced bleak futures. That night, unable to sleep, she walked to the Rialto Bridge. The market stall stood empty, fish scales glittering on wet stones like fallen stars. She found Marcello's usual mooring spot and sat, letting her feet dangle above dark water. "You'll catch your death," his voice startled her. "How did you know I'd be here?" "I didn't. I couldn't sleep either." He sat beside her, careful to leave space between them. "The offer? Demands an answer soon?" "Ah." They watched the water in silence. Finally he spoke. "Do you know why I became a gondolier?" She shook her head. My father was one, and his father. But I had ambitions, university perhaps. Then my father died, leaving debts. The boat was all we had. He paused. I thought I was sacrificing my future. Instead, I found a different one. Not better or worse, just true. Are you saying I should accept Morosini's offer? I'm saying that sometimes what looks like a cage is freedom, and what looks like freedom is a cage. Only you can tell the difference. She turned to him, sudden fierce tears in her eyes. And what if I want something impossible? His hand covered hers, warm against the stone. Nothing is impossible, only improbable. A courtesan and a gondolier, society already talks. Let them. His thumb traced her knuckles. But this isn't about me, or us. It's about you choosing the life you want, not the one others expect. Dawn was painting the sky rose and gold when they finally parted. Serafina walked home through awakening streets, her mind clearer than it had been in weeks. The next day she sent her answer to Morosini, a polite, firm refusal. His response was swift and vicious. Within hours, whispers spread through Venice. La Rosa di Notte had lost her thorn, past her prime, desperate. Clients cancelled, invitations ceased. Even Madame Loretta advised her to reconsider. You've made a powerful enemy, Cara. Without protection. I'll survive. On what? Love. Loretta's laugh was bitter. Love doesn't pay the rent. That Sunday, Serafina almost didn't go to Marcello's house. Pride and fear warred within her. But as the bells of San Giacomo rang, her feet carried her there anyway. Lucetta greeted her with unusual solemnity. Papa says you're sad. Is it because of the mean prince? What mean prince, darling? The one who wants to lock you in a tower, like in my storybook. Serafina looked at Marcello, who shrugged. She overheard the neighbours. I may have elaborated. So you're not leaving? Lucetta's eyes were wide with hope. No, Piccola, I'm not leaving. The lesson that day felt different, charged with unspoken possibilities. When Lucetta went to play with her kitten, Marcello approached Serafina. You refused him. Yes. Why? She met his gaze squarely. Because I'd rather have uncertain freedom than certain captivity. Because I'm tired of performing. Because ... She swallowed. Because Sunday mornings have become more precious than Saturday nights. His smile transformed his face. Good. They stood there, the future sprawling before them like an unmapped canal, dangerous, uncertain, but theirs to navigate. January arrived with bitter winds and bitterer truths. Morosini's influence spread like winter frost, touching every aspect of Serafina's life. Her landlord tripled the rent. Merchants who once fawned now demanded payment up front. Even the opera house, where she'd held a permanent box, suddenly found her subscription misplaced. You're being foolish, Madame Loretta declared, finding Serafina selling jewellery at a discreet shop near San Polo. Apologise to Morosini. Beg if you must. I'd rather sell everything I own. And then? You'll end up in some canal-side brothel servicing sailors for bread. Serafina straightened her spine. I have other plans. Those plans, however, remained frustratingly vague. She'd quietly inquired about teaching positions at girls' academies, only to find doors closing before she could knock. Morosini's reach was long. Meanwhile, Marcello faced his own trials. The whispers had reached his clients. Nobles who suddenly preferred other gondoliers, merchants who cancelled long-standing arrangements. His brother-in-law cornered him at the fish market. End this association, or we'll petition to take Lucetta, a courtesan's influence. She's teaching my daughter to dance. Today? Dance? Tomorrow? What other lessons? The threat hung heavy. In Venice, family court favoured proper households over single fathers who kept questionable company. That Sunday, Serafina arrived to find Marcello's door locked, windows shuttered. Panic clawed at her until she spotted the note tucked beneath a flower pot. Meet at Saint Alvise, side entrance. M. The ancient church was empty save for an elderly priest dozing in the sacristy. Marcello waited in a shadowed alcove, Lucetta clutching his hand. "What's happened?" Serafina whispered. "My brother-in-law has filed a petition, claims I'm exposing Lucetta to moral corruption." His voice was tight with controlled fury. "The hearing's next week." "Oh, Marcello!" She reached for him, then stopped, acutely aware of the public space. "What can I do?" "Nothing. Everything. I don't know." He ran a hand through his hair. "If I lose her." "You won't. You can't promise that." Lucetta tugged her father's sleeve. "Papa, are they taking me away because of Signora Serafina?" "No, Piccola, never think that." But the child's eyes, wise beyond their years, saw through the comfort. She turned to Serafina. "If I don't see you any more, will you remember our dances?" Serafina knelt, gathering the girl close. "Always, but we're not saying goodbye yet." That night, alone in her emptying rooms, Serafina made a decision. She wrote 3 letters, one to Madame Loretta, one to her banker, and one to a name from her past she'd sworn never to contact again. The replies came swiftly. Loretta offered refuge in her countryside villa. The banker confirmed her remaining funds would last perhaps 6 months. And Sister Maria Celeste, now Mother Superior at the Ospedale della Pietà, agreed to meet. "You want to teach here?" The nun's eyes were shrewd behind wire spectacles. "After the life you've led?" "I began here, remember? Before I chose another path." "The governors will object, unless someone they respect vouches for me." Serafina leaned forward. "You know my skills, Reverend Mother. These girls deserve more than basic hymns." "And what of your reputation?" "Is beyond repair, but my talent remains." Mother Superior studied her for a long moment. 3 months trial. You'll board here, dress modestly, attend services. Any scandal, and you're gone. Agreed. The position solved her immediate needs, but created new problems. The Pietà's rules were strict. No visitors, limited outside contact. Her Sundays with Marcello and Lucetta would end. She spent a sleepless night weighing choices. At dawn, she made her way to Marcello's house. He answered her knock half-dressed, hair dishevelled from worry. "Serafina, what's wrong?" "Everything. Nothing." She pushed past him into the dim parlour. "I found a position, teaching music at the Pietà." His face lit up, then fell as she explained the conditions. "No visits at all?" "Perhaps in time, once I've proven myself." "But Lucetta will be safe. Your brother-in-law can't claim corruption if I'm cloistered with nuns." She managed a weak smile. "Rather ironic, isn't it?" "This isn't what you want." "What I want seems increasingly irrelevant." She turned away, fighting tears. "I should go. The hearing." "Stay." His voice was rough. "Please." She faced him, and suddenly the careful distance they'd maintained collapsed. He crossed the room in 2 strides, cupping her face in calloused hands. "This is madness," she whispered. "Then let's be mad together." His kiss tasted of coffee and desperation. She clung to him, memorizing the solid warmth of his body, the way his heart hammered against her palm. "Papa?" Lucetta's sleepy voice shattered the moment. "Is Signora Serafina staying for breakfast?" They sprang apart like guilty children. Marcello's flush would have been comical under other circumstances. Yes, if she'd like." Breakfast was bittersweet. Lucetta chattered about her kitten's antics while Serafina and Marcello exchanged weighted glances over her head. Each moment felt stolen, precious. As she prepared to leave, Lucetta presented her with a drawing, 2 figures dancing, surrounded by stars. "For your new room," the child explained, "so you don't forget us." Serafina's composure cracked. She fled with barely a goodbye, tears blinding her as she navigated familiar bridges. The day of the hearing dawned grey and bitter. Serafina, already installed at the Pietà, could only pray. She taught her classes mechanically, starting at every footstep in the corridor. Evening brought a message delivered by a breathless novice. Custody retained, conditions applied, Sunday visits supervised by clergy permitted. She read it twice, hope and heartbreak warring in her chest. They had won, but at what cost? That night, as the orphan girls sang vespers, Serafina listened to young voices rising through ancient stones. Their sweet harmonies spoke of resilience, of beauty born from abandonment. Perhaps, she thought, broken things could still make music. 6 months passed in rhythm of sacred music and secular longing. Serafina's days filled with teaching, not just music, but deportment, literature, the gentle arts that might lift her charges above their circumstances. The orphan girls bloomed under her tutelage, their voices soaring in concerts that drew Venice's elite. Sundays brought carefully chaperoned visits. Sister Margherita, a kind soul who'd taken Serafina under her wing, accompanied her to Marcello's house. They maintained perfect propriety, Serafina teaching Lucetta, Marcello offering refreshments, conversation flowing within acceptable bounds. But beneath the surface, their connection deepened through glances, brief touches, words layered with meaning. "Your pupils performed beautifully last week," Marcello mentioned one April morning. "The Doge himself attended, they say." "You were there?" Serafina looked up from adjusting Lucetta's posture. In the back, Sister Margherita has keen eyes. Their chaperone coughed delicately from her corner, but her eyes twinkled. Spring surrendered to summer. Serafina's transformation from courtesan to respectable teacher became Venice's favourite tale of redemption. Even Morosini, his pride salved by a new mistress, ceased his vendetta. Her old life faded like watercolours in rain. Yet she felt suspended between worlds, no longer the rose of night, not quite the woman she was becoming. The crisis came in September. Mother Superior summoned her after Vespers. "You've exceeded expectations, my child. The governors wish to offer you a permanent position." "That's wonderful news." "With conditions." The nun's face grew stern. "You must take preliminary vows, not full orders, but a commitment to our community. It would mean severing all worldly attachments." Serafina's throat tightened. "All attachments." "The Sunday visits would cease. We've been lenient given the circumstances, but permanent faculty cannot maintain such connections." That night Serafina walked the Pietà's cloisters till her feet ached. The choice seemed impossible. Security and purpose versus love and freedom. By dawn, she'd made her decision. She found Marcello at his morning mooring preparing for the day's fairs. He took one look at her face and led her to a quiet campo. "They've offered me permanence," she said without preamble, "if I take vows." Understanding dawned in his eyes. No more Sundays. No more anything. I'd be committed to the Pietà. He absorbed this silently, then asked, "What do you want?" "I don't know any more. I thought I wanted respectability, safety. Now ... She gestured helplessly. Now I want impossible things. You, Lucetta. A life that doesn't demand I choose between heart and survival." He caught her hands, "Then choose both." "How?" "Marry me." The world stopped. Around them, Venice continued its morning dance. Merchants opening shops, housewives bargaining for fish, children chasing pigeons. But for Serafina, everything crystallized to this moment, this man, this outrageous proposal. "Marcello, be serious." "I am. Marry me. Not for reputation or convenience, but because I love you. Because Lucetta loves you. Because Sunday mornings aren't enough anymore." A gondolier and a former courtesan, Venice would talk. Let them. They already do. He drew her closer. "I'm not wealthy. I can't offer palazzos or jewels. but I can offer truth, a real home, a family. Tears blurred her vision. The scandal would ruin you. Lucetta's chances would improve with a mother who teaches at the Pietà. Think, Cara, a respectable marriage, a proper household. Even my brother-in-law couldn't object. The audacity of it stole her breath. It was absurd, impossible, perfect. You're mad. Completely, will you marry me? She answered with a kiss that tasted of salt and joy. The next week's whirled past in preparations and negotiations. Mother Superior, surprisingly pragmatic, agreed that a married music mistress was preferable to none. Marcello's family, faced with his determination, grudgingly accepted the match. Even Madame Loretta sent congratulations and a generous wedding gift. They married in October, in the small church of San Giacomo dell'Orio, where they'd first danced to accordion music. Lucetta served as flower girl, scattering rose petals with enthusiastic abandon. The wedding party was modest, a few gondolier friends, several Pietà sisters, some of Serafina's former musicians who'd remained loyal. Their wedding night was spent in Marcello's house, now their house. As moonlight silvered the canal outside, Serafina unpacked her belongings, including the pressed camellia she'd saved from their first meeting. "What's that?" Marcello asked, watching her place it reverently on the mantel. "A reminder of who I was, who I am, who I'm becoming." He wrapped his arms around her waist. "And who is that?" "Serafina Fontana, wife, mother, teacher, myself." The months that followed brought their own challenges. Venice's memory was long, and whispers followed them. But gradually the reality of their life, Serafina's dedication to her pupils, Marcello's steady work, their obvious devotion to Lucetta wore down prejudice. A year after their marriage, as autumn painted the city in amber, Serafina discovered she was pregnant. The news filled their small house with joy and terror. "What if Venice remembers who I was?" she fretted one night. "What legacy am I giving our child?" Marcello smoothed her hair. The legacy of courage, of choosing love over fear. Their son arrived with the spring floods, healthy and squalling. They named him Marco after Marcello's father. Lucetta proclaimed herself the greatest big sister in Venice and proved it by teaching her brother to dance before he could walk. Years blended into a tapestry of small joys and quiet victories. Serafina's pupils won prestigious competitions. Marcello expanded his business, eventually owning 3 gondolas. Lucetta grew into a poised young woman who played violin in the Pietà orchestra. One evening, as they celebrated their 10th anniversary, Serafina found herself in their courtyard garden. Marcello joined her, bringing wine and comfortable silence. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked softly. "Choosing me?" He kissed her temple. "I didn't choose you. My heart did, long before my mind caught up. But the difficulties made us stronger." He turned her to face him. "Do you know what I see when I look at you? Not La Rosa di Notte, not the Pietà's music mistress. I see the woman who taught our daughter to dance with joy instead of perfection, who showed our son that strength comes from tenderness, who chose love over comfort, truth over performance." She leaned into him, watching stars reflect in the canal. "I used to think my life was a tragedy interrupted by farce. Now I realize it was always a love story. I just needed to find my true partner." "And the waltz continues," he murmured. From inside came the sound of music. Lucetta practicing a new piece while Marco attempted to sing along, hilariously off-key. Serafina smiled. This was her symphony now, imperfect, chaotic, real. She reached into her pocket and drew out a fresh camellia, picked that morning from their garden. "For you," she said, tucking it into his lapel, a promise kept. As church bells marked the hour across Venice, Serafina Fontana, once courtesan, now wife, mother, teacher, waltzed with her husband in their small courtyard. No audience watched, no masks remained. Just two hearts moving as one, writing their own ending to a story that began with a silent gondola ride through fog-shrouded canals. In Venice, a city built on water and dreams, they had found their solid ground. The end. Concrete shadows. Jamal Crawford's fingers trembled slightly as he adjusted the viewfinder of his battered JVC camcorder. The August heat had turned West Baltimore into a concrete furnace, but Jamal barely noticed the sweat trickling down his temple as he focused on capturing the perfect angle. "Yo, J-Bo, you getting this or what?" Marcus Red Kennedy called out, his voice echoing under the Jones Falls Expressway. Red balanced precariously on his skateboard, poised at the top of a makeshift ramp fashioned from plywood and cinder blocks. "Hold up, I'm framing the shot," Jamal called back, his eye never leaving the viewfinder. Through the lens, the decaying urban landscape transformed into something cinematic. The graffiti-tagged pillars, the slanting afternoon light cutting through the highway supports, and Red's lanky frame suspended against it all. This wasn't just skateboarding to Jamal, this was visual poetry, a document of their existence in a city that preferred to pretend they didn't exist. His mother had given him the camcorder 2 years ago, just 3 months before cancer took her. "Show them what they don't want to see," she'd said. Jamal had been filming ever since. 3, 2, 1, action, Jamal murmured, pressing record. Red launched himself down the ramp, board rattling against the uneven surface. As he approached the metal rail, he executed a perfect board slide, then landed with unusual grace for his 6'2" frame. A small group of neighbourhood kids erupted in cheers. "That's the one," Jamal shouted, grinning behind the camera. "We're going to need that for the opening segment." For the past 6 months, Jamal had been compiling footage for what he called Concrete Chronicles, a video documentary of neighbourhood life that nobody else bothered to document. Not the occasional shootings and drug deals that made the evening news, but the everyday resilience, impromptu chess tournaments in the park, underground rap battles, community garden harvests, and especially the skateboarding that had saved both him and Red from the corner life that swallowed so many others. "Let's hit the old church before the light goes," Jamal suggested, already packing his equipment into his backpack, a habit born from having had a previous camera stolen at gunpoint. "I want to get that stained glass before it's too dark." The condemned St. Augustine's Church stood like a forgotten sentinel 4 blocks east, its Gothic spires incongruous against the backdrop of low-rise projects and corner stores. City officials had scheduled it for demolition next month, part of an urban renewal project that locals knew meant displacement. The church had become Jamal and Red's favourite filming spot, partly for the architecture, partly because the empty lot behind it made for perfect skating, and partly because nobody bothered them there. What Jamal couldn't have known was that the church also offered a perfect vantage point of the adjacent community centre, where Reverend Elijah Benton was scheduled to announce his mayoral candidacy that evening. "You hear the Reverend speaking tonight?" Red asked as they walked, skateboard tucked under his arm. "My grandma says he's got the votes to win, talking about shutting down the kickback schemes at City Hall." Jamal nodded, adjusting the weight of his backpack. "That's exactly why he won't win. People who talk about that stuff around here tend to disappear or worse." "Damn, Jay. When did you get so cynical?" "It's not cynical, it's documentary filmmaking," Jamal replied with a half smile. "You observe what happens enough times, you start to see the patterns." They reached St. Augustine's as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the cracked concrete. The church's massive wooden doors were chained shut, but they'd discovered months ago that the basement window around back had a broken latch. Inside, the church was a study in contrasts, ornate architecture crumbling from neglect, shafts of coloured light from the stained glass illuminating decades of graffiti. Jamal immediately went to work, filming the interplay of light and shadow, while Red explored the nave, his footsteps echoing against the vaulted ceiling. "Check this out," Red called, pointing to a newly tagged wall bearing an intricate mural. "Somebody's been busy." Jamal zoomed in on the artwork, a stylized depiction of handcuffed wrists breaking free of their chains, surrounded by the words, "No justice, no peace." "That's clean work," Jamal muttered appreciatively, panning across the mural. As he did, the camera caught a flash of movement through one of the side windows. Curious, he adjusted his position to get a better view of the community centre across the way. Through his viewfinder, Jamal could see a small crowd gathering. At the centre stood Reverend Benton in his signature bow tie, shaking hands and embracing supporters. The man's charisma was evident even from a distance. The way the crowd seemed to orbit around him, the enthusiastic nods as he spoke. "Got some B-roll of the Reverend," Jamal called to Red. "Might be good context for the neighbourhood segment." That's when he noticed the black sedan pulling up across the street, its windows tinted beyond legal limits. Something about it triggered Jamal's instincts, the same instincts that had kept him alive growing up in a neighbourhood where danger often arrived with subtle cues. "Red," he called, his voice suddenly tight. "Something's not right." Before Red could respond, the sedan's rear window lowered slightly. Jamal kept filming, almost by reflex, as a glint of metal appeared in the gap. The first shot shattered the evening calm like a thunderclap. Through his viewfinder, Jamal watched in horror as Reverend Benton clutched his chest, staggered backward, and collapsed. The crowd scattered in panic as two more shots rang out. Jamal's hands were shaking so badly he nearly dropped the camera, but he didn't stop recording. Not when the sedan peeled away, not when he caught a glimpse of the driver's face reflected in a shattered church window, a face he recognised all too well. Sergeant Lionel Ramsey, the most feared cop in West Baltimore. "Jay, we gotta go. Now." Red was pulling at Jamal's arm. "Did you get that on tape?" Jamal nodded numbly, unable to form words. "Then we're both dead if they find us here," Red hissed, dragging Jamal toward the exit. "Move!" As they fled through the basement window, sirens already wailing in the distance, Jamal clutched the camcorder to his chest. He'd come for skateboarding footage, but had captured something else entirely. Something that could burn their world to the ground. What he didn't know then was that 17 years of trying to remain invisible were about to end. The boy who had spent his life documenting others had just become the story. Samantha Klein's office smelled of instant coffee and desperation. 17 case files were stacked on her desk, each representing a human being lost in the machinery of Baltimore's criminal justice system. 6 months into her role as a public defender, the idealism that had carried her through law school was developing hairline fractures. She pushed aside a half-eaten sandwich and reached for the newest file. The photo clipped to it showed a black teenager with observant eyes and a guarded expression. Jamal Crawford, 17th, picked up for defacing public property, specifically spray-painting "Witness" in massive red letters across the boarded-up community centre where Reverend Benton had been murdered 3 days earlier. A symbolic cry for help if she'd ever seen one. "Klein, you're up," the supervisor barked, poking his head through the doorway. "Arraignment in 20, the graffiti kid." "Got it," she replied, scanning the file. "No priors. Lived with his aunt and younger sister. Mother deceased, father incarcerated. Nothing that would typically grab her attention among the parade of disadvantaged youth moving through the system. But something about this case nagged at her. The timing and location of the vandalism were too specific to be coincidental. The murder of Elijah Benton had dominated the news cycle, with police pushing a narrative about gang retaliation for the Reverend's anti-violence stance. It didn't track with what Sam knew about Benton's community standing, but the media had swallowed it whole. In the courthouse holding area, Jamal sat with his shoulders hunched. looking younger than his 17 years. When Sam introduced herself, his eyes assessed her with a filmmaker's scrutiny, taking in every detail of her discount suit and scuffed briefcase. "They assigned you to me?" he asked, voice low and cautious. "I'm your public defender, yes." Sam sat across from him. "Want to tell me about the graffiti?" "Not really." "They've got you on camera, Jamal. Security footage from a building across the street." A faint smile. "Ironic." Sam tilted her head. "How so?" Jamal leaned forward slightly. "Because camera footage only seems to matter when it works against people like me." There it was, the opening she'd been looking for. "And when it works for people like you?" Jamal's eyes widened almost imperceptibly before his expression shuttered again. "I don't know what you mean." "I think you do." Sam lowered her voice. "The vandalism location wasn't random. You were making a statement about Reverend Benton's murder." Jamal said nothing, but his fingers tapped an anxious rhythm against the table. "They're holding your friend too," Sam continued. "Marcus Kennedy. Red, right? Picked him up yesterday on a parole violation. He'd just been released from central booking when suddenly they're bringing him back in, claiming he matches a description from an eyewitness to Benton's shooting." Now she had his full attention. Fear flashed across his face before he could mask it. "That's impossible," Jamal whispered. "Red didn't shoot anyone." "I believe you," Sam replied, "but belief doesn't hold up in court. Evidence does." The room fell silent except for the distant sound of cell doors clanging shut. Sam waited, knowing from experience that silence often extracted more truth than questioning. Finally, Jamal spoke. If someone had evidence, real evidence, what would happen to them? That would depend on the evidence, and on how carefully they navigated the system. "The system," Jamal repeated with quiet derision. "The same system that's framing my best friend for murder while the real killer walks free?" Sam chose her next words carefully. "Not everyone in the system is corrupt, Jamal. Some of us are trying to make it work the way it's supposed to." "And how many times have you succeeded?" The question stung because the answer was so rarely. Still, Sam pressed on. Enough to keep trying. Enough to believe that truth matters, even here. Jamal studied her face for a long moment, as if trying to read sincerity in her features. Then he made a decision. "I was filming that day, at the old church across from the community centre. I caught the whole thing on tape." Sam's heart skipped. "The murder? Not just the murder. The killer?" Jamal's voice dropped to a whisper. "It was Sergeant Ramsey. The shot came from his car. I caught his reflection in a window." The implications hit Sam like a physical blow. Lionel Ramsey wasn't just any police officer. He was a 20-year veteran with deep connections throughout the department and City Hall. If what Jamal was saying was true, the case had just expanded from murder to conspiracy at the highest levels. "Where's the tape now?" she asked. "Hidden. If they find it, if they find out I saw anything, they'll kill me. Just like they're setting up Red to take the fall." "They won't find out from me," Sam assured him. "But I need to see that tape, Jamal. It's the only way I can help Red. The only way I can help you." Jamal hesitated, weighing his options. Trust didn't come easily in his world, Sam knew, especially trust in the system that had failed him repeatedly. "My arraignment first," he finally said. "Get me out and I'll show you. But just you. Nobody else." Sam nodded. "I'll argue for release to your aunt's custody. First-time offence, school enrolment, the works. But Jamal, once I see that tape, things will move fast. Are you ready for that?" A complexity of emotions crossed his face. Fear, determination, doubt. Then something else emerged. A fierce, burning sense of purpose. "My whole life, I've been documenting things from the sidelines," he said. "Watching stuff happen to people who look like me and Red. My mum used to say the camera was my weapon against being invisible, against being erased." He straightened his shoulders. "I'm ready." As Sam gathered her notes, preparing to argue for Jamal's release, she felt the weight of what she was stepping into. In law school, they talked about career-defining cases. They hadn't mentioned that such cases often came disguised as routine arraignments, or that they might require facing down the very power structures you operated within. But looking at Jamal, a boy with a camera who'd accidentally captured something he was never meant to see, Sam knew she couldn't walk away. Not when the tape might be the only thing standing between his friend and a murder conviction. Not when it might expose a conspiracy that reached into the highest echelons of Baltimore's power structure. Not when it might finally prove what so many in the city had been saying for years, that the system wasn't broken at all. It was functioning exactly as designed, to protect those in power, no matter the cost. The pawnshop television flickered with static as Red's face appeared on screen. 3 days after the leaked footage hit the street, every news channel in Baltimore was running the story. The tape, grainy but unmistakable, showed the black sedan, the muzzle flash, and most damning of all, Sergeant Ramsey's reflection in the shattered church window. "Turn it up," Jamal told the pawnshop owner, who obliged with a suspicious glance. "Continues to deny any connection to the shooting," the anchor was saying, but sources close to the investigation confirm that Sergeant Lionel Ramsey has been placed on administrative leave pending an internal investigation. Meanwhile, Marcus Kennedy, the teenager initially charged with Reverend Benton's murder, remains in custody despite growing public outcry. Jamal's fist clenched. The plan had been simple. Sam would use the tape to get the charges against Red dropped. Instead, the tape had leaked. Jamal still didn't know how, and now Red was being held for his own protection, while Ramsey remained free. Outside, rain pelted the sidewalk as Jamal headed toward the courthouse, where Sam had told him to meet her. He pulled his hoodie lower, all too aware of the police cruisers that had started following him ever since the footage went public. They never approached, just let him see them watching, a reminder that he was visible now in all the wrong ways. Jamal quickened his pace. Since the leak, journalists had camped outside their apartment building, along with activists, conspiracy theorists, and occasionally men in unmarked cars who didn't identify themselves at all. He'd stopped sleeping at home 3 nights ago, crashing instead at a series of friends' places, never staying anywhere long enough to put anyone at risk. At the courthouse steps, protesters had gathered despite the rain. Some held signs with Red's face, others with Reverend Benton's. A smaller contingent, mostly police officers' families, carried blue line flags and signs supporting Ramsey. The two groups faced off across the courthouse plaza, their chants overlapping into unintelligible noise. Jamal bypassed the main entrance, heading for the service door where Sam had told him to meet her. He found her waiting in the stairwell, her usual neat appearance dishevelled, dark circles under her eyes. "You okay?" he asked. "Better than you, I'd guess." She handed him a cup of coffee. "Your aunt called me, says you haven't been home." "Not safe there." Jamal sipped the coffee, grateful for its warmth. "What's happening with Red?" "That's what I wanted to talk to you about." Sam glanced around to ensure they were alone. "The DA's office is stalling. They're not dropping the charges against Red, but they're also not moving forward with the case." "What does that mean?" "It means they're waiting for the heat to die down, for people to forget about the tape, about Ramsey's face in that window. They're hoping for something to replace it in the news cycle." Jamal kicked the wall in frustration. "So they're just going to keep Red locked up indefinitely?" "Not if we can help it." Sam pulled a manila folder from her bag. "I found something. After the tape leaked, I started digging into Ramsey's history. Disciplinary records, incident reports, anything I could get my hands on. And most of it's sealed tight, but I found this." She opened the folder to reveal a photograph of a younger Ramsey standing next to a group of men in suits. "That's Ramsey 20 years ago. Know who the man next to him is?" Jamal studied the photo. "That's the developer, right? The one trying to buy up the neighbourhood. Whitmore." "Exactly. Calvin Whitmore. Back then he was just getting started in real estate. Now he's one of the biggest developers in the city, and one of the mayor's biggest donors." "So?" So Reverend Benton was leading the opposition to Whitmore's latest development project, the one that would demolish 6 blocks of your neighbourhood, including the community centre. Sam pulled out another document. And guess who authorised over $50 million in city contracts to Whitmore's company last year? The mayor, Jamal guessed. The mayor's office, yes, but specifically the Urban Development Committee, which is chaired by... Dear Cheryl Landon, Jamal finished, the connections clicking into place. The same DA who's prosecuting Red. The same DA who's also running for mayor herself now that Benton's out of the picture. Sam nodded grimly. It's all connected, Jamal. The development deals, the kickbacks, Benton's opposition, and now his murder. Jamal felt a chill that had nothing to do with the rain. We need more than just the tape, don't we? We need all of this. We do, and that's where you come in. Sam lowered her voice further. The station manager at WBAL agreed to give you 5 minutes on air, live, unedited, tonight. Jamal's eyes widened. Why would they do that? Because the tape made you a minor celebrity, whether you wanted to be or not, and because their ratings will go through the roof. Sam's expression was deadly serious. This is your chance, Jamal, to tell the whole story, not just what was on the tape, to make them see what's really happening here. Fear and resolve battled within him. What about Red? What about my aunt and sister? If I do this... I've arranged for them to stay somewhere safe until this blows over, Sam assured him. But I can't promise there won't be consequences, Jamal. This goes higher than just Ramsey. Jamal thought of his mother's words. Show them what they don't want to see. Of Red sitting in a cell for a crime he didn't commit. Of Reverend Benton's body falling to the pavement, his voice silenced just as he was about to speak truth to power. I'll do it, he said finally. But I need something first. Name it. My original tape, not the copy that leaked. There's more on it than people know. Sam frowned. More? Like what? Like license plate numbers. Like a conversation I picked up on the audio track. Like proof that this goes even higher than the D.A. Jamal met her gaze steadily. I've watched that tape 100 times since that day. I know exactly what's on it. And exactly how to use it. For the first time since they'd met, Sam looked genuinely startled. You never mentioned any of this. You never asked. Jamal gave her a faint smile. Everyone sees the kid with the camera. Nobody asks what else he sees through that lens. As they finalised the details for the interview, Jamal felt a strange calm settling over him. For years he'd been documenting life from the margins, capturing moments that the wider world ignored or misunderstood. Now, finally, he was stepping into the frame himself, with a story that couldn't be ignored. It was terrifying, it was dangerous, but it was also, in its own way, exactly what his mother had prepared him for. You know, he told Sam as they parted ways, when I was filming Red that day, right before everything happened, I was thinking about how to capture the truth of our lives. Not the truth they show on the news, but the real truth about how we live, how we survive. And now? Now I'm thinking about how to make them see that our lives matter, that Red's life matters, that the truth matters, even when it's inconvenient, especially then. Sam squeezed his shoulder. That's the most important story you could tell. That evening, as a technician clipped a microphone to his shirt in the green room of WBAL's studio, Jamal thought about all the stories that had never been told, all the truths that had been buried beneath convenient narratives. He thought about how a single moment, captured on tape, could change everything. And he thought about Red, sitting in a cell while powerful men scrambled to rewrite reality around him. We're living 2 minutes, the producer announced. Jamal took a deep breath. The camera was about to turn on him, but this time he was ready. This time he was the one with the story to tell. The city burning wasn't part of the plan. 48 hours after Jamal's television appearance, Baltimore was gripped by the largest civil unrest it had seen in decades. His careful presentation of evidence, the enhanced audio revealing Ramsey's voice saying Whitmore sends his regards before the shots, the license plate visible in the reflection that traced back to a shell company owned by the developer, the document Sam had uncovered linking the mayor's office to the questionable development deals, had struck a match to dry tinder. Now Jamal watched from Sam's apartment window as distant plumes of smoke rose from the direction of City Hall. He'd been in protective custody since the broadcast, after the first death threat came in during the live studio feed. His aunt and sister had been moved to a sister's house in Philadelphia. Red remained in jail, but at least he'd been transferred to a separate facility after inmates connected to Ramsey had tried to get to him. "They're saying it's another Los Angeles," Sam said, joining him at the window. She looked exhausted, having spent the day in emergency hearings trying to get Red released. National Guard's been called in. "That's not what I wanted," Jamal murmured, watching the helicopters circling downtown. "What did you expect?" Sam's tone wasn't accusatory, just tired. "You exposed corruption at every level of city government. You showed how a respected civil rights leader was assassinated to protect wealthy developers. You named names, Jamal. That doesn't just go away." "I know, but..." Jamal gestured helplessly at the chaos beyond the window. "People are getting hurt out there, arrested. This isn't just about Red anymore, or Benton. It's about everyone who's been stepped on for years." Sam's phone buzzed with an incoming call. Her eyebrows rose as she checked the display. "It's the DA's office," she said, answering and putting it on speaker. "Klein here." "This is District Attorney Landon." The voice was clipped, businesslike. "I'm calling regarding your client, Marcus Kennedy." Jamal leaned forward, breath caught in his throat. "What about him?" Sam asked, her professional mask firmly in place. "In light of new evidence, we're dropping all charges. He'll be processed for release within the hour." Sam's eyes met Jamal's, both of them too stunned to speak for a moment. "I appreciate that, Madam DA," Sam finally replied, "but I have to ask, what about Sergeant Ramsey and the others implicated in Reverend Benton's murder?" A long pause. "Sergeant Ramsey was found deceased in his home 30 minutes ago, apparent suicide. As for the other allegations raised by your other client, those remain under investigation." The call ended before Sam could respond. She slowly lowered the phone, her expression a complex mixture of shock, vindication, and something darker. "Suicide," she repeated flatly. "Convenient." "Too convenient," Jamal agreed, his filmmaker's mind already constructing the scenario. "They're cutting their losses. Ramsey takes the fall. Case closed." "Maybe," Sam pocketed her phone. "But something's changed. Red's release, Ramsey's suicide. They're scrambling, and they wouldn't be scrambling if they weren't afraid." Afraid of what? Of what else might come out? Of who else might start talking? She gave him a significant look. "Your footage cracked the foundation. Now the whole structure's at risk." The realization dawned on Jamal. They think there's more evidence. Or they know there is. Sam's gaze was piercing. "Is there, Jamal? Something you haven't shown me?" The question hung between them, charged with possibility. Jamal thought of the other tapes, dozens of hours of B-roll and interviews he'd collected over the years. Nothing as damning as Ramsey pulling the trigger, but plenty that painted a picture of systematic exploitation. Plenty that named names, showed faces, documented the slow, deliberate dismantling of a community. "Maybe," he admitted. "Not about the shooting specifically, but about everything else. The patterns, the players. I've been filming this neighbourhood for years, Sam. Nothing happens in isolation." Before Sam could respond, her phone buzzed again, this time with a text message that made her face pale. "What is it?" Jamal asked. "It's from a number I don't recognise." She showed him the screen. "Fire at 1742 Mosher Street. Now." Jamal's heart stopped. "That's my aunt's place." "But she's in Philadelphia. My tapes are there, all of them." Jamal was already grabbing his jacket, heading for the door. "I have to go." "Jamal, wait. It could be a trap." but he was already racing down the stairs, fear propelling him faster than caution. The thought of losing those tapes, his life's work, his mother's legacy, the only record of truth that might otherwise be buried forever, was unthinkable. He caught a taxi 3 blocks from Sam's building, the driver hesitant to head toward the unrest but relenting when Jamal offered triple the fare. As they approached his neighbourhood, the smoke became visible, not from the distant protests but from something much closer. The driver stopped 2 blocks away. "Can't go further, man. Road's blocked." Jamal threw cash at him and ran the rest, his lungs burning with exertion and fear. As he rounded the corner onto Mosher Street, he saw it. The apartment building where he'd grown up engulfed in flames. Fire trucks already on the scene, but clearly too late for the structure itself. A crowd had gathered behind the police line. Jamal pushed through, searching desperately for any sign of the neighbours who might know something. He spotted Mrs. Watkins, the elderly woman from across the hall, wrapped in a blanket in the back of an ambulance. "Mrs. Watkins, it's me, Jamal." She looked up, recognition filtering through shock. "Jamal? Oh, thank God you weren't in there. My aunt and sister. They haven't been here for days, baby, since all this started." Relief flooded him. What happened? Her expression darkened. Men came, looking for something. When they couldn't find it, they poured something on the floors. Next thing we knew, the place was up in flames. A cold certainty settled in Jamal's stomach. This wasn't random. This wasn't even just about silencing him. This was about erasing evidence. Any evidence that might exist beyond the single tape that had already gone public. He stood frozen, watching as the firefighters battled the blaze. The building that held every memory of his mother, every piece of footage he'd ever shot. The shoebox under the floorboards where he'd hidden the original tape that started it all. Gone. All of it. Gone. A hand gripped his shoulder. He turned to find Sam beside him, out of breath from running. "I'm so sorry," she said, taking in the devastation before them. "Everything was in there," Jamal said, his voice hollow. "Everything I ever filmed." Sam squeezed his shoulder. "That's exactly why they did this. Because they're scared of what you might have." Jamal stared at the flames, something hardening inside him. They'd taken his home. They'd tried to take his voice. They'd nearly taken Red. "Let's go get Red," he said finally, turning away from the burning building. "And then we need to talk." "About what?" "About the fact that I've been making backup copies of my tapes. About the fact that there's a copy of everything. Everything. Where they'd never think to look." Sam's eyes widened. "You never said—" "I never say everything," Jamal replied, a ghost of a smile touching his lips despite the circumstances. "That's the first rule of documentary filmmaking. Always keep rolling after they think you've stopped." As they walked away from the burning building, Jamal felt a strange sense of liberation amid the loss. They'd tried to burn away his truth. They'd tried to make him and Red disappear. But fire doesn't destroy truth. It only forges it into something stronger, more resilient. And Jamal had never been more ready to tell his story. 1 year later, the exhibition hall of the Baltimore Arts Academy buzzed with conversation as people moved between the mounted photographs and video installations. Jamal stood near the back, still uncomfortable with being the focus of attention despite everything that had happened over the past year. "There you are," Red said, appearing at his side with 2 plastic cups of punch. "Hiding again." "Observing," Jamal corrected, accepting one of the cups. "Old habits." Red snorted. "Man, you got a full ride to film school and your first documentary won at Sundance. Time for some new habits." Jamal couldn't argue with that. Concrete Shadows had indeed taken the documentary world by storm, expanding far beyond the original footage of Reverend Benton's assassination to tell a broader story of systemic corruption in Baltimore and the community that had fought back. The legal fallout had been equally seismic. The mayor had resigned in disgrace. D.A. Landon faced federal charges for her role in the cover-up. and developer Calvin Whitmore was currently awaiting trial for conspiracy and racketeering. "I still can't believe your aunt let you put her in the film," Red remarked, gesturing toward where Aunt Luella was holding court near a display of Jamal's childhood photographs. "She's going to be signing autographs next." Jamal smiled. "She said if I was going to tell the whole story, I had to tell it right, including the part about how she raised me and Keisha after Mum died." They moved through the exhibition, which chronicled not just the Benton case but the neighbourhood's history, its struggles and triumphs, its resilience in the face of generations of neglect and exploitation. The final room housed a memorial to those lost, Reverend Benton, of course, but also others whose stories had emerged during Jamal's investigation. Lives cut short by the same corrupt systems that had nearly destroyed Jamal and Red. Near the exit, they found Sam deep in conversation with a group of first-year law students. She'd left the public defender's office 6 months ago to start a legal clinic focused on wrongful convictions and police misconduct. The Benton case had made her something of a legend in legal circles. "My protégé," she explained when she spotted them, introducing the wide-eyed students. "I'm making them study your case as a textbook example of how evidence alone isn't enough. You need the right story to make the evidence matter." Jamal nodded, understanding now in a way he couldn't have before. Evidence without context was just data. But evidence within a story, a true story about real people with real lives that changed hearts, changed laws, sometimes even changed history. "Speaking of stories," Sam said, pulling Jamal aside as Red entertained the students with exaggerated tales of his legal battles, "have you made a decision about New York?" The film program at NYU had been courting Jamal since the documentary's success. A full scholarship, mentorship with renowned documentarians, resources beyond anything he could access in Baltimore. "I'm still thinking," he hedged, though in truth he'd made up his mind weeks ago. "There's still so much to do here." Sam studied him knowingly. "The story doesn't end just because you tell it, Jamal. Some stories keep unfolding whether you're there to film them or not." "But this is my story," he insisted, "my neighbourhood, my people." "And they'll still be your people if you go learn how to tell more stories," she countered. "Better stories, bigger stories." She gestured around the exhibition. "Look what you accomplished with a second-hand camera and raw talent. Imagine what you could do with real training." Before Jamal could respond, a commotion near the entrance drew their attention. A group of young teenagers, maybe 13, 14 years old, had arrived, led by a community centre volunteer. They moved through the exhibition with undisguised awe, pointing at photographs, whispering among themselves as they recognised places and faces. One boy hung back from the others, his attention fixed on the original JVC camcorder, now displayed in a glass case. The camera that had captured a murder, exposed a conspiracy, and changed the trajectory of a city. Jamal drifted over to him. "You like cameras?" The boy startled, then nodded. "Yes, sir, been saving up for one." "Sir?" Jamal laughed. "I'm barely 20. The boy looked embarrassed. "My brother told me about you. Said you showed how a camera could be more powerful than a gun." Something shifted in Jamal's chest. Pride mixed with the weight of responsibility. He remembered being this boy's age, looking up at the world with both wariness and wonder, searching for ways to make sense of it all. "Your brother's partly right," Jamal said carefully. "A camera can tell the truth, but it's the person behind it who decides which truths to tell." He pointed to the display. "That's just a tool. The power was in the choice to keep filming when everyone else ran, to speak when everyone else stayed quiet." The boy considered this. "You going to make more films about other places like ours?" And there it was. The question that had been haunting Jamal for months. The pull between staying to document the ongoing struggle of his community and stepping out to bring other stories into the light. Before he could answer, Red appeared at his side. "Go ahead, tell him," Red prompted. When Jamal hesitated, Red turned to the boy. "My man Jabo here just got the green light to make a documentary series. Concrete voices. Going to cities all over, finding kids like him, giving them cameras, teaching them to tell their own stories." The boy's eyes widened. "For real?" Jamal shot Red an exasperated look. He'd been keeping the project under wraps until the details were finalised, but now, seeing the boy's excitement, he couldn't deny it. "It's still coming together," he admitted, "but yeah, that's the plan." "And the first episode's filming in New York next month," Red added, ignoring Jamal's warning glance, "which means someone needs to decide if he's actually going." The boy looked between them, confused by the undercurrent of tension. "You'd leave Baltimore?" Jamal sighed. "It's complicated." "No, it's not," Red countered. "You got a chance to do something bigger, to help other kids tell their stories the way you told ours." He gestured around the exhibition. "All of this. It doesn't disappear if you go. It's the foundation, not the ceiling." Jamal fell silent, the truth of Red's words sinking in. Perhaps this had been the real lesson all along, not just in documenting reality, but in changing it. Not just in witnessing, but in empowering others to witness for themselves. Later that night, after the exhibition closed and the crowds dispersed, Jamal found himself alone in the final room. He stood before the wall of photographs, faces of those lost and those who fought on. Reverend Benton at a community rally, Red on his skateboard, mid-flight against an urban backdrop. Sam at her desk, surrounded by case files, determination etched in the lines of her face. And there, in the centre, his mother. The woman who had placed a camera in his hands and told him to show the world what it refused to see. "I think I get it now, Mom," he whispered to her image. "Why you gave me the camera. It wasn't just to document. It was to change things." He ran his fingers over the plaque beneath her photograph. Denise Crawford, 1958 to 1993. She taught us to see. The security guard poked his head in. "We're closing up, Mr. Crawford." Mr. Crawford, still strange to hear. "Just one more minute," Jamal requested. Jamal walked over to the payphone, picked up the receiver, dropped in a quarter, and dialed the number he'd been avoiding for weeks. "Professor Levinson? It's Jamal Crawford, about the program at New York University. I'd like to accept the scholarship." He paused, listening to the professor's enthusiastic response, his eyes still on his mother's photograph. "Yes, sir. I understand it starts next month. And about that documentary series we discussed. I've been thinking about it, and I'd like to expand the concept. Not just giving cameras to kids in different cities, but teaching them to become the storytellers their communities need." As he outlined his vision, Jamal felt something settling into place. Not an ending, but a continuation. The story that had begun with a single shot captured on tape had expanded, evolved, transformed. Now it would multiply, as new voices picked up where his left off. That was the true power of the lens, not just to witness, but to inspire. Not just to expose darkness, but to illuminate paths forward. Reverend Benton had died trying to change the system from within. Jamal would honour his legacy by changing it from without, by arming a new generation with the tools to document their own truths, their own struggles, their own triumphs. And as he stepped out of the exhibition into the cool Baltimore night, Jamal couldn't help but smile at the thought of those young eyes he'd seen today, filled with the same hunger that had driven him to keep filming when the shots rang out. The hunger to see and be seen, to speak and be heard, to transform shadows into light. As he walked home through familiar streets, past buildings marked for demolition that now stood preserved as community spaces, past corners once dominated by dealers now occupied by neighbourhood watchers, Jamal felt the weight of his camera bag against his shoulder. Not a burden, but a reminder. The most powerful weapon against injustice wasn't rage or revenge. It was truth, framed with purpose and shared without fear. That was his mother's legacy. That was Reverend Benton's legacy. And now it was his. The orchard keeper. The first drops of autumn rain tapped against the courtroom's high windows like hesitant visitors. Silas Burke stood with his weathered hands folded before him, watching District Judge Holloway's face for any flicker of humanity. There was none. The evidence being incontrovertible, Holloway intoned, jowls quivering with each syllable. This court sentences you to 15 years at Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary for the murder of Thomas Vaughan. A sound escaped from somewhere behind Silas. Half gasp, half moan. Ginny Mallin. He didn't turn. Couldn't bear to see her face contort with the realization that her father, Sheriff Curtis Mallin, had orchestrated this travesty with the precision of a theatre director. "You may say something before you're remanded, Mr. Burke," Judge Holloway said, already gathering his papers. Silas lifted his eyes to the rafters where barn swallows had built their nests in the spring. "The trees remember who tends them," he said, voice soft as loam, "and who poisons their roots." Sheriff Mallin's hand clamped onto Silas's shoulder, fingers digging into bone. "Ain't nobody interested in your tree philosophy, boy." As they led him out, Silas caught a final glimpse of Ginny's face, pale as apple blossoms, before her father pulled her back into the crowd. Sheriff Mallin's other hand rested casually on his holster, a gesture meant for Silas alone. The evidence against him had been immaculate. His knife found beside young Thomas Vaughan's body, his boot prints leading from the scene, a witness who'd seen a man of his build fleeing through McClintock's orchard where Silas worked. All lies constructed with careful precision. What no one mentioned was how Thomas Vaughan, son of the county's wealthiest timber baron, had been discovered on land that Sheriff Mallin needed for his bootlegging operation, or how Silas had rejected Mallin's offer to run whiskey through the orchard routes, or how Mallin had caught his daughter and Silas in the abandoned cider press last harvest moon, her laughter echoing through the wooden beams. The prison wagon jolted over mountain roads as rain turned the red clay to slip. Silas watched the familiar contours of the land distort through the water-streaked windows, ridgelines blurring like memories, hollows deepening into shadows. He'd been born in these mountains, knew every fold and crease like the lines of his own palm. Now the land receded from him, becoming unfamiliar for the first time in his 27 years. Brushy Mountain rose from the Cumberland Plateau like a tooth from a broken jaw. The stone walls and iron bars absorbed men the way the mountains absorbed rain, with indifferent hunger. In his first week, Silas learned which guards could be spoken to, and which would club a man for meeting their eyes. He learned which corners of the yard belonged to which prison factions. He learned that silence was currency and memory, a luxury few could afford. Harlan Teague found him on his 12th day. Silas was scrubbing pots in the kitchen when the old man shuffled beside him, taking up a rag without a word. "You're Burke," Teague finally said, his voice like stones tumbling down a dry creek bed. "The orchard man?" Silas kept scrubbing. "Was. Still are." Teague's gnarled fingers worked methodically. "Can tell by your hands. Got apple sap in your blood now. Can't wash that out. No more than you can wash coal dust from a miner's lungs." Later, in the thin light filtering through barred windows, Teague showed Silas a hand-drawn map creased and softened from years folded in a tobacco tin. "Was a surveyor before I started running shine," Teague explained. "Mapped every holler and ridge in 3 counties. His finger traced a faint line that snaked between 2 mountain ridges. "This here's mine. 140 acres. Got papers to prove it." "Why show me?" Silas asked. Teague's eyes were roomy but sharp. "Because I'm dying, and land needs someone who understands it. Got an orchard there. Old trees, varieties most folk have forgotten. trees my great-great-grandfather planted, some bearing fruit sweeter than any hymn you ever heard. Why not family, dead or scattered? Teague coughed, a wet, rattling sound. My boy went to France in 17, never came back except as a name on paper. That night, as other prisoners snored and muttered through nightmares, Teague whispered stories of heirloom apples with names like poetry, rusty coats, sheep's nose, Arkansas black, limber twig. He described how to craft apple brandy that tastes like summer held captive in glass, and shared the locations of springs that never ran dry, even in the worst droughts. Months passed. Teague's cough worsened. The old man spent more nights in the infirmary than in his cell. On a bitter February morning he pressed the tobacco tin into Silas's hand. "Land deeds in there," he rasped, "and a letter saying you're my kin from up Pittsburgh way. Nobody'll know different. You take it when you get out. Make it live again." "I've got 15 years, Silas reminded him. Teague's laugh dissolved into coughing. "No, you don't," he said when he could speak again. "This place, it floods. Every few years the Clinch River rises up and takes a bite." He gripped Silas's wrist with surprising strength. "Next big rain, you be ready." 3 days later, Harlan Teague died in his sleep. Silas helped dig his grave in the prison cemetery, unmarked save for a number chiselled into a small stone. The flood came 14 months later. Spring rains had swollen the rivers for weeks when the dam upstream gave way. Brushy mountains' lower sections filled like a bucket. In the chaos of evacuation, with guards shouting and sirens wailing, Silas slipped away through a maintenance tunnel Teague had once mapped for him on a scrap of brown paper. By dawn, he'd put 10 miles between himself and the prison. By nightfall, he'd crossed the county line. Silas Burke was dead now, drowned in the prison flood, body never recovered. In his place walked Eli Harron, a quiet man with land papers in a rusted tobacco tin, and the memory of apple blossoms behind his eyes. Teague's land lay hidden between North Bear Ridge and a nameless hollow locals called the Devil's Spoon for its curved, steep walls. The cabin was mostly collapsed, reclaimed by wild grapevines and bittersweet. But the orchard, or what remained of it, still stood in crooked, overgrown rows, ancient trees with trunks wide as rain barrels, their branches twisted and gnarled like arthritic fingers reaching for the sky. Silas spent his first month clearing brush, sleeping in a lean-to cobbled together from salvaged timber. The work was a meditation, each swing of the machete a prayer. By day, he uncovered the bones of Teague's homestead, a stone foundation, the rusted skeleton of a cider press, a root cellar half collapsed but still sound enough to store his meagre supplies. By night, he studied Teague's maps and notes by lamplight, learning the secrets of the land that was now his. The tobacco tin had contained more than just deed papers. There was a faded daguerreotype of a stern-faced couple standing before an orchard in bloom, a Swiss pocket watch that no longer ran, a tarnished locket containing a curl of dark hair, and most valuable of all, Teague's brandy recipe, written in a spidery hand on the back of an old land survey. Spring unfurled across the mountains like a green flag of surrender. Silas grafted new growth onto the ancient trees, using scions he'd cut from wild apples he found growing along abandoned fence lines. Each graft was a promise, to Teague, to himself, to the land. He spoke to the trees as he worked, the way his father had taught him, telling them stories of where they'd come from and what they would become. It was Maudie Bell who found him first. She appeared one May morning as Silas was digging irrigation channels, a shotgun cradled casually in her arms and suspicion in her eyes. "You're trespassing on Teague land," she called from the edge of the clearing. Silas straightened slowly. "Name's Eli Harron," he said. "Harlan Teague was my mother's cousin. Left me the place when he died." "Harlan's been gone 5 years or more," she said, not lowering the shotgun. Where you been all that time?" "Pittsburgh," Silas answered, the lie coming easily now after weeks of rehearsal. "Worked the steel mills till the crash. Nothing left for me there now." Maudie studied him, eyes narrowed. She was perhaps 50, her face weathered as a barn door but handsome still, with sharp cheekbones and clear grey eyes. Her dark hair was streaked with silver and pulled back in a no-nonsense bun. "You ain't from Pittsburgh with those hands," she finally said, "but you know apples. Been watching you work a week now. You prune like you're performing surgery." Silas said nothing, waiting. "I knew Harlan," she continued. "Helped him when the revenuers got too close. My place borders his, yours, to the south." She gestured with the shotgun. "I've kept folks from stripping this place bare since he went. Copper still, tools, even the trees themselves. People get desperate enough. They'll dig up roots for firewood." "I'm obliged," Silas said carefully. "Don't be. Wasn't doing it for you." She lowered the shotgun finally. "Did it for Harlan. And for the apples. Not many who remember the old varieties anymore." Silas nodded toward the trees. "I've identified 14 different kinds so far. Arkansas Black, Roxbury Russet, Wolf River, but there's some I don't recognize." Something softened in Maudie's face. "Those would be Teague's ghost apples. Harlan's grandfather bred them. Don't grow anywhere else but this ridge." She shouldered her shotgun. "You'll need help getting a proper roof up before summer storms hit." That was how it began. Maudie brought cedar shingles from her own barn and helped him rebuild the cabin, bigger and sturdier than before. She taught him which local families could be trusted and which couldn't, which stores in town would deal fairly with newcomers and which would cheat him blind. She never asked about his past, but sometimes Silas would catch her watching him with a look that suggested she knew more than she let on. Once, when he mentioned Sheriff Malin, her eyes sharpened like flint struck against steel. "Curtis Malin's a snake," she said flatly. "Killed my husband 12 years ago over a property dispute. Called it self-defense. No witnesses except his deputy." Silas absorbed this, feeling the information settle like a seed. He's still sheriff. Got himself elected 4 times running, Maudie spat. Runs the county like his personal kingdom. Enforcers in every township. Most folk too scared to speak against him. By late summer, Silas had a working still hidden in a cave behind a waterfall, a location marked on one of Teague's maps with the simple notation, "Good water, better hiding." The first batch of apple brandy was aging in charred oak barrels, but it would be years before it reached its potential. Meanwhile, he distilled enough corn liquor to trade for supplies and to solidify his reputation as a man who minded his own business and expected others to do the same. Through Maudie's cousin in Knoxville, he established a market for the small batch spirits. The money wasn't much, but it was enough to begin the next phase of his plan. He needed to re-enter the world he'd left behind, not as an escaped convict, but as a man of means and consequence. The irony wasn't lost on him that he was now doing exactly what Sheriff Malin had tried to force him into years ago, running liquor. But this was different. This was his land, his trees, his recipe. And every bottle sold brought him one step closer to the reckoning that had burned in his chest for 3 long years. Autumn painted the mountains in fire colours. As the air grew sharp with frost, Silas harvested the ancient apples, sorting them with reverent hands, some for cider, some for brandy, some for winter storage. The Teague's ghosts were last to ripen. Pale yellow fruit blushed with the faintest pink, flesh white as bone and sweet as first love. As he worked, a plan took root and began to grow, nourished by patience and the certainty of seasons. In Flint Hollow, 12 miles as the crow flies, Sheriff Curtis Malin still ruled with fear and favouritism. Ginny would be married by now, probably to James Fowler, the banker's son who'd been pursuing her before Silas's arrest. But first things first. Before Silas Burke could rise from the dead, Eli Harron needed to become someone worth noticing. 5 years after his escape from Brushy Mountain, Ely Harron walked into the Flint Hollow Bank wearing a store-bought suit and carrying a leather portfolio. The teller's eyes widened slightly at his appearance. He was clean-shaven and respectably dressed, but there was something in his bearing that suggested wildness barely contained, like a timber wolf in a collar. "I'd like to speak with Mr. Fowler about establishing a line of credit," he said, his voice rusty from disuse. He'd grown accustomed to silence, to speaking only to Maudie and the trees. James Fowler Jr. was now the bank president, having inherited the position when his father died 2 winters past. He was soft around the middle, with thinning hair and suspicious eyes that darted constantly as if expecting threats from all corners. "Mr. Harron," he said, waving Silas to a chair, "what brings a gentleman farmer to our establishment?" "I'm expanding my orchard operation," Silas explained, sliding across documents that Maudie's lawyer cousin had prepared. "I've acquired several adjoining parcels and need capital for equipment, labour, infrastructure." Fowler scanned the papers with growing interest. The land surveys, the projections, the letters of reference from a fictitious Pittsburgh banking house all suggested a man of means undertaking a serious agricultural enterprise. "You've been selling apple brandy, I understand," Fowler said, a note of disapproval in his voice. "Quite popular in Knoxville, they say." "A small batch operation," Silas replied. "Traditional methods, premium pricing, but the real money's in the orchard itself. Heirloom varieties are gaining popularity with wealthy buyers up north. I've got trees producing fruit you can't find anywhere else in the country." The conversation continued, a dance of numbers and possibilities. Silas knew his advantage. Flint Hollow was dying. The mines had closed, the timber mostly played out. Few businesses were expanding. Here was fresh blood, new money. As he left the bank with a preliminary agreement, Silas allowed himself a small, cold smile. Phase 1 complete. Now for Phase 2. Over the next 18 months, Ely Harron became a respectable figure in Flint Hollow. He hired local men to work his expanding orchards. He attended church occasionally, not the main Baptist congregation where Sheriff Mallin served as deacon, but the smaller Methodist chapel where Ezekiel Thrush preached fire and redemption to a devoted flock. Thrush was an oddity in these parts, educated at seminary in Chicago, but returned to the mountains with radical ideas about social justice wrapped in biblical language. His sermons drew from Isaiah and Amos as often as the Gospels, thundering against those who grind the faces of the poor and sell the righteous for silver. After one particularly blistering sermon on land theft and corruption, Thrush approached Silas in the churchyard. "You're not here for spiritual guidance, Mr. Harron," he said without preamble. "I've watched you these past months. You listen too carefully for a casual worshipper." Silas met his gaze steadily. "Maybe I'm interested in redemption or retribution." Thrush's eyes were keen. The two are often confused. A connection formed between them, tentative but real. Two men who recognized in each other a certain stubborn resistance to the way things were. Thrush began visiting the orchard, bringing books and conversation. He never asked direct questions about Silas's past, but offered his own stories freely, how he'd left the mountains full of ambition and returned humbled, how he'd once believed salvation came through education and progress, but now saw it in the stubborn resilience of mountain people who refused to be broken. Occasionally Thrush brought news of the Mallins. The sheriff was still in power, though increasingly unpopular as the Depression deepened and his favouritism became more blatant. His brother-in-law, Sam Givens, had leveraged his connection to acquire foreclosed properties throughout the county. And Ginny, Virginia now, had indeed married James Fowler Jr. She ran the Ladies' Aid Society and was expecting their first child. Silas absorbed this information without visible reaction, though each mention of her name was like a stone dropped into the still pond of his heart, sending ripples through carefully constructed calm. Through shell companies established by Maudie's cousin, Silas began acquiring properties strategically positioned around the county. tax-delinquent farms, abandoned storefronts, timberland the big companies had clear-cut and discarded. The purchases were handled through lawyers in Knoxville, the true ownership obscured by layers of paperwork. Sheriff Malin's deputy, Roscoe Harper, died that winter when his barn caught fire while he was inside, allegedly drunk on moonshine. No one questioned the official story, though Silas noted the timing, one day after Harper delivered eviction notices to 3 families whose land bordered a hunting preserve Malin had been trying to assemble for years. Opportunity came in the form of drought. Summer stretched hot and rainless across the mountains, withering crops and drying wells. The apple harvest would be meagre, but Silas's trees, planted along natural seep lines and carefully mulched, fared better than most. Meanwhile, Sam Given's cattle operation was failing. His pastures burned brown, his stock thin and sickly. Givens had borrowed heavily from his brother-in-law's bank to expand, mortgaging everything including his home. When he couldn't make payment, Fowler reluctantly scheduled a public auction. The law required it, though everyone assumed Malin would simply arrange for a friend to buy the property and sell it back to Givens once his finances recovered. The auction was held on the courthouse steps on a blistering August afternoon. Silas arrived early, standing quietly at the back of the small crowd. Sheriff Malin was there, massive in his sweat-stained uniform, looking bored and confident. Sam Givens stood miserably to one side, his wife weeping softly beside him. The bidding started low, a few token offers from local farmers who knew better than to push too high. Then a lawyer from Knoxville representing Mountain Heritage Holdings entered the bidding. The price climbed steadily. Malin frowned, whispered to one of his deputies. When the lawyer won with a bid nearly double the property's assessed value, Malin shouldered his way forward. "Who exactly is Mountain Heritage Holdings?" he demanded. The lawyer smiled blandly. "A consortium of investors interested in preserving traditional agricultural practices in the region." "Bullshit," Malin spat. "This is my county. I know every legitimate business operator for 50 miles. "Then perhaps it's time you expanded your acquaintance," said a quiet voice from the back. The crowd parted. Silas stepped forward, meeting Malin's eyes for the first time in 8 years. Recognition didn't come immediately. Silas had changed. Harder now, leaner, his once boyish face weathered into angular planes. But something in his eyes must have triggered Malin's memory, because the sheriff's florid face suddenly drained of colour. "You," he began. "Eli Harron," Silas said evenly, "orchard keeper, and as of today, owner of Givens Farm." He turned to Sam Givens. "Your family's welcome to stay on as tenants, Mr. Givens. I've need of experienced cattlemen." The whispers began immediately. Sheriff Malin's hand drifted toward his holstered revolver, then stopped as he remembered the crowd of witnesses. "This ain't over," he muttered. "No," Silas agreed softly. "It's just beginning." As he walked away, he caught a glimpse of a woman watching from a parked Packard across the street. Virginia Fowler, née Malin, her face still as moonlight on water. Their eyes met briefly before she looked away, one hand rising unconsciously to her throat. Silas felt something crack inside him. Not his resolve, but the protective shell he'd built around older, softer feelings. It was a dangerous fracture. He couldn't afford sentiment now, not when he was so close to completing what he'd returned for. That night, alone in his cabin, he took out the locket from Teague's tobacco tin. Inside was a curl of dark hair, not Harlan's, he'd realised long ago, but likely belonging to the wife or sweetheart of a previous owner. He'd carried it as a talisman, a reminder of connections severed and promises broken. Now he added something new, a scrap of newspaper announcement of Virginia's marriage to Fowler, carefully preserved these 3 years. Closure, perhaps, or acknowledgement that some losses can never be recovered, only carried forward into whatever future remains. Sheriff Curtis Mallin's world began collapsing with the precision of a well-planned demolition. First came the foreclosure on his brother-in-law's property, then the mysterious investor who bought the mortgage on his hunting lodge. The whispered rumours that someone knows something about old cases, the sudden death of Maudie Bell's husband, the disappearance of a revenue agent in 31, the convenient fire that had destroyed county records the same year Silas Burke was convicted. Eli Harron was becoming unavoidable, a shadow that lengthened across Mallin's carefully constructed kingdom. The orchard keeper now owned significant properties throughout the county. His apple brandy was featured in gentlemen's clubs as far away as Nashville. Respectable people sought his company, his business advice, his support for community initiatives. It was Ezekiel Thrush who confronted Silas about his true intentions one crisp October evening. They sat on the porch of the rebuilt cabin, watching sunset paint the ridgelines gold and crimson. Maudie had just left after delivering a fresh batch of preserves and tart observations about the upcoming county commissioner election. "You're systematically destroying Curtis Mallin," Thrush said without preamble. "Not just his power, his family, his reputation, his future." Silas sipped his brandy, letting the sweet fire warm his throat before answering. "He murdered Thomas Vaughan and blamed me for it. He stole 8 years of my life. He took everything I had." "Including Virginia?" Thrush's voice was gentle but inexorable. "Who now finds herself married to a man facing financial ruin because you've deliberately undermined the bank's standing?" Silas's hand tightened on his glass. "I never meant to hurt Ginny." "And yet you will, just as surely as if you'd aimed at her directly." Thrush leaned forward. "Revenge is a pruning hook that doesn't discriminate between diseased wood and healthy growth. Cut enough, and eventually you destroy the entire tree." "What would you have me do?" Silas demanded. "Forgive? Forget? Let him continue to profit from his crimes?" "Justice isn't the same as vengeance," Thrush said. "One restores, the other only destroys." He gestured toward the orchard. "You of all people should understand the difference between cutting back for death and cutting back for new growth." That night, unable to sleep, Silas walked among his trees under a hunter's moon. The oldest ones, Teague's heirlooms, stood like sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching towards stars scattered like apple blossoms across the black sky. Beneath one ancient trunk he knelt and pressed his palm against the cool earth. The land remembered everything, every rainfall, every drought, every seed that took root or failed to thrive. It held the bones of those who had worked it, their blood and sweat mingled with the soil. What was human justice compared to this patient accounting? 3 days later, Virginia Fowler appeared at his orchard. She came alone, driving her husband's Packard up the rutted access road with more determination than skill. Silas was grafting saplings when she arrived, hands sticky with tree sap and healing wax. She stepped from the car wearing a blue dress and sensible shoes, her hair pulled back in a simple chignon. In her face, Silas could see the ghost of the girl who had once laughed with him in the abandoned cider press, who had wept as they led him from the courtroom. "I know who you are," she said without greeting. "I've known since that day at the auction." Silas set down his grafting knife. "Does your father know?" "Number not yet. He suspects something isn't right about you, but..." She smiled faintly. "His imagination has certain limitations." "Why are you here, Ginny?" "Virginia," she corrected automatically, then shook her head. "Number, I suppose I'm still Ginny to you." She looked past him to the neat rows of young trees. "You've built something here. Something real." "I had a good teacher," Silas said, "and now you're going to destroy my father." It wasn't a question. "And in the process, my husband's bank, our home, my children's future." "Your father's crimes." "I know what he is," she interrupted, her voice suddenly fierce. "Do you think I didn't understand? That I didn't see him come home that night with blood on his cuffs, with that look in his eyes? That I didn't hear what he said to Deputy Harper when they thought I was asleep?" Silas went still. You knew I was innocent. I knew, she whispered, and I did nothing. What could I do? I was 19, still living under his roof. By the time I had my own home, you were gone, reported drowned. But not mourned, Silas said, an edge creeping into his voice. Every day, she contradicted, but the living go on living. We make choices with what remains. She stepped closer. What do you want, Silas? To see him humiliated, imprisoned, dead? I want justice. There's no such thing, she said flatly. Not the way you mean it. Nothing you do to him will give you back those lost years. Nothing will restore what was broken. Then what would you have me do? He demanded, echoing his words to Thrush. Stop. Her eyes held his. Walk away from this vendetta before it consumes whatever's left of the man I loved, before it damages more innocent people. She laid a hand on his arm. I have children, Silas. 2 girls. Whatever their grandfather has done, they don't deserve to inherit his punishment. The touch of her hand sent a jolt through him, memory and possibility tangled together. For an instant he could see another future unwinding before him, one where he let go of the past, where healing took precedence over settling scores. I need time, he said finally, to think. Virginia nodded once, then turned to go. At the car she paused. Whatever you decide about my father, know this. I never stopped believing in you, even when they told me you were dead. After she left, Silas stood motionless among his grafted saplings, part of him still with her, part forever altered by prison and pain, like these young trees with their spliced identities, carrying forward both old lineage and new possibility. The winter of 1938 arrived with unusual ferocity, sealing the mountains under ice and snow. Silas spent the darkest weeks in quiet preparation, not for violence, but for a different kind of reckoning. He wrote letters, prepared documents, consulted with lawyers in Knoxville. When the thaw finally came in late February, he was ready. Sheriff Curtis Mallin was alone in his office when Silas entered, the afternoon light casting long shadows across the worn floorboards. The years had not been kind to Mallin. His once powerful frame had grown slack, his face mottled with broken blood vessels, eyes rheumy and suspicious. Recognition came immediately this time. "Burke," he growled, reaching for his service revolver. "Should have known you'd crawl back eventually." "Your gun won't fire," Silas said conversationally. "I paid your deputy $50 to remove the firing pin while you were at lunch." Mallin pulled the trigger anyway. The hammer fell with a dull click. "You've grown careless," Silas observed. "Time was, nobody could buy your men." "What do you want?" Mallin demanded, dropping the useless weapon onto his desk. "Come to kill me? Get your revenge after all these years?" Silas placed a folder on the desk between them. "These are sworn affidavits from witnesses to Thomas Vaughan's murder. Your former deputy Harper confessed everything to Preacher Thrush before that barn fire, a genuine accident as it happens." Thrush kept detailed notes. Fear flickered across Mallin's face. "Nobody'll believe." "They already do," Silas interrupted. "The state attorney general has had these documents for a month. They're building a case, not just for Vaughan, but for a dozen other crimes spanning your 20 years wearing that badge." Mallin lunged around the desk with unexpected speed, hands grasping for Silas's throat. But age and drink had weakened him. Silas stepped aside easily, watching as the older man stumbled against a filing cabinet. "I could kill you now," Silas said softly, "and given what you did to me, to others, no jury in this county would convict me." Mallin straightened, breathing heavily. "So do it then. Finish what you came for." "That's not why I'm here." Silas withdrew another document from inside his coat. "This is a deed transferring your home property to me. Sign it, and the affidavits never reach the prosecutor's office. You leave Flint Hollow tonight, never return, and I'll see that Virginia and her children are protected from whatever fallout comes." "You want my land?" Mallin's laugh was sharp with disbelief. "All this for a half-acre plot in town?" "It's not the land," Silas said. It's what's beneath it. The evidence you buried in your cellar, the strongbox with Vaughan's real murder weapon, the ledgers detailing your bootlegging operation, the money you've skimmed from county funds for 15 years. The colour drained from Malin's face. How could you possibly know? Because Harlan Teague built that cellar for your father 40 years ago. He left very detailed maps. Silas pushed the deed closer. Sign, then pack whatever you can carry and be across the county line by midnight. For a long moment the only sound was the ticking of the wall clock and Malin's laboured breathing. Then, with a hand that trembled slightly, the sheriff signed. "You've destroyed everything I built," he said as he dropped the pen. "No," Silas corrected. "You did that yourself, one crime at a time." He gathered the papers. "I'm just the harvest." April arrived as it always did in the mountains, capricious, alternating between warm sunshine and sudden frosts, between gentle showers and violent thunderstorms. The apple trees in Silas's orchard exploded into bloom, their branches heavy with white and pink blossoms that perfumed the air with promise. Curtis Malin had kept his part of the bargain, disappearing into the night. Rumours placed him in Oklahoma, or perhaps Texas, somewhere flat and treeless where no one knew his name or his crimes. The power vacuum he left behind was quickly filled. Flint Hollow adapted as mountain communities always did, bending like saplings in storm winds. Silas excavated Malin's cellar himself, working alone by lantern light over 3 nights. The strongbox contained exactly what he'd expected, evidence that would have sent the sheriff to prison for life. He burned the ledgers page by page in his wood stove, watching the record of corruption dissolve into ash. The money, nearly $15,000, he divided, anonymously delivering half to Virginia Fowler's home and donating the rest to Ezekiel Thrush's church with instructions to use it for families struggling through the last gasps of the Depression. The house itself he had demolished, the materials salvaged for a project that had been taking shape in his mind since that winter conversation with Thrush. Where Malin's home had stood, Silas began construction of a small schoolhouse. "You're a study in contradictions, Burke," Thrush observed one afternoon as they surveyed the progress. The preacher was one of only 3 people who knew his true identity now: Thrush, Maudie, and Virginia. "You orchestrated a man's downfall with the patience of a biblical prophet, then used the spoils to build a place of learning." "Not contradictions," Silas corrected, "just different seasons of the same life, like winter pruning that looks like death but enables spring growth." He ran a hand along a newly installed window frame. "Besides, I've had my fill of destruction. Time to build something." The schoolhouse opened that September with 12 students from the surrounding hollows. Maudie Bell served as teacher. Her sharp tongue softened when addressing the children, but her standards uncompromisingly high. The curriculum included traditional subjects but also practical knowledge, grafting techniques, weather prediction, the identification of wild plants and their uses, wisdom that had sustained mountain people for generations but was increasingly forgotten in the rush toward industrialization. Thrush came weekly to conduct classes on ethics and community responsibility, his theological training tempered now by hard-won mountain pragmatism. The children thrived under this unconventional education, bringing their learning home to parents who began, cautiously, to see Eli Harron as more than just the wealthy orchard keeper who had driven out their corrupt sheriff. Silas himself taught apple cultivation to the older students, leading them through his orchards in all seasons, showing them how to read the land's subtle signals, which slopes retained moisture, which soil yielded the sweetest fruit, how to encourage beneficial insects and discourage harmful ones. "You're healing this place," Virginia said one crisp October afternoon. She had come to collect her daughters, both enrolled in the school despite her husband's initial reluctance. They stood watching the children help with the apple harvest, small hands carefully placing fruit in lined baskets. "The land was never broken," Silas replied, "just waiting for the right attention." Virginia studied his profile, the afternoon sun casting his features in sharp relief. And you? Are you healing too? The question caught him off guard. He had been so focused on his plans, first for vengeance, then for restoration, that he had rarely considered his own internal landscape. I'm becoming something different, he said finally. Not what I was before prison, not what I was during those years of planning retribution. Something new grafted onto old rootstock. She smiled at that. Always back to your trees. They're patient teachers. A comfortable silence settled between them as they watched her daughters laughing with the other children. The older girl, Anne, had inherited her mother's quick intelligence and quiet determination. The younger, Sarah, was more reserved, but showed a natural affinity for growing things that reminded Silas painfully of himself at that age. James has asked for a divorce, Virginia said abruptly. The bank is failing. He blames me for not intervening with my father when there was still time. Silas turned to face her fully. I never meant for you to suffer for your father's crimes. Didn't you? Her voice held no accusation, only a clear-eyed assessment. You knew what would happen to James when you undermined my father's power structure. You knew what that would mean for me. I did, he admitted, and I chose to proceed anyway. I told myself it was justice, but Thrush was right. Vengeance cuts indiscriminately. Virginia shook her head. James and I were unhappy long before you returned. He married the sheriff's daughter, not me. Now he'll go to his cousin's firm in Nashville, and She looked out over the orchard, where the late afternoon light gilded every leaf. I don't know yet, but for the first time, I'll choose my own path. Winter descended early that year. By Thanksgiving, snow blanketed the mountains, transforming the orchard into a crystalline forest. The schoolhouse, insulated with clay and straw in the old mountain tradition, remained warm and bright, a refuge for learning and community gatherings. On the darkest evenings, Thrush led discussions on everything from Plato to the New Deal, while Maudie organised traditional music sessions that kept nearly forgotten ballads alive. Silas expanded his brand, now marketing Teague's Ghost Apple products throughout the region. The profits he reinvested in the community, better roads, a medical clinic staffed by a young doctor from Tennessee's new TVA settlements, agricultural improvements for struggling farmers. He lived simply himself, still occupying the cabin he'd rebuilt, though now it contained a substantial library and a collection of scientific instruments for monitoring soil and weather conditions. Virginia and her daughters moved to a small house on the edge of town after her divorce. She took a position as the county's first female clerk, her meticulous organisational skills bringing order to records neglected during her father's administration. Occasionally she joined Silas for dinner, their conversation flowing easily between childhood memories and future possibilities. There was no dramatic rekindling of their youthful romance. Too much had changed, too many years and experiences separated them. But something else grew in its place. A friendship rooted in shared history and mutual respect, with tendrils that might, in time, develop into something more. One unseasonably warm day in late February, Silas hiked to the highest point of his land, a stone outcropping that offered views across 3 counties. The air held the first tentative promise of spring, though winter would likely reassert itself before the season truly changed. From his vantage point he could see the patchwork of his domain, the original Teague orchard, now expanded to cover 60 acres, the experimental plots where he grafted new varieties adapted to the mountain's particular conditions, the schoolhouse in the distance, smoke rising from its chimney in a straight column that suggested fair weather would hold at least until nightfall. The years of imprisonment had left their mark on him, in the grey that now threaded his dark hair, in the deep lines that bracketed his mouth, in the nightmares that still occasionally woke him sweating and disoriented. The years of plotting revenge had marked him too, hardening something essential that could never be completely softened again. But the land beneath his feet had taught him its patient wisdom. growth after dormancy, renewal after loss, the slow, inexorable healing that comes not from forgetting wounds, but from transforming them into something useful, marrow rather than scar tissue. Below, in the oldest section of the orchard, the ancient apple trees were still dormant, their gnarled branches stark against the winter sky. But within those seemingly lifeless limbs, sap was already beginning to rise from roots that reached deep into mountain soil, preparing for another season of bloom and fruit and harvest. Silas Burke, once prisoner then fugitive, now orchard keeper, turned his face to the strengthening sun and felt for the first time in many years fully present in his own skin. The past would always be there, like rings in a tree's heartwood, but so would the future, waiting to be shaped by careful hands and the courage to begin again. The mountains would remember this story long after its actors were gone. The land would hold it in trust, the way it held all the stories of those who had lived and died upon its slopes, and the Teague's ghost apples would continue season after season to bear fruit like none other, sweet sharp on the tongue, with notes of wild honey and mountain springs, and just the faintest whisper of redemption. Side B of Forever. The first thing Lena Cruz noticed about the defunct recording studio was its smell. Dust and forgotten ambition with undertones of decaying foam padding. Perfect. She specialised in things others had left behind. "It's all yours until the developers take over in 3 months," said the property manager, handing her the keys. "They're keeping the vintage equipment as selling points for the luxury apartments. Your job is to catalogue and restore what's salvageable." Lena nodded, already mentally calculating which pieces would fetch the highest prices at auction. At 31, she'd built a reputation as Portland's go-to specialist for vintage audio restoration. The irony wasn't lost on her. While she could resurrect almost any abandoned sound system, her personal life remained perpetually in need of repair. The manager left, and Lena breathed in the silence. Studio B, or the Echo Chamber, as a faded sign proclaimed, had once been the epicentre of Portland's indie music scene. Now it was a time capsule, analogue mixers, reel-to-reels, a drum kit missing half its cymbals. She began methodically photographing equipment, her Doc Martens leaving footprints in the dust. The control room was in better shape than expected. Someone had covered the mixing board with a tarp sometime in the late 90s and never returned to uncover it. Behind the soundboard, she found a small storage cabinet. Inside were the expected technical manuals, a few promotional headshots of forgotten bands, and a shoebox labelled "Misc Recordings Do Not Discard." Lena opened it expecting demo tapes from hopeful musicians. Instead, she found a single cassette in a clear plastic case. No band name, no track listing, only a handwritten label in faded blue ink. "Play If You've Ever Been in Love, 1993. "Well, that's specific," she muttered, turning the cassette over. The B-side was blank. Something about the specificity of the label made her pause. Not "If You Like Love Songs," or "If You're Feeling Romantic," but "If You've Ever Been in Love," a condition, a threshold of experience required for listening. Lena had loved exactly once, deeply, catastrophically, and had spent the 3 years since her breakup with Marco ensuring it wouldn't happen again. Did that qualify her? She found a Walkman in her bag, cleaned the heads with alcohol and pressed play. Static, then a throat clearing. "Mara," said a young man's voice, halting and warm. "It's me, Isaac. This is... God, this is embarrassing." More throat clearing, background noise, movement, perhaps pacing. Lena leaned forward. "I don't know if you'll ever hear this. I don't know if I'll ever give it to you. But they say you should speak your truth even if your voice shakes, so..." "My voice is shaking. But here's my truth. A pause. The hiss of analog tape. I've loved you since that first day in Whitman's seminar when you argued that his poetry wasn't about nature at all, but about the limitations of perception. Everyone thought you were being deliberately contrary, but I knew you meant every word. I loved how you never backed down. Lena found herself holding her breath. The voice continued, growing steadier. For 3 years I've watched you, not in a creepy way, at least I hope not. I've watched you stand up to professors who dismissed your ideas. I've watched you help that freshman who was crying in the library during finals week. I've watched you leave messages in library books, those little notes in the margins that I knew were yours because they had the same fire as everything you say. The voice grew wistful. And I've never said a word. Because what if you laughed? What if you were kind about it, which would be worse? What if it ruined our Thursday coffee meetups where we talk about everything except what I really want to say? A long silence followed, long enough that Lena checked to see if the tape had ended. But then, so I'm saying it now, into this microphone, in this empty studio at 2 a.m. I love how your mind works. I love how you see connections nobody else does. I love how you believe in things. Really believe, not just intellectually, but with your whole self. The voice broke slightly. I'm making this recording because tomorrow I'm supposed to leave for that internship in New York. The one that's such an opportunity. The one my father pulled strings for. 3,000 miles in a lifetime away from you. And I still don't know if I'm going. Another pause, shorter this time. So here's my impossible question. Would you want me to stay? Not for the abstract concept of love or some romantic gesture, but for the possibility of us, whatever shape that takes, for conversations that could last decades, for the chance to build something neither of us can imagine yet. The voice grew softer. If you're listening to this, it means I finally found the courage to give it to you. And if you've listened this far, meet me at Reed's Bookshop, our usual corner, the day after tomorrow, 4 o'clock. If you don't come, I'll understand. I'll take the New York job. I'll build a different life. But if you do come... The tape hissed for several seconds more, then clicked off. Lena sat motionless in the control room chair, an unexpected tightness in her chest. The intimacy of the recording, raw, unpolished, utterly sincere, felt almost intrusive to hear. This wasn't meant for her ears. It was a message in a bottle, cast into the analog sea 30 years ago. She wondered what had happened. Had Isaac given Mara the tape? Had she shown up at Reed's Bookshop? Had they built that different life together? Or had Isaac gone to New York after all? Before she could stop herself, Lena had connected her laptop to the Walkman and digitized the recording. Later that night, after 3 glasses of Malbec and a heated internal debate, she uploaded the clip to her podcast feed. Analog Ghosts, Lost Sounds and Forgotten Voices. She titled the episode simply, Play If You've Ever Been in Love. In her brief introduction, she kept the details vague. No names, no specific mentions of the studio. Just the year and the essential question, what happened after this recording? Did love find its way? She hit publish around midnight, expecting her usual modest listenership. Other audio engineers, vintage equipment enthusiasts, and insomniacs with peculiar tastes. She fell asleep wondering about Isaac and Mara, imagining different endings to their story. By morning, the clip had gone viral. Something about that voice, earnest, vulnerable, hopeful, had resonated across decades. Listeners flooded the comment section with their own stories of declarations unmade, chances not taken, moments of courage both rewarded and rejected. And buried among them was a private message that made Lena's coffee freeze halfway to her lips. I know that voice. It's my father's, and I need to talk to you. Ben Hollis had his father's hands. This was Lena's first thought as he extended one across the table at Vinyl Cafe, a coffee shop where actual records played on a restored turntable behind the counter. His fingers were long, pianist's hands with prominent knuckles and clean trim nails. "Thank you for meeting me," he said. His voice was deeper than his father's on the tape, but with the same careful enunciation, as if each word deserved individual attention. "How certain are you," Lena asked, getting straight to the point, "that it's your father on the recording?" Ben's expression was complicated, part certainty, part disbelief. At 35, he had the look of a man who spent more time with instruments than people. Slight calluses on his fingertips, a watchful quietness, clothes chosen for comfort rather than impression. 100%, he said. I've never heard him speak like that, with that kind of emotional openness. But it's him, Isaac Hollis. The cadence, the specific phrases he uses. He paused. The way he says God when he's nervous, I'd know it anywhere. Lena studied him, looking for resemblance to the voice that had kept her awake last night. Did he marry her? This Mara person? Ben shook his head. My mother's name was Catherine. They divorced when I was 12. She lives in Arizona now. A barista delivered their drinks, an almond milk latte for him, black coffee for her. Lena waited until they were alone again. So what do you want from me? I want to know who Mara is. I want to know what happened. He rotated his mug slowly. My father never talks about his past. Never. He's been emotionally, Ben searched for the right word, unavailable my entire life. Now suddenly I hear him pouring his heart out on your podcast, and he sounds like a completely different person. Lena understood the disorientation of discovering your parent had depths you'd never glimpsed. Her own mother had been a photographer before becoming a pharmacist, something Lena had discovered only after finding a box of stunning black and white prints in the attic after her mother's death. Where is your father now? Teaching music theory at Lewis and Clark College, semi-retired, lives alone in the same house where I grew up. We have dinner once a month, talk about the weather, politics, my students. Never anything personal. His mouth tightened. I always thought that's just who he was. Now I'm not so sure. Lena leaned forward. Have you asked him about the tape? Not yet. I wanted to understand more first. He met her eyes directly. Look, you started this with your podcast. You made it public. Help me figure out what happened. Part of Lena wanted to refuse. She'd done enough damage by publishing something so intensely private. But curiosity pulled at her. The mystery of a love story paused mid-sentence 30 years ago. All I have is the tape and the studio location, she said, tempering expectations. The trail is 3 decades cold. I've got something else, Ben replied, reaching into his messenger bag. He pulled out a worn paperback, Collected Northwest Poetry, Volume 4, 1990 to 1995. He opened to a dog-eared page where a poem was circled in faded pencil. After Rain at Reed College, by Mara Elliott. Books stacked like vertebrae. We bend over shared passages, your finger tracing words. I've already memorized, just to watch your hands move. Coffee grows cold, time stretches. I want to say, but the moment passes. Like the storm outside, we pack separate bags, walk separate paths, until Thursday. Mara Elliott, Lena said softly. The name from the tape now had shape, substance. How did you find this? It was on my father's bookshelf, one of the few personal items he kept after my mother left. Ben tapped the page. The publication date is 1994, a year after the tape. Lena felt a familiar detective's thrill, the one that had led her to track down rare audio equipment across the country. Reed College, she said. That fits with Reed's bookshop mentioned on the tape, and the Thursday coffee meetups. There's more, said Ben. The book's editor is credited as Professor Eleanor Wynne of Reed College, Department of English. Lena pulled out her phone, fingers flying across the screen. Professor Emerita now, still listed on their website. Their eyes met over the table, the unspoken question hanging between them. How far would they take this? I teach piano lessons until 3 tomorrow, Ben said. After that, I'm free. Lena hesitated only briefly. I'll pick you up at 3:15. We're going to read college. The campus hadn't changed much since the 90s, all ivy-covered brick buildings and towering Douglas firs. They found Professor Wynne in her office, surrounded by books stacked in precarious towers. At 70-something, she had silver hair cut in a sharp bob and oversized red glasses that magnified her keen eyes. "Mara Elliott," she repeated, after they'd explained a highly edited version of their quest. Oh yes, brilliant student. Intense. She organised poetry readings that were quite radical for the time, mixed spoken word with early hip-hop elements, environmental themes, feminist theory. Not everyone appreciated her innovations. "Do you know what happened to her after graduation?" Ben asked. Professor Wynne shuffled through a desk drawer and produced a different anthology, this one from 2005. She published steadily for about a decade, then switched to editing literary journals. Last I heard, she was working at City Lights Books in San Francisco, but that was years ago. As they left the office, Lena noticed Ben's shoulders had tensed. "What's wrong?" she asked. "My father spent 5 years in San Francisco in the late 90s, he said. He never explained why he moved there, or why he came back." The trajectory was taking shape. Portland, 1993, a love confession, then San Francisco, separate lives that might have intersected again. They drove next to Reed's Bookshop, an independent store that had somehow survived the age of online retail. The owner, a bearded man named Theo, had worked there since 1989. "That corner," he said, pointing to a reading nook with 2 worn armchairs. "That's always been the quietest spot. Popular with students who actually want to study, not just be seen studying." Before leaving, Ben bought a used copy of Kerouac's On the Road, an impulse purchase Lena found oddly touching. It suggested a man slowly awakening to the romantic notions he'd inherited without realizing. As evening fell, they found themselves back at the echo chamber studio. Lena had brought a better tape player this time, hoping to extract more audio from the cassette. Sometimes background noise held clues. "Let me show you something," she said, leading Ben to the wall behind the mixing console. She pointed to a small rectangular hole in the acoustic panelling. "This is where I found the tape, but look at the size. There's room for more than one cassette in there." Together they shone phone flashlights into the cavity. Something glinted at the back. "There's another one," Ben whispered. Lena reached in, stretching her fingers until they brushed plastic. She extracted a second cassette, identical to the first but labelled differently. "Side B for Mara, after you decide." The cassette felt heavier than its few ounces, weighted with 3 decades of unspoken words. Lena and Ben stared at it, neither reaching for the player. "Should we listen to it?" Ben finally asked. "It feels like opening someone else's mail." "Technically, so was the first tape," Lena pointed out, "but this one seems more consequential." Ben traced the handwritten label with his fingertip. These were meant to be heard in sequence. The first if she was uncertain, this one after she'd made a decision. He looked up at Lena. What if she never heard either of them? The possibility hung between them. A declaration of love, never delivered. A response to a reaction, never witnessed. "We won't know unless we listen," Lena said. Her restoration instincts took over as she carefully cleaned the tape heads and pressed play. Static again, but cleaner this time. Less background noise, as if this recording had been more purposeful, more planned. "Mara," Isaac's voice still recognisable but steadier now. "If you're listening to this, you came to Reed's. You took a chance on us, and I need you to know what that means to me." A slight pause, the sound of paper rustling. "I wrote something for you. Not a song. You know I'm terrible at lyrics. More of a sound poem, I guess." What followed was a simple piano composition, delicate, searching, with minor chords that resolved unexpectedly into moments of startling beauty. The melody seemed to ask questions without demanding answers. It played for nearly 2 minutes before fading naturally. "That's how loving you feels," Isaac's voice returned, "like finding harmony in places I didn't know to look." Another pause, longer this time. "I've made a decision too. I'm not taking the New York position. Not because of some grand romantic gesture, but because it was never what I wanted. It was my father's dream for me. Prestigious conservatory connections, the right career path, the respectable future." Ben inhaled sharply at this revelation. "But music isn't about respectability for me," Isaac continued. "It's about connection. Finding those moments when sound bridges the space between souls. I feel that with you, not just with music, but with ideas, with silence, with the way we move through the world together." The tape hissed softly in the background. "So I've applied for the assistant producer position here at the studio. It's not glamorous. The pay is barely enough to cover rent. My father will be furious, but I'll be making music that matters to me, with people who understand why that's important. And I'll be here where you are." Another rustle of movement. "I don't know what you're thinking right now. Maybe this is too much, too fast. Maybe you came to Reed's out of friendship, not something more. If that's the case, I'll understand. We can pretend this never happened." His voice grew softer. "But if you're feeling what I'm feeling, this impossibly perfect resonance between us, then meet me at the studio tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. We can talk about what happens next. Or not talk. Just sit together in the sound booth and listen to records until dawn." A long pause, then with finality. "However this ends, thank you for listening, for being the person who made me brave enough to choose my own path." The tape clicked off. Ben sat perfectly still, his face a complex map of emotions. Lena reached out impulsively and squeezed his hand. "He gave up New York," Ben said finally. "I never knew. He always told me he couldn't get into Juilliard." "Maybe it was easier than admitting he'd chosen love over ambition," Lena suggested. "Or that he'd been rejected by more than just a school." Ben's voice was tight. He stood abruptly. "I need to talk to him." "Wait," Lena said. "There's still so much we don't know. Did he ever give Mara the first tape? Did she meet him at the bookshop? At the studio? We should track her down first, get her side." Ben paced the small control room. "This explains so much about him. Why he's always been so closed off. Why he hates when I take risks. He took the biggest risk of his life, and something went wrong." Lena watched him process 30 years of family history in real time. "At least now you know he's capable of passion, of vulnerability." "Was capable," Ben corrected. "I've never seen that man on the tape." The next day they pursued their separate angles. Lena dug deeper into Mara Elliott's literary career, calling bookstores and small publishers. Ben reluctantly taught his piano students while his mind raced with questions. They reconvened at Lena's apartment that evening, a converted industrial space with exposed brick and too many speakers. The walls were lined with vintage audio equipment in various stages of restoration. A half-disassembled jukebox occupied one corner. "I found her," Lena announced as Ben stepped through the door. "Mara Elliott Fields. She was poetry editor for Copper Canyon Press until 2015. Now she runs writing workshops on the Oregon coast. Yachats." "Fields," Ben repeated. "She married." "Widowed now, according to the workshop website. Look." Lena turned her laptop to show a professional photo of a woman in her 50s, with silver-streaked dark hair and intelligent eyes behind rectangular glasses. She had the serene confidence of someone who had weathered storms and emerged stronger. "She looks kind," Ben said quietly. Lena nodded. "I emailed her. Explained I'd found recordings at the old studio that might interest her. She responded within an hour. We're welcome to visit tomorrow." Ben crossed to Lena's window, looking out at Portland's evening skyline. "I should talk to my father first." "Are you sure that's wise?" Lena asked. "We still don't know what happened." "Exactly, and I'm tired of not knowing." Ben turned back to her. He's been a mystery my entire life. Always correct, always proper, but never really there. I need to understand before I meet the woman who apparently broke him." Lena wanted to argue but recognised the determination in his stance. The same determination she'd felt after her mother died. The need to reconstruct a complete person from fragments left behind. "Do you want me to come with you?" she offered. Ben hesitated, then nodded. "Actually, yes. You've heard him on the tapes. You might notice things I miss." Isaac Hollis lived in a modest craftsman bungalow in Portland's Concordia neighbourhood. The yard was immaculate, the porch freshly painted, a reminder that control could masquerade as care. He answered the door with a book in hand, reading glasses perched on his nose. At 64, he remained handsome in an austere way. Silver hair neatly trimmed, posture impeccable. His resemblance to Ben was obvious now, though his features seemed carved from harder material. "Benjamin," he said, surprise barely registering. His gaze shifted to Lena. "And you've brought a friend." "This is Lena Cruz," Ben said. "She's an audio engineer. Dad, we need to talk about the Echo Chamber studio, about 1993, about Mara Elliott." Isaac's face remained carefully neutral, but his hand tightened on the doorframe. "I don't know what you mean." "Can we come in?" Ben pressed. "Please?" For a moment Lena thought Isaac might refuse. Then he stepped back, gesturing them inside. The living room was like Isaac himself, tasteful, restrained, revealing nothing personal. No family photos, no mementos. The only hint of passion was a baby grand piano in the corner, its surface dusty with disuse. "What is this about?" Isaac asked when they were seated. Ben leaned forward. "I heard the tapes, Dad. Both of them. The ones you recorded for Mara." A flicker of emotion, surprise, perhaps shame, crossed Isaac's face before he controlled it. "Those were private." "Yes, they were," Ben agreed. "And yet they explain more about you than you've ever shared with me." "They explain nothing," Isaac said flatly. "They were the naive outpourings of a young man who didn't understand how the world works." "They were beautiful," Lena interjected. Both men turned to her, startled. Sorry for interfering, but they were. Honest and brave and beautiful. Isaac studied her with sudden intensity. "And how exactly did you come to hear these outpourings?" Lena explained her work at the studio, the discovery of the tapes, the podcast. Isaac listened with deepening displeasure. "So you broadcast my personal thoughts for public entertainment," he said coldly when she finished. "How enterprising of you." "Dad," Ben cut in, "that's not the point. What happened with Mara? Did you ever give her the first tape? Did she meet you?" Isaac stood abruptly and walked to the window. For several long moments he stared out at nothing in particular. "No," he finally said. "I never gave her the tape. I lost my nerve." "But you recorded a second one," Ben pressed, "for after she decided—" "Wishful thinking, planning for possibilities that never materialized." Isaac turned back to them. "I took the New York position after all, built a respectable career, met your mother, had you, end of story." But his eyes slid away as he spoke, and Lena recognized the cadence of rehearsed half-truths. She'd told herself similar stories after her breakup with Marco, simplified narratives that avoided the messy, painful center of things. "That's not everything," she said carefully. "The tapes were hidden in the studio wall, not thrown away, not taken with you, hidden, preserved." "And you went to San Francisco in the 90s, Ben added, where Mara was living. Isaac's composure finally cracked. "What do you want from me? To admit I made a mistake? Fine. I was a coward. I recorded brave words instead of speaking them. I chose security over risk. Is that what you need to hear?" "I need to hear the truth," Ben said quietly. "All of it." Isaac sank back into his chair, suddenly looking every day of his 64 years. "The truth," he repeated, the word heavy in his mouth. "The truth is I did give her the first tape, left it in her campus mailbox. She listened. She came to Reed's bookshop." Ben leaned forward. And we had 6 months together. The most alive I've ever been." Isaac's voice softened with memory. She was extraordinary, brilliant, fearless, fully herself. I stayed in Portland, worked at the studio. We talked about getting married. What happened? Lena asked gently. Isaac's jaw tightened. My father happened. He was a prominent attorney, very concerned with appearances. He investigated Mara's family, working class, father with a criminal record from civil rights protests. He threatened to cut me off completely. And that mattered to you? Ben asked, disbelief evident. Number. But what he did next did. Isaac's voice grew cold. He called in favours, made sure the studio suddenly couldn't afford an assistant producer, made sure no other studio in Portland would hire me, made it clear Mara's academic career would face similar obstacles if we stayed together. So you left her, Ben concluded. I left without explanation, Isaac corrected. I thought it was kinder than admitting my father had that kind of power, than admitting I wasn't strong enough to overcome it. You went to New York after all, Lena said. Isaac nodded. For 3 miserable years. Then your mother and I moved to San Francisco, he glanced at Ben, where I secretly hoped to run into Mara, to explain, to apologise. Did you? Ben asked. Once, at a poetry reading. She was with someone. Her husband, I learnt later. She looked content. I couldn't bring myself to approach her. Isaac's voice grew distant. After that, I focused on being the husband and father I was supposed to be. When that failed too, I became the man you know now. Ben stood, processing this revelation. We're going to see her tomorrow. Mara. She lives on the coast now. Isaac's head snapped up. What? Why would you do that? Because this story doesn't just belong to you, Ben said, and because I'm tired of family secrets. For a moment, father and son stared at each other across an emotional gulf 3 decades wide. Then Isaac reached into his desk drawer and removed an envelope, yellowed with age, unopened. Then give her this, he said, extending it to Ben. It was returned to me in 1994. I never had the courage to open it. Lena recognised the handwriting on the front instantly. The same distinctive script that had written Mara in the poetry anthology. Whatever had happened between Isaac and Mara, she had tried to reach him once. The drive back to Lena's apartment was quiet, both of them processing Isaac's revelations. The envelope sat between them on the console, its contents still unknown. Are you going to open it? Lena finally asked. Ben shook his head. It's not addressed to me. Later, as they prepared for the next day's journey to the coast, Ben paused in helping Lena pack her recording equipment. Thank you, he said suddenly, for pursuing this. Most people would have just uploaded the tape and forgotten about it. Lena smiled ruefully. I'm not good at leaving things unfinished. She gestured at her apartment full of half-restored vintage equipment. Obviously. It's a good quality, Ben said, seeing value in what others discard. Their eyes met, and Lena felt a now familiar flutter in her chest. The kind of resonance Isaac had described on the tape. It both thrilled and terrified her. We should get some rest, she said, breaking the moment. Long drive tomorrow. But as she tried to sleep that night, her mind kept returning to those tapes, to voices from the past reaching across time to change lives in the present, to the strange intimacy of bearing witness to someone else's bravery and heartbreak, and to Ben's hands, so like his father's, but perhaps destined for a different story. The Oregon coast revealed itself dramatically as they drove west, first through dense forests, then suddenly opening to vast grey swells crashing against jagged rocks. Yachats perched on this edge between land and sea, a small town of weathered buildings and resilient gardens. Mara Elliott Fields taught her writing workshops in a converted boathouse overlooking the ocean. By the time Lena and Ben arrived, her morning class was dispersing, a dozen or so participants of varying ages clutching notebooks and travel mugs. They found her arranging chairs into a circle, movements efficient and graceful despite her 60 years. Up close, She looked both exactly like her photo and somehow more. Her presence carried a centering gravity, as if she had long ago stopped performing for others and simply inhabited herself completely. "You must be Lena," she said, extending a hand. Her gaze shifted to Ben, lingering a moment longer. "And you have a familiar face." "Ben Hollis," he said, "Isaac's son." A small intake of breath, quickly controlled. "Well," she said after a moment, "the universe does enjoy its symmetries." She led them to a small kitchenette and prepared tea with methodical movements. Her workshop space was filled with books, driftwood sculptures, and large windows that erased the boundary between inside and outside. "Your email mentioned recordings," she said, setting steaming mugs before them. Lena hesitated, unsure now of her approach. "Yes, from 1993, at the Echo Chamber studio in Portland." "I remember it well," Mara said, her expression revealing nothing. "They were made by my father," Ben added, "for you." Mara's hands stilled around her mug. "Isaac recorded something for me?" Ben and Lena exchanged glances. "You didn't know?" Lena asked. "No." A complex emotion flickered across Mara's face. "What did these recordings say?" Rather than explaining, Lena carefully set up her portable speaker and played both tapes in sequence. Mara listened with closed eyes, her breathing the only indication she was affected at all. When Isaac's voice finally faded, the room filled with the sound of waves outside. Mara opened her eyes, which shimmered with unshed tears. 30 years, she said softly. 30 years, and his voice still. She didn't finish the thought. "You never heard these before?" Ben confirmed. Mara shook her head. "Never. He never gave me a tape. Never mentioned a recording." "But you were together," Lena said, "for 6 months in 1993. "Yes." Mara looked out at the ocean. "The most alive I've ever been." Something in her phrasing echoed Isaac's words so precisely that Lena felt goosebumps rise on her arms. "He said his father broke you up," Ben said, "that he left without explanation." "That much is true," Mara acknowledged. "One day we were planning our future, the next he was gone. No note, no goodbye, just vanished." "He told us his father threatened your academic career," Lena said. Mara's expression hardened slightly. Mortimer Hollis was certainly capable of it. Old Portland money, old Portland influence. But Isaac never gave me the choice, never let me decide if the risk was worth taking. "Would it have been?" Ben asked quietly. "Worth it?" Mara studied him, this grown son of the man she'd once loved. "Yes," she said simply. "Some connections justify any sacrifice." Ben nodded, as if confirming something he'd already suspected. "I wrote to him," Mara continued, "after he left. Took me months to track down his New York address. I poured everything into that letter. My anger, my confusion, but also my forgiveness. My hope that he'd found whatever he was looking for." Wordlessly, Ben removed the yellowed envelope from his jacket pocket and placed it on the table between them. Mara stared at it, recognition dawning. My letter, returned unopened. Her hand hovered over the envelope, reluctant to touch it. "I poured everything into this, every truth I had." "It's still sealed," Ben said. "He never read it." Mara looked up sharply. "Never? In all these years?" "He said he didn't have the courage." A complex emotion crossed Mara's face. Frustration, vindication, and something like forgiveness, all at once. She picked up the envelope carefully, as if it might disintegrate in her hands. "May I?" she asked, though it wasn't clear who she was asking permission from, Ben, or her younger self who had written with such raw honesty. Ben nodded. "It's yours." With deliberate movements, Mara broke the seal her 20-year-old self had licked closed 3 decades earlier. The paper inside was crisp despite its age, protected by its never-opened envelope. She unfolded it, took a deep breath, and began to read silently. Lena and Ben waited, watching emotions flow across Mara's face like weather patterns. Sunshine, clouds, rain, clearing. When she finished, she carefully refolded the letter. "Still true," she said quietly. "Every word." "What did it say?" Ben asked, then caught himself. "Sorry, that's private." Mara considered him thoughtfully. "You came all this way. You deserve some answers." She looked down at the letter. "I told him I understood why he left, that his father had visited me, explained exactly what would happen to both our careers if we stayed together." "His father told you?" Lena asked, surprised. "Mortimer Hollis was nothing if not thorough," Mara said dryly. "He wanted to ensure I wouldn't pursue Isaac, made it very clear what strings he could pull." "So my father didn't need to protect you," Ben said slowly. "You already knew." "Yes, and I'd decided Isaac was worth fighting for, worth starting over somewhere else if necessary." A sad smile touched Mara's lips. "I wrote that in the letter, that I would have followed him anywhere, that some connections transcend practical considerations." Ben seemed to struggle with this revelation. He never knew. He thought he was protecting you. "We were both trying to protect each other," Mara said, "and lost everything in the process." She turned to Lena. "Is he well? Isaac?" Lena hesitated, unsure how to characterize the austere, closed-off man they'd met. "He's accomplished, respected in his field, but not happy," Ben added quietly. Mara nodded, as if this confirmed something she'd long suspected. "Neither was I for many years. I threw myself into poetry, into activism. Met David, my late husband, at a literary conference. He was kind, stable. We built a good life." "But not the most alive you've ever been," Lena said, echoing Mara's earlier words. "Number that was those 6 months with Isaac." Mara traced the edge of the letter with her fingertip. "I used to think it was youth, that intensity, that connection. Now, I wonder." They talked for another hour, filling in the missing pieces of intertwined histories. Mara had gone to San Francisco after graduation, just as Isaac eventually did. They had nearly crossed paths dozens of times in their parallel lives, at bookstores, concert halls, poetry readings. Cosmic near misses, Mara called them, with the perspective of a woman who had made peace with life's what-ifs. As afternoon shadows lengthened, Ben finally asked the question that had been building since they'd arrived. "Would you want to see him? After all this time?" Mara looked out at the ocean, considering. "I'm not the girl from the poem anymore. He's not the boy from the tape." "But parts of you are," Lena said. "The parts that still find his voice familiar. The parts that kept this letter true for 30 years. A small smile touched Mara's lips. "Let me think about it. This is a lot to process in one afternoon." As they prepared to leave, Mara handed the letter back to Ben. "Give this to your father. Tell him I finally delivered it." Ben took it carefully. "And if he wants to see you?" "Tell him." Mara paused, choosing her words precisely. "Tell him I'll be at Reed's bookshop next Thursday, 4 o'clock, our usual corner." The symmetry of it, the echo across decades, wasn't lost on any of them. On the drive back to Portland, Ben was unusually quiet, processing everything they'd learned. Lena gave him space, focusing on the winding coastal highway as daylight faded. "It's strange," he finally said as they neared the city. "I came looking for my father's past and found pieces of myself instead." "What do you mean?" Lena asked. "I've always wondered why I feel so disconnected from him. Why there's this wall between us." Ben watched the landscape blur past. "Now I understand. He built that wall when he left Mara, cut himself off from his own emotions to survive the loss." Lena thought about her own walls, constructed after Marco, the careful distance she maintained from potential entanglements. "And I've spent my life doing the same thing," Ben continued. "Being careful, making practical choices, avoiding risks." He turned to look at her directly. "I don't want to be 64 and wondering about what might have been." The intensity in his eyes made Lena's heart skip. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I want to live differently than he did. More honestly, more bravely." His hand moved across the centre console, hesitating near hers. Starting now. Lena felt herself at a crossroads, the familiar path of caution versus the terrifying, exhilarating possibility of connection. She made her choice and took his hand. "Starting now," she agreed softly. They delivered the letter to Isaac that evening. Ben explained their conversation with Mara, watching his father's face as he absorbed that his great act of sacrifice had been unnecessary, that Mara had already known everything, had already chosen him despite the consequences. "She read it today," Ben said, placing the letter in his father's trembling hands. "She said it's still true. Every word." Isaac opened it with reverence, reading slowly, his composure crumbling with each line. When he finished, he pressed the paper to his chest, eyes closed, breathing uneven. "She'll be at Reed's bookshop next Thursday," Ben told him. 4 o'clock, your usual corner." Isaac looked up, naked fear on his face. "After 30 years? What would I even say?" "The truth," Lena suggested. "It worked pretty well on the tapes." For the first time, Isaac smiled. A real smile that transformed his austere features into something warmer, more human. "I was braver then." "You can be brave again," Ben said. And Lena heard the new certainty in his voice, the resolve that had been building since they'd found that first cassette. Isaac studied his son, seeing something different in him as well. "When did you grow so wise?" "When I realised I didn't want to repeat your mistakes," Ben said honestly. "When I understood what they cost you." Father and son regarded each other across narrowing emotional distance, the first bridge spanning their lifelong gap. The days before Thursday fell into a strange liminal space, reality tinged with the surreal quality of pivotal moments. Lena continued her work at the echo chamber studio, cataloguing equipment that now felt imbued with significance beyond its monetary value. Ben taught his piano students with new insight, recognizing the emotional language of music his father had once spoken so fluently. They spent their evenings together, talking late into the night about their own histories, Lena's passionate but ultimately destructive relationship with Marco, Ben's series of cautious connections that never quite ignited. The walls between them thinned with each revelation, each acknowledged vulnerability. "I've been thinking about the podcast," Lena said on Wednesday night as they sat on her apartment floor, sorting through a collection of vintage microphones, the one with Isaac's tape. "What about it?" Ben asked, carefully polishing the chrome grille of a 1960s Shure. "I should finish the story, tell the listeners what happened." She looked up at him. "People connected with it so deeply. They deserve to know how it ends." "How what ends?" Ben set down the microphone. "My father and Mara, that story isn't over yet." "No," Lena agreed. "But the part about the lost tapes is the mystery of whether they ever found each other." Ben nodded slowly. "A resolution to the analog ghost story." "Exactly." Lena stood and crossed to her mixing console. "I've been thinking about how to frame it. Not exploitative, but meaningful. About chances not taken, and second chances that still might be." Ben joined her, standing close enough that she could feel the warmth of him. "I like that theme." "I thought you might," she said, turning to face him. Their proximity suddenly felt significant, intentional. The kiss, when it came, was hesitant at first, a question rather than a statement, but it deepened quickly into something more certain, a mutual recognition of possibility. Later, tangled together on her couch, Ben traced the curve of her cheek with gentle fingers. "I keep thinking about what my father said on the tape, about finding harmony in unexpected places." Lena smiled against his shoulder. "Is that what this is? Harmony?" "Maybe," he said thoughtfully. "Or maybe it's just the first notes, the beginning of a composition we're writing together." The next morning they drove separately to Reed's bookshop, Lena to set up discreetly with recording equipment, with Mara's permission, Ben to meet his father beforehand. The bookstore had changed little over the decades. The reading corner still held 2 armchairs, worn in new places but occupying the same quiet nook. Lena positioned herself at a nearby shelf, ostensibly browsing poetry anthologies while her small recorder captured ambient sound. Isaac arrived first, 30 minutes early, dressed with careful casualness in a blue button-down and khakis. He looked simultaneously older and younger than when they'd last seen him, the weight of anticipation aging his features while hope lightened his movements. He settled into one of the armchairs, a book opened but unread in his lap. Every few minutes he checked his watch, smoothed his hair, adjusted his collar. The nervous gestures of a young man in an older body. At exactly 4 o'clock the shop bell jingled. Mara entered, silhouetted briefly against the afternoon sunlight before stepping fully into the store. She wore a simple dress in deep teal, silver hair loose around her shoulders. Her eyes found Isaac immediately, as if drawn by magnetic force. For a long moment they simply looked at each other across the intervening space, not just the width of the bookstore but the expanse of 30 years, of lives lived separately, of choices made and unmade. Then Isaac stood, the book tumbling forgotten from his lap. Mara moved toward him with deliberate steps. They met in the centre of the reading nook, close but not touching, each drinking in the reality of the other. "You came," Isaac said, his voice barely audible. "So did you," Mara replied, "finally." A charged silence stretched between them, decades of unspoken words pressing against the present moment. "I read your letter," Isaac finally said, 30 years too late. "Or right on time," Mara suggested, depending on how you look at it. The faintest smile touched Isaac's lips. Always the philosopher. "And you're still hiding behind pleasantries," Mara observed, but kindly. "Some things don't change." "Many things don't," Isaac agreed. He gestured to the armchairs. "Shall we?" They sat facing each other, knees nearly touching in the small corner. Around them, the bookshop continued its afternoon rhythm, oblivious to the temporal anomaly unfolding in its poetry section. "I have so many questions," Isaac said. 30 years' worth. "As do I," Mara replied, "but perhaps we should start with the most important one. Which is, are you happy, Isaac?" The directness of the question, asked with such genuine concern, seemed to disarm him completely. "No," he answered, truth rushing out after decades of containment. "I haven't been. Not really. Not since 1993, Mara finished for him. Neither was I. Not in the same way. From her vantage point, Lena watched Isaac's posture soften, as if a lifetime of rigid self-control was finally becoming unnecessary. "I thought I was protecting you," he said, "from my father, from the consequences of choosing me." "I know," Mara's voice held no bitterness. "Just as I thought I was respecting your choice when you disappeared. We were both wrong, weren't we?" Isaac nodded, swallowing hard. "Spectacularly wrong." "And yet," Mara said, leaning slightly forward, "here we are." "Here we are," Isaac echoed, wonder creeping into his voice. "How is that possible?" "After everything." Mara considered this. Perhaps because some connections can't be severed, only temporarily suspended. Like your music on the tape, it asks questions that still need answers. As they continued talking, decades compressed into minutes. They shared abbreviated versions of their lives, Mara's marriage, Isaac's teaching career, the book she'd published, the musicians he'd mentored. Gradually they moved from what had been to what might still be, tentative, careful, but undeniably hopeful. Lena, watching from a respectful distance, felt a presence beside her. Ben had arrived, slipping quietly into the store to witness this improbable reunion. "Are they okay?" he whispered. Lena nodded. "Better than okay, I think." Together they observed the older couple now leaning toward each other in animated conversation, occasional laughter floating across the shop. The years hadn't erased their connection, merely layered new possibilities upon it. "Strange, isn't it," Ben murmured, "if you hadn't found that tape." "If you hadn't recognised your father's voice," Lena added. "If Mara hadn't kept her Thursday afternoon open," Ben continued, "so many coincidences." "Or the universe's way of correcting an error," Lena suggested, bringing harmony back to discordant lives. They watched a moment longer as Isaac tentatively reached out, his fingers brushing Mara's hand. She turned her palm upward, accepting the contact. A simple gesture, 30 years delayed. "I think they need privacy," Ben said finally. "This part of the story is theirs alone." They slipped out of the bookstore unnoticed, emerging into late afternoon sunlight. On the sidewalk, Ben took Lena's hand, their fingers interlacing naturally. "So what now?" he asked. Lena considered the question, not just about the immediate future, but about the larger story they'd stumbled into and made partly their own. "Now," she said, "we finish the podcast. Tell people what happened, how Isaac's voice found its way back to Mara after all these years." "And then?" Ben pressed gently. Lena smiled, feeling possibilities unfold before them like tracks on an album, each rich with potential. "Then we start our own recording, see where it leads." 3 weeks later, Lena sat in the restored control room of the echo chamber, making final adjustments to the mixing board. The studio's new owners had been so intrigued by the story of the rediscovered tapes that they'd accelerated her restoration contract, eager to capitalize on the publicity from her now viral podcast. The final episode had resonated deeply, not just the conclusion of Isaac and Mara's interrupted love story, but the larger themes of connection across time, of courage found and lost and found again. Listeners had flooded the comments with their own stories of second chances, of ancient regrets finally addressed. But this evening wasn't about the podcast. It was about creating something new. The studio door opened, and Ben entered, followed by Isaac and Mara. In the weeks since their bookshop reunion, the older couple had begun a careful, deliberate reconnection. Coffee dates, long walks, cautious revelations of accumulated histories. "Is everything ready?" Ben asked, setting his messenger bag on a chair. Lena nodded. "All set up, just like you wanted." Isaac looked around the studio, nostalgia evident in his expression. "It's almost exactly the same, but completely different." His gaze shifted to Mara. "Rather like us." She smiled, the comfortable smile of someone who no longer needed to hide her feelings. "Some improvements with age, I'd say." Ben opened his bag and removed a new cassette tape, blank, waiting to be filled. "I thought we could make a new recording, all of us, a sort of continuation." "Side C," Lena suggested. "What happens after?" Isaac raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly would we record?" "Whatever feels true," Ben said simply. "Whatever you wish had been captured 30 years ago. Whatever you want to remember 30 years from now." Isaac and Mara exchanged glances, a lifetime of unrecorded moments passing between them. "I'd like that," Mara said softly. "A new tape for a new beginning." Lena prepared the equipment while Ben guided his father to the piano in the corner of the studio, the same one where Isaac had recorded his composition for Mara 3 decades earlier. It had been expertly restored along with everything else. Its voice returned after years of silence. "Will you play?" Ben asked. "The piece from the second tape?" Isaac hesitated, fingers hovering above the keys. "I'm not sure I remember it exactly." "It doesn't need to be exact," Mara said, moving to stand beside the piano. "Just true." Something in her words seemed to release him. Isaac nodded, took a deep breath and began to play. The melody emerged tentatively at first, muscle memory searching for notes composed in another lifetime, but gradually it took shape. The same questioning phrases, the same unexpected resolutions. but with subtle differences that spoke of experience, of perspective gained. As he played, Mara began to speak, softly at first, then with growing confidence. She recited a new poem, one she'd written that morning, about time's circular nature, about love's stubborn persistence, about the courage required to begin again after so many endings. Lena captured it all, the music, the words, the ambient sounds of 4 people breathing in shared space. Ben stood beside her at the console, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder, a point of connection as they witnessed this harmonious convergence of past and present. When Isaac played the final note and Mara spoke the final line, the studio filled with a silence that felt not empty but complete, a perfect cadence resolving a long suspended chord. "That was beautiful," Ben said finally, breaking the spell. "Both of you." Isaac looked up from the piano, seeming almost surprised to find himself in the present. It felt like coming home. "It did," Mara agreed. She turned to Lena. "Did you get it all?" Lena nodded, already making adjustments to levels, preserving what had just transpired. Every note. Later, after Isaac and Mara had left, together, walking close but unhurried, as if time had finally become their ally rather than their enemy, Ben and Lena remained in the studio, creating a final mix of the new recording. "I've been thinking," Ben said as they worked, "about Side B Studio." "The business from your father's tapes?" Lena asked. "The one that restores old recordings?" "Yes. What if we actually created it?" Ben leaned against the console, excitement evident in his voice. "Combine your technical skills with my musical background. Help people rediscover their forgotten sounds." Lena considered the idea, finding it appealingly tangible. "I have the equipment. You have the connections through your teaching. And we both know the value of abandoned recordings," Ben added, glancing at the newly created tape. "How important it is to preserve voices that might otherwise be lost." "Side B Studio," Lena repeated, testing the name. "I like it." Ben's smile warmed her from across the mixing board. "Partners?" The word carried multiple meanings, all of them significant. Lena thought about the unexpected journey that had brought them here. A dusty cassette, a viral podcast, a mystery spanning decades. About how the search for a love story from the past had unexpectedly created the possibility of a new one in the present. "Partners," she agreed, reaching for his hand across the console. 6 months later, Side B Studio occupied a small storefront in Portland's Alberta Arts District. The front room housed a carefully curated collection of restored vintage audio equipment for sale, while the back contained Lena's workshop and a small recording booth. Their niche business had found immediate resonance in an age of digital impermanence. People brought them deteriorating cassettes of deceased grandparents' voices, forgotten answering machine messages, amateur recordings of bands that never made it but mattered intensely to those who'd been in them. Lena and Ben specialised in not just technical restoration but emotional archaeology, helping clients rediscover the significance of analogue ghosts they'd nearly lost. Each project became a collaboration between past and present, between what had been recorded and what was remembered. On this particular evening, they were closing up shop when the bell above the door chimed. Isaac and Mara entered, carrying a small package wrapped in brown paper. "Sorry we're late," Mara said, embracing Lena. The poetry reading ran long. In the months since their reunion, Isaac and Mara had established their own rhythm, not attempting to recapture their 20s, but creating something new that honoured the depth of their connection. Isaac had begun playing music publicly again. Mara had incorporated him into her writing workshops, exploring the intersection of sound and language. "We brought you something," Isaac said, handing the package to Ben. A housewarming gift of sorts. Ben unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a cassette tape, unlabelled. "What's on it?" he asked. Isaac and Mara exchanged smiles. "Everything," Isaac said. "My side, her side. The story we're still writing." We thought it belonged here, Mara added, in your archive of rescued voices. Lena took the tape, feeling its weight, physical and metaphorical. We'll keep it safe. And perhaps, Isaac suggested, someday when we're gone, someone else will find it. Wonder about the voices. Piece together the story. Start the whole cycle again, Ben concluded. They all contemplated this possibility. How objects carried meanings beyond their creator's intentions. How stories continued evolving long after their original telling. Later, after dinner at a nearby restaurant where Isaac had insisted on playing the piano for dessert, Lena and Ben returned to the studio alone. By unspoken agreement, they placed the unlabelled tape in the player. What emerged was a conversation, Isaac and Mara speaking alternately, sometimes overlapping, recounting not just their original love story, but the 30 years between, the lessons learned, the growth experienced apart that made their reconnection possible. We were lucky, Mara's voice concluded, to find each other again after so much time, but perhaps luck is the wrong word. Perhaps it was inevitable, not because of fate or destiny, but because certain connections remain part of us, whether acknowledged or not. Side B was always there, Isaac added, waiting to be played. The tape ended, but Lena and Ben remained silent, absorbing its implications. Finally, Ben reached for the recorder built into the console and pressed record. "What are you doing?" Lena asked. "Adding our part," he said simply, "continuing the story." He leaned toward the microphone. "This is Ben Hollis and Lena Cruz of Side B Studio. Today is April 17th, 2023. We're the ones who found Isaac's original tapes, the reason Mara and Isaac reconnected after 30 years. Lena joined him at the microphone. "We don't know who's listening to this or when. Maybe it's us in the future, remembering how it all began. Maybe it's someone else entirely, someone who found this tape in another dusty studio decades from now. Whoever you are," Ben continued, "know that you're part of this story now too. The act of listening connects you to everything that came before. And everything that follows," Lena added, "because stories don't really end. They just flip to another side, waiting for someone to press play." Ben reached for her hand as they sat in the soft red glow of the recording light. Together they added their voices to the harmony begun long before they met, a chorus across time, preserved in magnetic patterns on delicate tape, as fragile and as permanent as love itself. The end.